If you guys don't, what's the deal here?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this historic joint meeting between the town of Taos and Taos County. Welcome to the council and the staff. Thank you very much for being here. To Mayor BARRONE, Commissioner Mayor BARRONE, and of course, welcome to all of the elected officials from Taos County, Commissioner Blankenhorn, the staff, administration from Taos County, and everyone else that's in the audience wanting to witness today's meeting. We'll move on to the roll call, and Madam Clerk, if you can lead us with the roll call. Present. 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 And we do have a quorum from Taos County. Go ahead and do the roll call for the town of Taos. Present. Here. 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 Very good. Quorum from the town of Taos?
Quorum from the town of Taos, also the chairman.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I would like to ask our councilwoman, Judith, to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you may, please. Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we can remain standing, we have invited Chaplain Joe Oizen. Where is she?
I'm right here.
Okay, very good. To lead us with the prayer.
Okay. If you please bow. Father God, we come before you today thanking you for all the blessings in our lives. We sit here surrounded by friends, family, and community members. You have blessed us with a heart to serve our community and promote the well-being of our citizens. We ask that you would keep us under the protection of your wing as we head into fire season and yet another year of drought. We ask for wisdom to make decisions that will affect our town and county. Guide us into being fiscally wise yet compassionate to those in need. Help us keep foremost in our minds and in our discussion that we all desire what is good and what is just. Then the Proverbs of Solomon, the king of David, king of Israel. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, judgment, and equity, to give prudence to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and increase learning, and a man of understanding will attain wise counsel. To understand a proverb and an enigma, the words of the wise and their riddles. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. In your name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start with introductions, and Mr. Archuleta, do you want to go ahead and lead us?
We'll turn it over to Mayor BARRONE to introduce the council.
Okay.
First of all.
And I guess we'll just go around the room. It'd be most appropriate way. I think I'm Mayor BARRONE and Commissioner BARRONE, and thank you for this opportunity for all of us to get together and see if we can't iron out some of the issues that we've had forthcoming. I think it's a good thing for our community. I think our community's standing and watching and waiting to see if we can work together, and I applaud everybody in the room for being here. So, Councilor.
Councilmember Fred Peralta.
And I'm Councilor Andrew Gonzalez.
I'm Fritz Hahn, newly elected City Councilor. Preservando la cultura y tradiciones. Thank you.
Elected official Judy.
Bob Malone, County Attorney.
Steve Fullendorf, Public Information Officer for Kit Carson Electric.
Steve Archuleta, County Manager.
Tom Blankenhorn, County Commissioner, District 4.
Gabriel Romero, Commission Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we also have a lot of people in the audience. If we could go around the audience, and we'll start with our clerk's office. And
Very good.
go around the floor.
President of Albright and against annexation.
Bill Whaley.
Dave Weaver, Taos Police Department.
Jim Fambro, I'm a candidate for County Commission District 1.
Candace O'Donnell, I'm a candidate for County Commissioner of District 5.
Jeff Brown, resident of Oresaco.
Ron Taramia, Human Resources Director.
John Thompson, Taos Regional Airport Manager.
Mark Asmus.
Morning, Floyd Lopez, Assistant County Attorney.
Jonah Reynolds, Taos, New Mexico.
John Nablin, I run the Dreamcatcher Bed and Breakfast in Taos.
Brian Cribbin, I do a GIS for Taos County Planning.
Edward McGill, Taos County Acting Planning Director.
Jack Mays, Election Quest Administrator.
Anthony Latimer, resident of El Salto.
Georgia Bay, citizen.
Jane Sanchez.
Susan Nuss, I'm the volunteer coordinator for Habitat for Humanity Taos.
Darian Fernandez, candidate for County Commission District 2. Jason Pfeiffer, Director and Network Facilitator for the Taos Entrepreneurial Network.
Good morning, I'm Linda Perry, administrator for the Village of Eagle Nest. I'm Martha Perkins, I'm the planning director for the town of Taos.
Michael Solo, candidate for Commission District 5.
Holly Ray, resident of the town of Taos and owner of the John Gunn Shops. Cindy Phillips, director of real estate, Comnet Wireless. Ava Stern, Taos County Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. One more.
They can,
Yes, you are.
Brian Greer, Director at the Youth and Family Center. Thank you.
Vicky Gordon, office manager for the planning department.
Mr. Reyes.
Luis Reyes,
Welcome everyone. Okay.
Leandro Cordova, County Finance Director.
Amity Bishop, for the communications department, town of Taos.
Welcome.
Nathan Sanchez, Chief Planner for Taos County.
Welcome, Tom.
Enrico Trujillo, UNM-Taos, Taos 22.
I'm Francis with UNM-Taos, Taos 22.
Very well. Okay. Two presenters. Presenters, go ahead.
Bruce Ross, Lead Partners.
Matt Spriggs with Partners.
Okay, thank you everyone and welcome again. We'll move on then to item 5, the approval of the agenda. And are we going to need 2 separate votes? Okay. There's items A and B, amendments and withdrawn items. Commissioners, Mayor, Council.
Well, to make a motion so move to, as presented.
Okay.
All in favor, on the council side, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Move to approve agenda from the county.
Okay. I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Okay, we'll get to work. Item 6, joint matters, discussion, consideration, and possible decisions regarding the following. Item A, this is the Regional Economic Development Plan. Item A1, presentation to the joint Taos County meeting. Mr. Chuleta, do you want to?
Bruce, do you want to go ahead and have your presentation ready?
Bells.
Just a very brief introduction for the gentleman. Is that the town had commissioned Lead Partners to do a update on its economic development element comprehensive plan. The county also has a comprehensive plan. We have not started economic development element on that, but the element done by the town was a regional study. We have a regional economy that ties us all together. And so I invited members from the Enchanted Circle as well to listen to it, because particularly some of the issues like tourism affect all of us. The hope is that it sort of sets the stage for this future meetings between the town and the county, and that if we're going to make good, accurate decisions, we need to know the state of the economy, type of resources we have available, and the setting in which we're trying to make those decisions. And some of the conclusions of that report are based on some pretty stunning statistics about our financial state, are the need to cooperate, regionalize, and work together. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the gentleman for their presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for inviting us to be here today for this presentation. We're honored. I wanted to start.
And Bruce, I don't know if there's a microphone available to you or not, because I don't know if some of the people in the back over here can hear. So I don't know.
Can everybody hear? You want me to step back here?
We have the presenter's mic here.
You can move up that mic.
No, this is better, right here. This is fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Very good. I want to tell you where we've been, we want to tell you where we are, and we want to tell you where we're going. All, of course, referring to the economic development of our community. We've been very fortunate in that tourism kind of fell upon us. We're a beautiful place. We have culture, we have history, we have arts. These elements all merge to create a place where people love to come. And that has picked up over time and become the main source of our economy. We're all very aware of that. And the growth has been organic and relatively rapid. So without intention, we've defaulted to the fact that tourism is our economy, by and large. In the 1990s, there was a shift nationwide in the economy, and it started to diminish the gains that we had made economically through tourism. And then we can all remember back to 2006 in the steep decline that is still going on here. It's come up a little, but it is still in decline. And so that's what's been happening since 2006. Let me give you a very brief background on how we got here today. In the fall of 2012, the town received a grant. The purpose of the grant funds was to update, as Town Manager Bellis has just said, was to update the 2010 interim Community Economic Development Strategic Plan. Another part of that was to create an action plan focused on specific recommendations and regional economic development goals that would be created and include community participation. And the last part was to provide an objective analysis of the Taos economy. So those were the three missions of the grant. The town hired us to do that and to carry out these tasks. We began the process of developing community participation in the planning process, and here's what happened. In the fall of it was actually February of 2013, we had two kickoff meetings held at Town Hall. They were open to the public. And the purpose of those meetings was to announce the process that we were undertaking. It was to invite participation by community members, and it was to provide general economic information about the community and of course to answer questions. In May of 2013, we conducted a roundtable discussion that included 13 members of the community that were in business, that represented government and different aspects of the community. The purpose of that meeting was to find out how the business and the sectors these people represented were dealing with the economic downturn, what their challenges were, and to discuss changes in the local economy that were creating a new normal. Excuse me. And lastly, to expose the general community to what everybody else was experiencing. There were 4 work groups that were formed from the people who attended the roundtable discussion and the 2 kickoff meetings. The purpose of the work groups was to develop realistic goals for each sector that would improve the economic growth of that sector. And here are the 4 sectors. We had creative industries, we had business retention, expansion, and incubation. We had tourism and retail, and technology. These were the 4 work groups that the participants came up with that they felt were the most important and that represented the needs of the community and what we already had existing. Lead partners gathered and analyzed the information, and we proceeded to go ahead and write the Community Economic Development Report, the strategic plan for 2013. And that was submitted to the town on September 27th of 2013. Now, you don't have to be an economist to know what's been going on around town. We all see the empty storefronts. We see the abundance of for sale signs on residential and commercial property. We see the diminishment in the number of restaurants, restaurants that were here that are gone, and whether it's Varella's or Bravo or Joseph's Table or Dragonfly, and the list goes on. Another aspect of the community, when I moved here 33 years ago, there were 3 car dealers. We have 1 car dealer now. There were also many used car lots. Now, Paseo is used as a used car lot because everybody who wants to sell their vehicle has for sale signs on it, and they're posted there. And it's to save money, I'm sure, by not having to pay a third person. So this diminishment in the community has also impacted other aspects. Our roads are in poor condition. The hospital is contracting. They have laid off a large number of people in the last 2 years. And they are diminishing services that are no longer available here. The big indicator is the country's unemployment rate, which we've been hearing about in the news and kind of tend to hear about as the national press pays attention to it when the announcements are made. The national unemployment rate is 6.7%. The unemployment rate in Taos County is 8.9%. There have been some false indicators recently. Seriousware, a software developer, was bought by a London-based company. As we all know, the Taos Ski Valley sold. Another kind of icon to the community, the Sagebrush and Comfort Suites, has sold. So there is hope around the fact that we're back on the map and people are going to find us and see us, and there's some renewed energy. And that, I'm sure, is true to some extent. However, they're not going to be making a sustainable change to the employment factor. There will be construction jobs, there will be construction work, but that work will go away as tasks are accomplished. So those are going to be short-term contributions, but not a huge change in the sustainable growth of the economy of our community. So what I've given you is a fair amount of anecdotal. I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who is going to talk about the hard facts.
Thanks, Bruce. Thank you again for hearing us out. It feels long overdue. I'm glad that people are paying attention now because this is something that I came to Taos to help with. So it's great that it's now getting some attention, particularly by our political leaders. So everybody can make those observations, right? But most of the time, people will say, well, I know so-and-so and they're doing just fine. So it really can't be that bad, right? Or you've got a lot of neighbors who are doing horribly. And so you think, oh, wow, it's got to be much worse than that. So what is it really? And you have to look at the numbers, because the numbers won't lie. So first, we look at our population. Population is critical because it's the amount of workforce that you have available. So if you look at that red line represents working age people between 20 and 54. It's in a downward trend. You'll see that our youth, which is the blue line at the bottom, is relatively stable. It's a little bit of a decline, but it's not horrible. So they're a captive audience, and you don't necessarily see a change in that. So it's a lot of empty nesters that have been moving out as retirees are coming in. Now, the difference in the composition of the retirees that are coming now, we used to have a situation in which you had wealthy retirees that would locate here. These are no longer wealthy retirees that are locating here. Well, we are still attracting retirees. The problem is, because they don't have the wealth, they demand more services based on government subsistence. It's not people who can pay for the services that they demand. So you have a lowering workforce that contributes to your population and your income. This is your business activity. The two spikes that you see, that's public dollars. It's like this. I mean, that is really steep. That's your decline. And this is based from 2006 to 2011. It's the most accurate and recent data. So this is the number of proprietors that we've had. You see a little spike there in 2007, and then a continual drop and flattening out. So we've lost business owners. Employees, okay? They kind of follow, it's about a 1-year lag from employers. Makes sense, right? If you don't have employers, you're just going to employ the employees. Income. If you were an employee and you kept your job, you saw a slight increase relatively flat, right? You stayed there. But look at that for your proprietors, the owners of your businesses. They have a decline in income. That's not a good thing. Types of income. Now this is probably the most startling of these. What you see, the blue line up above represents the people actively earning a paycheck. Those are people who are participating in your workforce. It's declining. That reflects the loss of your working age folks. What you see, the red line down below, that's investment income. Rents, interest, dividends. It's not active. That's just people who have investments who receive money for those investments. Stock market, rental housing, what have you. That's staying stable at about roughly 20%. The green line is what you want to pay attention to. Those are people who are receiving income from government programs. That's unemployment, welfare, disability. They are not participating in the workforce. It now makes up 31% of our economy. So you have 51% that is not actively working to generate income. That's how people are making their money right now. So what's normal and healthy in a community is a minimum of 70% of your people who are generating income are actively working. 20% are receiving it from dividends and interest. So we're right there. We're good. You want the people on government subsistence to only be at 10%. We're at 31. Okay, so real quickly again, we're losing working age population and gaining retirees. And the retirees are no longer wealthy. Your business activity, steep decline. People aren't doing business, or as much as they used to. Employment is dropping, your workforce people are leaving out, unemployment is high for those who stay, and that only counts those people who are actively seeking work. There are many of those who have already stopped, and we know that it's a big thing in the press. It's not anything different, it's just that number has grown and ballooned in a very large way. So income is flat for employees, and it's declining for owners. It's not a good situation. And again, 51% of our community's income is not based on work. It's based on programs and investments, not healthy. So really quickly, so what do we do to solve this? Everybody says economic development. What does economic development mean? I'm sure every single one of you in this room has an idea of what it is, and the person next to you probably has a completely different concept. But from all my years working in economic development, there's very simple things that you get to understand. Your economy is no different than your family. You have to go out and work to bring money home so that you can pay your bills. If your income is flat, you meet your bills, and you're okay, right? But it's not a lot of fun because you're not going to the movies and you're not going out to eat. You don't have any what we call disposable income. If you're doing well, you get to go out to the movies, you get to go out every once in a while, you kids get to play sports, you get to buy all their equipment, you know, things are great, right? The alternative in the situation our community is in, if your income starts declining, you can't meet your costs. You're going bankrupt. You're losing your house. You can't put food on the table. Your kids don't neglect it. And it's not because you want that. It's just the way it is. Well, our community is no different. We are not selling our goods and services outside of our community and bringing money home. So what economic development focuses on is, what are those businesses that provide goods and services that are exported out of our community and bring home money? The bigger your income as a community, the more services you can provide, the more things that can happen. As you know, when things start to contract, you start looking at all those extra things that you have to cut, right? You do it as a family, why would you do it any differently as a government? It's the same thing. It's an economic unit. It really doesn't matter what the scale is. So it's all about jobs. That's what economic development is, but it's not just any job. It's about jobs that work in an area that supplies goods and services that are consumed on the outside. So this is going to be kind of an eye-opener for people, and it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable. Because what we think we are economically is not what we are. We have this notion about certain things that just don't hold true with the numbers. That doesn't mean that they're not important. Our cultural identity is incredibly important. But if we're going to change our economy, and if we're going to stabilize those sectors that we hold dear, we have to do something differently. We have to change our economic base. Thanks. So, arts, entertainment, and recreation. Everybody thinks of Taos as the art colony. It's a big part of our culture. It's a big part of our history. It's part of what put Taos on the map, right? It's not a big player in the economy. It's only 2.7% of our total community income. 2.7%. That's nothing. It's 2.7 cents on the dollar. So, but it's not something you focus on to grow, but you got to stabilize it because it's really important to us. It's our identity. Agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. That's like guiding, permits, and also cattle raising and things. Many of us think of ourselves as a rural agrarian location, right? You see those cattle out grazing, right? It's a wonderful sight. It's, the beautiful pastures. That's what we always think of as Taos. But economically, 1.9% of our economy. 1.9. That's almost 2 cents on the dollar. We'll give them 2 cents, we'll round it up. 2 cents on the dollar. It's not a big income maker. Now, accommodations, food services. This is a great indicator about tourism. It's huge. It's 40%, right? $4 out of 10 come into the community, generated by accommodations and food services. No growth. At 1.14% growth. That doesn't even keep up with inflation. Okay? So it's also primary low wage and low skilled jobs. It's not what we want for our community. It doesn't mean that we give up on it because it's a big engine and we can't just say, forget about it. But that's not what you focus on if you want to change your economy. You stabilize it, you keep it there, but frankly, you're throwing money away if you're trying to make it grow. Wholesale, now this is another fairly big player, 6.2%, so $16 out of every 100 that comes into the community comes primarily from Chevron mine. And this is Taos County, so it is regionally based. Problem is, molybdenum is volatile, right? The primary product. It all depends on how much steel is being tempered in China. Essentially, that's what's driving their orders. And yeah, they're ramping up and they're doing some new things because they got orders. We all know what happened several years ago when their orders fell, right? All of a sudden, they're laying people off. That's the nature of the mining business. Go ahead. So here's something that's interesting. Manufacturing. Now, I'm not talking about, when everybody thinks manufacturing, they're thinking like huge scale, right? This is small scale. This is mostly personal care products. The great thing about personal care products is it's lightweight. It's what we call shipping neutral, which means they can be anywhere they want to. It's going to cost them the same amount to send it via UPS from Taos, New Mexico, as it is from New York City. These are formulators. It's like private label select, Bader Beauty. Excuse me. And it's significant in that there's been some attrition there. We've lost a couple of businesses, but it still remains solid. So it could be something that you could invest in and see some change. You could actually grow that industry with some support to them and some assistance and some variety. Now, information and technology. We all know about the broadband that's coming in. Most of us have no idea what to do with it. That's a whole different topic. But it's 15.9, call it 16% of our community income. They bring in, the dollars that come into our community, 16 out of 100 is from information technology. It's showing robust growth, 16.5% per annum growth. That's huge. Most normal businesses are really happy with a 3% growth rate. That's 16.5%. That's huge. It's growing rapidly. And with broadband, there's greater potential to grow that even more. And high wage, high skill industry. So professional, scientific, and technical services. What the heck is that, right? Well, R&D, architecture, engineering, legal services, accounting. There are actual trusts here that are operating that do most of their business outside of Taos. And that generates money coming in. It's a service that's sold outside. So normally most people don't think of accounting or trusts as doing that, but they do. And it's just about 14% of our income. So that's high wage and high skill. So we're now at this crossroads, right? We've got this steep decline in everything that matters. And we're losing ground continually. Even though this is based on 2011, I can guarantee you it's no better now. Even though it's 3 years later, but it's the most current data. The trends aren't going to change that quickly. So you got two choices. You can do absolutely nothing and just keep doing what you're doing and there will be no change and you'll just pray for luck. Or you can actively do something. Because we've never done anything before to grow our economy in a regional way. So, where do you focus your efforts then? Okay, you shore up and stabilize certain sectors. That's going to be mostly tourism, arts, entertainment, recreation, agricultural, forestry, fishing, and hunting. You get those things stable. You keep them, you maintain them. But it's not where you put your lion's share of work. And to be honest, we have lots of organizations who already focus on these things, who already are doing that work to stabilize it. That's been done from a variety of actors. But here's where you put substantial investment of time, money, and effort, and support, is into information and technology, professional, scientific, and technical services, and that light manufacturing that I was talking about. Those three sectors are where you have growth. It's a lot harder to get something moving than to push something that's already going. Go ahead. So, I'm going to turn this over to Bruce so he can talk a little bit about, who's going to be doing this. But basically the question is, who's going to do the work that's necessary to capitalize on the growing sectors of our economy? That's the essential question. Who has the capacity? Who has the knowledge and skill?
Thanks, Mayor. A natural place for most of us to go is, well, do we need to have another entity, another organization that's going to be doing this work? Don't we already have organizations that do this? And the answer simply is no. We have the Taos Entrepreneurial Network. And by the way, these are important contributors to business in Taos. These are very important. The purpose here is not to diminish their importance, but it is to focus on the fact that this isn't their main focus or what they directly affect. So we've got the Taos Entrepreneurial Network. They help individuals, they network, people who are starting businesses, but they don't directly create jobs. We've got the Taos County Chamber of Commerce, similar. Their mission is to create a good business climate in Taos. So some of the ancillary aspects of business, the types of services that support business, Matt talks about it, with accountants being people who can help in that area. So again, that's not what the Chamber's main job is. We've got the Taos Community Economic Development Corporation. They serve a very important purpose in the community. They run the community kitchen. We have small businesses that prepare food and sell it, not only in Taos, but outside of Taos. So they do bring some outside money in. They also run the mobile matanza, a mobile slaughtering vehicle. And lastly, the Small Business Development Center, the SBDC. Once again, their mission is to help with educating entrepreneurs in terms of what they can do, what they can't do. It's to provide a network for them as well and help give them direction and financing for a startup business. So, simply put, as important as these organizations are, on a certain basis, they do not directly create jobs. That's not what they do. The issues, the aspects of these organizations that they don't have the capacity, they don't have the skill, it's not their vision or mission, they don't have the funding, and they are volunteer organizations. Those elements, once again, combine. So, again, back to the answer to no, we don't have existing organizations who can do the work that's at hand. We have a principal recommendation. Matt.
Thanks, Bruce. So, first let's define what we mean by regional. Your economy doesn't know political boundaries. So, it's not just Taos County, it's not just the town of Taos. It's not just Cuesta, it's not Red River. It's not Angel Fire, it's not Eagle Nest. They're not large enough to be able to gain any momentum in changing the economy because they're all intertwined. We've got 32,000 plus people in our entire county. And then you throw in maybe a couple thousand out of Angel Fire, which is part of our region, when you look at a regional basis from purely a geographic sense and interrelated economy sense. That's like a very small city anywhere else. And certainly the town can't do it because it only represents 5,000 some odd people, you know, within its boundaries. And it doesn't, even though it's the major center of commerce, it's not going to change the economy because it has to change on a larger basis. It has to look at those interrelated things. So that's what we mean. It's the enchanted circle. We all know what that is in a way. You know, it's Angel Fire and Eagle Nest, which are both Colfax County, but we still consider them a part of the enchanted circle. So the principal recommendation is to create a regional development organization. And there's some principles within that, in that, one, it really needs to be a public-private partnership, both in terms of oversight and in terms of funding. This is not solely the government's job. And the government, frankly, does a lousy job of economic development. Because all they're concerned about, and rightfully so, is tax base. If they increase their tax base, they call it good. So it needs to be bigger than that. It needs to have an entity that focuses only on community income. And those jobs that are created within those industries that are creating community income. That needs to be its sole focus. It's not marketing. It's not tourism. It's creating jobs. Income producing, community income producing jobs. That is its focus. And it needs to annually evaluate, revise, and/or create goals for the organization that those people who created it have oversight on, input into, have control of, and to a degree hold them accountable. Their job is to make jobs. Pretty easy measure. Then there's another aspect. Everybody thinks that, okay, so we're going to create this organization and they're going to run out and they're going to bring companies here and we're going to get into this competition. No. That is the most expensive and the least productive form of economic development. Focusing on business retention, expansion, and incubation, and supporting that, as well as making the business climate better, but also working to help make it possible to open up new markets, to make it attractive, but have the state that's already funding the New Mexico Partnership, which is the attraction vehicle for New Mexico. They are already funding it. We're nearly up to $1 million a year in their funding, which is anemic, but it's better than when we were at. And they have shown great momentum in the last few years with attracting jobs. You all know about Tesla, right? Well, that's purely a product of the New Mexico Partnership. They are working to get them here. That's their job. They're funded to help rural communities. Over 60% of the jobs they're supposed to create every year are supposed to be rural. So we just play ball with them, but nobody's playing ball with them. There are what they call potential recruitment opportunities. Send them out to a list. Who in this room has ever seen one, and who in this room has ever responded to one? Great, somebody's actually done that. What was your level of success?
Successful.
Wasn't successful at all because, frankly, you don't have somebody who that's their job. That's what they do. I mean, it's great that people put that motivation. I know Christopher Madrid has tried to respond to some in the past. I think Steve has too. I did too when I worked for the town. But, oh my God. When it's not your only job, it's a really big task. It's a really big task. But the whole mechanism is they're the agent that goes out to find these prospects and they give them back to you, but then you got to build the case to get them here. But you got to know what you're looking for, which we don't. And we got to know what we have to offer, which we don't. So now we want to talk specifically to the political leaders about what they can do. Go ahead, Bruce.
Leadership is critical to advancing the economy of our community. It's up to you, the government officials. In meetings that we had, I want to relate to you some of the comments that we got. There was continuing outcry from participants in the meetings.
If you could speak into the...
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. There was a continuous outcry from people in the meetings about where is the leadership. People were asking in the meetings, what's going to happen with the work we're doing here? Are there steps that are going to be taken that are going to improve the situation, that are going to take the ideas that we're coming up with here and move them? There is no more time. We continue on the downward trend. And today, the government officials today have inherited a very, very challenging situation. We look to you to take it on and to champion it. When you leave this room today, what we would like to see is advocacy in the form of networking, in talking to people about economic development. We'd like to see an outreach in engaging the communities of the Enchanted Circle. We need a partnership. We need to do this together. This isn't something where we can stand alone and create positive results. Matt, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. So, one other point I wanted to make, it was earlier in the slide, but I wanted to first let Bruce kind of champion the fact that we need leadership. And that's, you know, it was said constantly to us, there's no leadership, there's no leadership, there's no leadership. Nobody's taking this on. Nobody's sticking their neck out. Nobody's pushing this thing forward, right? Private sector, they run and then they hit nothing from the political realm. So this is an opportunity to build momentum and to go forward. But I'm sure the first question in everybody's mind as a political leader is, how am I going to pay for this? Right? I mean, this thing isn't going to make itself. USDA Rural Development receives money every single year to seed organizations exactly like this. The Obama administration is extremely receptive to regional approaches. They no longer fund single entities. It has to be a partnership. It has to be regional. They will provide the money for you folks to hire somebody to come in to build the organization and to build the financial structure to make it sustainable. They will not sustain the organization. They will seed it, they will help you get it going, and then they exit. It's not a continual fund. That's really important for people to realize, because there are many communities who get confused about that. They think that USDA is going to continually supply them with operational funding. Doesn't work that way. So if the town and county want to champion this together to build this partnership, there is money available that you could direct your staff to look for. Now, go ahead. So again, the biggest thing you can do as a political leader is advocacy. Champion it. Find what money you can to fund it. Build the partnerships. Work together. But it needs to be first and foremost. So really, we're going to talk about questions and answers, but we want to keep it directed as much as we can because you have a busy agenda. But what do you need to know for you to be able to support this and to provide leadership toward a real economic development goal, toward creating real economic development? What do you need to know as a leader to be comfortable? That's what we would like to focus our questions on.
But do you mind if I start? I have to run out and have an appointment.
Sure.
Is that okay? I just want to say one thing. I'm so glad to see this coming full circle and coming back because I remember when it first started. It has seemed like it's been a while. I do want to make one correction though. Bruce, you mentioned the entrepreneurial network does not create jobs. I just want to say that part of Los Alamos Connect in the laboratory, our agreement with them and the RDC is the indicators that they make sure that the entrepreneurial network facilitation programs are doing, making sure we are creating jobs, helping to retain jobs, and increasing revenue. So we do that, and I have all the statistics to show. So I just want to put that out there so everyone knows that that's part of what we do.
It's part of what you do.
Now, with that said, I am only one person doing this half-time, and as a volunteer organization, we don't have the capacity to do what we could do. So I'm so glad that you guys are here, and anything Tim can do to help, we're right on board with you guys. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you.
One of the questions that I have is you stated the various columns or categories, including arts and entertainment, agriculture, forestry, accommodations, food service, wholesale, manufacturing, and information and professional services. Economic contributors like the town, the county government, the schools, UNM, charter schools, the construction industry, what we have of it, even recycling services, the banking industry, Kit Carson Electric Co-op. Where do these fall?
That's what there's kind of a weird term that gets used in economic circles. There's what you call your economic base, and then there's non-economic base. Your economic base are those businesses that create income for the community. Your non-basic industries, which are your Walmart, your Smiths, Sentinel Bank, those people who support the structure, the governments, that support the structure of the community, that are vital to the community health, that's community development. That's non-basic. It's not that they aren't important, it's just not the focus of economic development. So that is the primary focus of government, that is the primary focus of nonprofits, is to create a viable community structure that's stable, that makes it attractive. So it's not that those aren't important, it's just not a focus of economic development.
Okay, and then you talked about the 31% group that basically does not work.
Correct.
That is depending on government subsidy to be able to survive in Taos. How does the fact that we do have a large group of people that are having, they simply can't get a job because they can't test clean to, say for example, at Taos County. If they apply for employment in Taos County, but they're not clean with regards to drug abuse, how much does that factor into this whole situation?
I'm certain that for those businesses that do drug testing, which is important from a liability perspective, and obviously with governments you can't hire somebody without passing a drug test, that's an individual choice, and that's a community development side of things, so that is part of the factor. I couldn't tell you how much of that 31% is due to drug abuse, because I don't think anybody's tracking those numbers. It would be an interesting study, but I don't know that anybody's commissioned it. But anecdotally, yeah, I think anybody who's an employer, I happen to be one, knows it's really difficult to hire people in Taos County because there are drug issues.
Right. Okay. Any questions from any of the town of Taos? Mayor?
Thank you, Chairman. You talked about USDA possible funding, and can you speak a little bit about the process, and is there any match required?
I believe there's going to be a nominal local match, which if you build a partnership could be spread through all those partners, so it could be relatively low. I don't know the exact percentages. It'd probably be best to have staff talk with Terry Bruner and figure that out. But as far as I know, it's a nominal match. It's probably no greater than 20%. But if you spread that out through the entire channel circle, it could be a bargain.
So with regards to a regional economic development corporation, so then you would suggest the town of Taos, the county, the various municipalities, Red River, Angel Fire, Taos Key Valley, who would be the partners in this? Who should be the partners?
You need to also include in that from the private sector, banks, utilities, engineers, architects, construction companies, anyone who benefits from increasing your population, from working age population. If you get to build a house because we landed a job, you need to be involved in some way, nominal way, funding it, participating in it, helping it move, and supporting it. If you're a bank and you just got a new business account, you know, it's in your own interest. Kit Carson, we're going to get more ratepayers if we grow our economy, right? Now it's kind of scary for some folks because we're talking about increasing our population. But look at it this way, we got a lot of ground to make up between the ones we've already lost. We're negative in population growth. That means more people are leaving than coming here. So, you know, and we need to do it in a smart way. I'm not saying uncontrolled growth or anything else. It needs to be directed and focused and planned for. But it's not just a public responsibility. It's a community responsibility. Everybody's got to have some skin in the game.
And with regards, you said that the Obama administration is supporting this wholeheartedly. Are there any programs, economic development corporations that are right now in existence that are succeeding, that are in fact working well because of the support from the Obama administration?
Well, the regional ones that are working well, that you could say are already working well, have long been established. One of the places I worked at for over a decade, Yuma, Arizona, the Yuma Regional Economic Development Corporation represents the entire county. It's a huge county. And that was formed, wow, back in the 90s. And it's extremely successful, and it has private and public participation in it. The Phoenix area, the Phoenix Economic Development Corporation. It's throughout the Southwest, Denver, Boulder. It's almost nobody does this on just a citywide basis, except for possibly like Tucson. Tucson's a big city, right? So they can actually do that. Santa Fe, you know, they're roughly 100,000 people. When you get to that level, you might be able to do it without a regional approach. But even they are working hand in hand with the county, you know, because they realize that just the city of Santa Fe is not all there is to their economy. It's really kind of that region, and you know, with the tribes and everything else. So we would be an anomaly if we did something just based on one political entity or another. And there are some that do that, but it's not very successful. Because again, their focus is tax base. The regional public nonprofit, public-private partnerships that do this, their focus is jobs. And that is tax base.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Peralta?
Just one quick question on USDA. And you talked about it as being seed money. Are you looking at a single year, 2 years? What is their normal?
I believe it can be up to 3 years.
In your program?
I believe it could be up to 3 years, but that's, again, I'm not current with the regulations. I really haven't gone that far with it. We've had discussions with Terry. He was excited about it, and he said, I've got money for that. We love giving Taos, the Taos region, money because you guys spend it. He has continual issues with communities throughout the state that they give money to and then they never spend it, or they don't spend it in the way they're supposed to. So he's constantly taking money back. So he loves shoving money at us because we do things, right? That has a lot to do with TCEC, the town's done well with it, the county's done well with it when we're standing in a building as a result of rural development, right? So yeah, I mean, the funding is there. How it's going to work in those mechanisms, that's really going to be something for your staff to figure out. And I do not suggest that you get the money and then try and do it internally. Get somebody from the outside. You know, it doesn't have to be us. It just needs to be somebody who is qualified, that's what they do. That's what they do, is build these organizations. You've got to have some expertise in it. Otherwise, you're going to waste your money, and it's not going to function right. And that's my other piece of advice.
Councilor Cantu.
Yeah, I don't really have a question at the moment, more than a comment, and I thank you for your excellent presentation. It was a long time coming, and there's, with the exception of Miss Sandoval sitting in the corner there's I don't believe there's anybody from Taos Public here, because I really think that they need to be in on part of this too. It's their citizens there also need to be employed.
Absolutely.
This all works together.
And Pickers too.
And after meeting with you when I was running for town council, I read and reread your report and started to memorize it so I could tell my constituents what it said about real economic development and new money. And I'm new at this. It's all a learning experience. And one of the ladies that you met when I was running, Deborah, she was a researcher, and she was actively always on the computer finding these USDA grants and filled me in on them and taught me so much about them. And I'm hoping that at some point this is a collaboration between everybody, because it's so important, and that we have a grant writer and who is actively going to be seeking funds. But thank you very much.
Councilor Gonzalez.
I guess the one thing I look at when I look at a regional impact of regional development, I look beyond even just the constraints of our communities, beyond Eagle Nest, Angel Fire, Red River, Cuesta. I look more towards even going further south with regards to areas like Espanola, that just brought in Alacid, the rose extract company. And the one thing that I guess I look for is, with the introduction of broadband coming to Taos, the more high-tech, high-skilled, higher-paying jobs that we could attract here on the same level. Because the one thing that the biggest heartburn that I have is we continue to put emphasis and focus on those low-paying, almost dead-end jobs. I guess you could kind of say, or seasonal jobs. So for me, it's creating an atmosphere within this economy, our local economy, that provides stability for a long-term, long-benefit growth for this entire community. So when I look at that, I want to see, in partnership with groups like UNM, to start offering a more technologically advanced, skilled labor workforce to attract. And that's one of the biggest things that I think this whole state faces, is the fact that most of these big high-tech companies don't locate to New Mexico because the labor force isn't there. And the number one thing that I think we all look for within this community is saying, well, there's STEM feeders on the outside that create jobs. I think the real focus for me as one elected is to see our educational base grow within this community so that we can retain our kids to stay here, to have a future here. And the only way that that's going to happen is to continue to partner with the universities, number one, but number two, to embrace that. I mean, we looked at the IT growth, which is 16.9%, one of the largest areas of growth. If we continue to ignore that, then we continue to deprive ourselves of the ability to continue to foster that idea, to continue to locate companies here, like Serious Web. That's my biggest thing. So I guess my main thing is to focus not so much on the grant aspect of, while it's great, but also on the aspect of really fostering and bringing in that educational aspect. I think for so long we've been a health-driven university at the same point, which is crucial, and it's extremely beneficial, because you see the retirement age population, the baby boomers are really coming into play here, in that's the highest number of population in this country. So, to bring and attract those individuals here, but have nothing else but healthcare with no income base, leads me to believe and leads me to speculate that we could be in a world of hurt within the next 10, 12 years, because there's going to be an even bigger drain on the system if we don't create some sustainability.
Another aspect of what you're saying is when I started out talking about the natural assets that we have here already, the people in the technology world are referred to sometimes as location neutral business. They can be working in China and be living in Taos. And that is another part of our economy that brings the high wage, people here. And the age group that we're talking about, 20, 30, 40 somethings, this is a lifestyle decision. This is a real important choice for people who can be in the technology world and have the beauty of what we have here.
Well, and workforce is important. And there's no question that this organization should be brought into existence. And the grant is purely to build this organization. There is no question that they will have to work with the universities and with the workforce solutions about creating workforce and understanding what our workforce is. Where is it? Is it available? Is it elsewhere in the state? Is there people that we can import in? How do we, because we're not going to create our workforce overnight. It's going to take time. That's the real crux of it. So when I say it's about jobs, it's also about workforce development, because you got to have people that are employable. Because nobody's going to move here, need to hire 10 people, and then not be able to employ them. So that is an aspect of what they need to be involved with. But again, their focus is, how do I create jobs? Well, you got to go back to your assets, right? Great quality of life, high cost of living, unreasonable cost of land, right? Utilities and things are on par, right? We have a tremendous broadband that's coming in, right? It's great fiber capacity, but the workforce isn't there. So those are the things that this organization needs to focus on solely, because it's about creating those jobs, about creating the opportunity for jobs to be created. Just as an example, I'll bring this up because Oban brought it up at the roundtable. He's thinking about opening an office in Albuquerque because he can't get anybody to move here.
Oban's the owner of Brown Rice Internet.
And tremendous growth business. He does very complex website development, database development, and things primarily out of the state. So he brings a lot of money in. So, but it's really critical that the workforce development isn't ignored. And I wasn't meaning to exclude that, but again, it's what's that package for a job? It's housing, it's workforce development, it's cost of living, all those things. That's what real economic developers have to focus on. But it's about, how do I create a job?
Person,
sure.
How do you keep, you're talking about technology and bringing in all this, enterprises and doing the top. How do you keep the workforce here in Taos? Because if you look at this community, Taos, the county, everything, it's either an old or young.
Right.
There's no middle.
Right.
How do you retain that? I didn't notice anything in terms of how do you keep, because the thing is that when my children left and got an education, did they come back to Taos? No. Because you're talking about technology. You can bring the technology, but if you don't have the manpower to work it, you haven't accomplished anything.
Right, but workforce development is kind of like on the side of economic development. There are agencies that focus and are funded for workforce development, precisely for retaining. I mean, part of that, actually, frankly, is the local government's job. Part of that is the school system's job. Part of that is the university's job, and workforce solutions. You've got all these entities that are doing it, and well, are they doing it well? What's their primary indicator? Workforce. Well, we don't have it. So maybe there's something that needs to be done to either support them, stimulate them to produce, or what this organization can do is help support them, but that can't be their primary focus. They've got a lot of irons in the fire, but again, it's creating those jobs. But they would be really blind if they weren't working with those other organizations that are already doing those things to improve the quality of the education, to improve the quality of life here, to help keep the costs of living down. right? To work with landowners to get a realistic price on your property so somebody can actually build when they come here. I mean, that's what they do, but they can't just focus on the workforce part of it. But again, it's not something they can ignore either. Yes?
I help businesses with their digital infrastructure, work with Oban a lot, and you know, helping businesses not just with the basic thing like their website, but really analyze their whole business and kind of bring them into the 21st century, essentially. And so what I'm seeing is that is a huge burden off of their back when they kind of get set up. And so this is the type of a thing we're talking about is this digital infrastructure for them. I mean, the idea of you know, working with students from the university, training them. I would love to hire a bunch and ramp up and all that. And so that's a key factor in your you know, focusing on the information technologies. And then I'm also wondering if you can speak to you know, Telluride has their big festivals each year, and that kind of an event town, you know, festival thing. How does that factor into growing Taos?
Well, in terms of growing Taos, that's tourism. That's what needs to be done to stabilize it. And if it grows, great. And it does bring money in. You know, visitors are our primary source of income, so it would be silly to ignore them. But this organization, you know, there's so many people involved in tourism already. It's like we're going to be stepping on toes. We're already stepping on each other's toes when it comes to tourism. It's something that, you know, frankly, one of our recommendations is to regionalize that. You know, tourism should be on a regional basis, not the town doing one thing, county doing another thing, and Red River does another thing. And, you know, I mean, even tourism really could benefit from cooperation and partnership, but that's probably further down the road, and that's not the focus on economic development. Because again, the problem with tourism is low wage, low skilled, and quite frankly, as somebody else said, dead end job, right? I'm only going to clean rooms so I can get a degree and then get the hell out of Taos, right? I mean, that's pretty much the attitude. Or that's all I can do, so I'm just going to live with it, right? You know, because they don't have the skills and they haven't educated themselves, or they haven't had the opportunities and they've lost faith, right, in their own abilities. And that goes back to the whole workforce issue. So it's a very, very big, complex thing. But what ends up happening to many of our organizations is they start out with a singular mission. By the next week, because they've talked to 50 friends, they now have 50 different things that they're doing. That is the death of a successful organization. It's that scope creep. So my advice is, if you choose to make this organization, it has a singular purpose. Doesn't mean it doesn't play ball with all these important components that are directly tied to their purpose. But their mission is making jobs. And not just any job, high wage, high skill, income, community income producing jobs.
Mr. Fullendorf? Steve?
Thanks, Bruce, man. Very good presentation. I agree with you that the New Mexico partnership potentially can be a very good thing for Taos. My experience with them is that, first of all, every business that they're bringing in needs a railroad, needs a freeway.
Right.
I think the last one that I saw that didn't require that was another call center. And I think we've gone down that road before. So, and it also seems like their focus is on the Teslas, because that makes the politicians look good. And so that keeps the money coming into New Mexico partnership because the governor brought in Tesla. I think where leadership comes in is to put pressure on New Mexico partnership to focus on the rural communities, because that's not where their focus is. I've been feeling like I was yelling at thin air, and I know Christopher Madrid has also, because we keep on talking to them about focus on rural jobs, focus on companies that don't require that freeway or that railroad. Our leadership if they're putting pressure on New Mexico Partnership, I think New Mexico Partnership could potentially be a great resource for us.
Well, and let me speak to that. I'm on their board. I have been for the last couple of years. There's a new executive director, Steve Barrett. He comes with a wealth of experience. He's tremendous. He's a real economic developer. He's done a lot of work throughout the Southwest. He's born and raised in Albuquerque. So there's a lot of movement there, but here's the issue. And I'm forcing them, and not too gently, to put technology as one of their major sectors that they're going after, and they are doing that. The problem is they don't have a good enough defined target. The problem is we don't have the infrastructure to really go after that yet because it's not complete. So it's like in a holding pattern. Steve's like, I swear, about every other month he calls me and says, "Do you have something for me yet? Do you have something for me yet?" You know, it's that. And like, no, we're waiting, we'll get there. As soon as we have an organization that can say, after working with all the communities, here's our targets for Red River, here's our targets for Cuesta, here's our targets for Angel Fire, here's our targets for Taos, here's for the unincorporated portions of the county, here's for whatever. Here's our targets. These are the trade shows we need to be attending. Here's what we need to have happen. We actually would actively pay for people to go to relevant trade shows with them to be able to represent Taos or the Enchanted Circle and have direct contact with people. That's when we start getting into the attraction game. But guess what? Our payment on that is really minor. It's the cost of sending somebody. The state eats the rest of the cost. Thank goodness, right? But we got to have a target really before we can play that game.
Okay, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Eugene Sanchez. One of the things about that I have to say is that I've been a resident of this community for many, many years. We've been studied, we've done research, you name it, it's been done, and they come and tell us we're going to do this or we're going to do this. And we're still in the same spot. And we haven't moved. Why? Because sometimes the people that speak want the job, not the ones that need it. So, you know, I think what we need to do is close the doors, throw everything away, and sit down and look at the reality of what's happening in our community. Okay? The recession finally came to us. You know, it's over in most of our area except for Taos, but nobody ever thought about that. We were in good spirit. We were selling land. We were developing and all that. We were doing okay. Now, when the reality hits, we don't. You know, we come up with studies, recommendations, thoughts, and all that, but never come up with a solution. I think what we need to do is just reflect and says, what is it that we need identified and do it? Because we keep asking, you know, you're saying the Obama, keep asking. A while ago you said 31% of the people in Taos are receiving government assistance. That's the same thing going to ask the government to help us. What's the difference? So I think we need to do it from this perspective. I think you need to change, and you change only from within and not from without. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Logan?
Just had a quick question. What's a reasonable timeline, supposing you light a fire under everybody's ass today? What's a reasonable timeline to see an organization like this up and running?
I'd like to see it up and running within a year. But that would be within a year of receiving funding to pursue it. It's a big chore to try and build this animal. So in other words, once the funding's in place, it should take about a year to have the organization up and running.
How long would it take? Okay.
Depends on the cycle. I think you'd probably be in the next cycle, I believe, would end in September 30th, so they're probably gonna make their awards in August. And I don't know when the requirements for the grant would be to come in, usually about 4 to 6 months in advance of the award. So probably by next spring you could have money in your hands. But that's a question more for Terry. But given 2 years, let's just give it 2 years to put in some slack time. You could have the funding to make this organization and then have it up and running. And just to respond to Mr. Sanchez, I understand that we need to make the changes within, and that's actually what we're recommending. So, I don't disagree with anything that he said. But if we're gonna make this change, it's gotta be us. Nobody else is gonna do it.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I do agree that to the extent the town and county can work together to utilize some USDA grants that could possibly lead us into a better partnership with New Mexico partnership so that we can get some of these resources. It would be a good thing. Look forward to those proposals, but I don't want to leave everybody on too dour a note. There are some hopeful signs in the overall economy and our economy. Since 2011, when your graph stopped, of course, unemployment in the overall economy has improved, and that does have a positive effect on Taos. We do have Luis's broadband initiative, which is playing out and which is going to have a very positive effect, I think, on that 16% of IT that we currently have. You know, I think that that growth will build. I think that the town's initiative on the airport is also important, especially for that 40% of accommodations and food services. Of course, the big capital investment in the Ski Valley is going to make a positive difference going forward. The county's LUR, the land use regulations and application of its subdivision laws, I think can have a positive effect on the second home industry, which is the part that's really suffered the most from 2006 to 2011. I agree with Councilman Gonzalez that to the extent that we can focus on education for our young people, that makes a huge difference. There's so many statistics that link levels of education with income. And so that's another thing that the governments can do. And of course, to utilize our tax dollars as efficiently as possible, because better roads, a good hospital, all of those things make a big difference to the economic development of the community. So I think there's a lot we can do going forward, and I look forward to those presentations. The other thing is Chevron, that that $1 billion investment in Cuesta is going to make a big difference also going forward. That's another potentially hopeful sign for it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Councilor Katu?
I just wanted to make one more comment. Your words are not falling on deaf ears, and I think your words also, Mr. Sanchez. God is good. I think right now we have a new administration. We're getting more people in with the county commission. I think this is our time to shine in collaboration. Being born and raised here, and one of the things I talked about during my campaign was my own children, my siblings who aren't returning because there's no economic development here. There's nothing to sustain them. There's communities all over other states of Taoseños who want to come home, and it's my desire in my heart, my passion, while I'm in office now, to try to make something happen. And I'm so grateful to you guys. It was a big loss when Matt was no longer working with the town of Taos, and I've told you that how many times. And Bruce, my former boss, he's been so successful. So we have some good people here who are leading us, and I really have high hopes. And we'll see in the next 4 years how we can get this done.
Matt, Bruce, thank you. We appreciate it. I think it's very educational for us. I think it's something that we can work on. I think we can work together, the town and the county. I know that I have recently spoke with UNM because of the need of further maybe a certificate type based possibility with UNM, because there's some certificate type based educational opportunities that we can look at. I know through Kit Carson, a lot of the home runs that are going to get ready to be done lately, a lot of those take just a certificate to be able to do them, not a full-fledged 4-year degree. And a lot of those certificates, if in UNM we can partner with them and possibly offer some of those certificates through UNM, I think it would be a lot better than them having to go to Santa Fe and Albuquerque like they are now to get those certificates. And I've been in contact with Brown Rice and Oban, he basically said too, if we can get those certificates here, we can offer jobs, in the $80,000 and $90,000, $100,000 area jobs. So again, I had that conversation with UNM, but we'd like to continue this conversation. hopefully we can, as town and county, come together and move forward. We know that we need economic development, and hopefully we can work with a number of the, partners like TCDC and some of the other entities that you mentioned, so that we can continue this relationship. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor Barrone, and some closing statements, maybe some thoughts as to where we have to go from both our county and city managers. Mr. Bellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the town and the county can consider putting a group together to look into the report further. There's some really important statistics that weren't delved into. For example, the census had us at a 2 to 4% growth rate in the county over the past decade. Projected to the future, that's been dropped recently to 1.60%. That's substantial. Others, for example, even though we can be excited about Molly Mine and that sector makes up 16%, the reality of it is that's a single industry that we're relying on. 2% for 6 consecutive quarters is a recession. Anything greater than 6% is a depression. So you can imagine if Molly Mine closed, we'd be out of business. The lodger's tax. We've talked for years about the town and the county and the Enchanted Circle need to do something together on that. The reality of it is the Enchanted Circle lost their person that was handling that. I think the time's ready for the town and the county. And the town, we had the discussion the other night, our lodgers make those decisions on those dollars, and yet the statistics show those decisions are apparently not the greatest decisions because we're investing in an industry that's declining. Both the town and the county project a flat revenue stream with the hope that that keeps up at a modest growth rate of 1 to 2% with the cost of living. If you look at those statistics on the number of businesses, on the number of employees, and where those GRTs are going to come from, that may not be a realistic assumption unless we actually get out and start to do something. I would ask that the town elected officials allow the staff to come back with a ordinance to consider the adoption of this element, which in fact we've already paid for. One place we can get $35,000 to start that effort toward a regional agency is by adopting that element, we can be reimbursed for the money by Mexico Finance that we put out for it. The other would be I would ask the county to consider adopting it, but also you have a wonderful resource in Leandro Cordova who has connections with NMFA. We've discussed the idea before that maybe we do need an update to this. We need to know where we're going from here. We need some more detailed questions. It would make more sense for the county to make that application for a planning grant. It has a one-year match to it that we could all contribute to, but that would be an important step forward as well. There were 2 phrases, regionalization, public-private partnership. I think you're going to see them throughout these discussions. The last thing I'll say is that the PowerPoint and the narrative should be up today on the town website. I will provide it to the county too. We'll make reference through a PDF to the full report, which I think everybody in the county should read. And that in 1990, U.S. Economic Development Administration did a report because they wanted to know why the United States was not competitive anymore. So they went to Japan, they went to Germany, and all the countries. And anecdotally, they came back with 3 things. One is that if you want to succeed as a country, your public had confidence, both in the present, future, and their leaders. The leaders had confidence in their management, but had a sense of urgency about the future. And the managers tend to be in panic mode. And that always meant you were looking towards what needed to be done to move on to the future. And I hope that we would take that attitude towards economic development.
Thank you, Rick. Mr. Chiletta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Councilmember, I think us being here today is exactly what needs to happen here for economic development and for us to start working forward for that. We have many, 16, 17 items on the table today or within the next couple of meetings that we can talk about. Landfill boards, airport, E911, planning and zoning, arts and cultural district, just to mention a few. But because of the contention that had been there before, basically everybody was on a holding pattern. We were sitting back saying, we can't move forward with that because we're not sure if we're gonna have to spend $1.4 million on this other side. We're not sure if we're gonna have to pay for 2 E911 systems running within Taos County. I think by us being here today, by us coming together, by the staffs working together in the future, we're gonna start moving Taos County forward, and we're gonna start working on these projects all together. And that is a perfect segue into exactly what we're gonna do next, which is our E911.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Archuleta. And before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I'd like to welcome some additional individuals, folks that came in to our meeting today. We have Mr. Mark Flores, who is the school board member, Taos Municipal Schools, and Darlene Vigil, our county assessor. Would like to welcome to our discussion table today the head of the local government division, Mr. Wayne Sawa. Welcome.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, we'll move on then to item 6B, and this is the E911 combined dispatch. We have a couple of other items under that particular category. Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Bellis.
Commissioners, what we're passing out is an outline that staff for both the county and the town have been working on. This outline will also be on the overhead for the viewing public to see. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to have the 2 attorneys from the town and the county present this outline as they've been working on it. And then we'll ask for some direction from the council and from the commission to move forward on that.
And Jake, before we get started, I just want to turn to Mr. Saul there and ask him, I know he came up a few days ago, about a week ago, and he did make, kind of brought to us some deadlines that he would like to see, and I just, I'd like to give him that opportunity to make sure that everybody is hearing the same views or the same recommendations from his office.
Compliment you all, but more importantly, thank you all for this new collaboration, because in effect, when we had this type of collaboration from the state's perspective, it has a positive impact on taxpayers, and that's what ultimately we're here to do is address the taxpayers in the communities, and by working together, we're going to be able to see, if we talk about this E911 center, it's called, for the ladies and gentlemen here, it's called a PSAP, that's the acronym, PSAP, which stands for Public Safety Answering Points, and we'll be talking about that, but You know, Mr. Mayor, instead of having two PSAPs, consolidating it into one PSAP will allow the state of New Mexico, starting July 1st on our new budget cycle, to pay to that combined or consolidated PSAP in excess probably of $450,000 to $475,000 or more in fiscal 15-60. And the reason I use that term is that so far, year to date, we paid the current PSAP $435,000 and change to run its operation, as well as we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars 6 or 7 months ago new equipment into the existing PSAP. So by statute, ladies and gentlemen, by statute, you have to have a consolidated PSAP in order to receive funding from the state of New Mexico. So I'm not talking about it.
Just for the record.
You have to ask my wife, she's still talk to her. Okay, so, please. Mr. Mayor, could I sit somewhere else besides my old friend here? Bugging me. So, no, Luis and I go way back. We're both Aggies, so we came from a good school from anybody who's from New Mexico State. But, so there's a statute that the state passed years ago, and it says to receive funding, you have to have a consolidated PSAP. Now, there's some exceptions in the statute recognized, for instance, Red River, and a couple others because of geographical locations and lack of repeaters, things of that nature. Now we have, basically, we have two sets of examples here, and both of them are turning out to be very positive. I have some of my employees down speaking to Otero County and Alamogordo. For 8 years, they've run 2 separate PSAPs. For 8 years, they couldn't come to the table, talk to each other, and now with the new mayor, new county commission, Otero County and Alamogordo, who just right across the street from each other, are working hand in hand to develop a joint, or JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, and they'll have a new PSAP up and running shortly. And with that, after 8 years of no payment from the state of New Mexico, my department will be able to sit there and send Alamogordo and Otero County hundreds of thousands of dollars for both equipment, and then we pay for maintenance, we pay for training and tie lines and things like that. Of course, I've been on the job now 6.5 months. I come from the private sector. I'm a CPA by trade, so I'm not a politician, unfortunately. I'm not smart enough to be a politician. Just an Aggie here. But one of the things that the governor and Dr. Clifford, the secretary from DFA, Department of Finance Administration, when I came in, he said, look, Wayne, we need to sit there in any way, in a small way, try to help with these cities and counties that are continually not seeing eye to eye. And so in the 6 months I've been here, we've worked very closely with Otero and Alamogordo, and not because of what we did, but because what the citizens saw, and the citizens of the county looking for a better way to govern themselves. And I think this collaboration that we're seeing today is very exciting. So with that, Mr. Mayor, on the JPA, we'll need of course, you have the JPA. One of the two parties terminated the JPA with the other party. So we're hoping that the attorneys, of course, you always have to get the attorneys involved to knock out a JPA, to develop a JPA, get it to the state of New Mexico, to DFA. Would like to see it by maybe May 15th or so, that we talked about last time. That way it'll give our attorneys a chance, and then Dr. Clifford, Secretary Clifford, will sign the JPA, get this in place. We've already developed a budget. We're anticipating that we're going to start cutting checks to the Taos Consolidated PSAP July 15th or before. So the budgets will be available July 1st, and we want to go ahead and start cutting those checks to the new Consolidated PSAP as soon as possible. And just for your own edification, where does the state get this money? Well, everybody's got a cell phone today. That cell phone has a tax imposed by the state of New Mexico. We pick up about $14 million from the taxing of those cell phones, and that comes into my departments on a monthly basis. Right now, We have 47 PSAPs, these answering points throughout the state of New Mexico, and we give those 47 PSAPs around $10.4, $10.5 million a year for maintenance, for training, for certification, for tie lines, things like that. The other $4 million we hold in and is capital improvements. Capital improvements, now by statute, we can't pay for new radios, we can't pay for CAD, computer-aided dispatch, but we can pay for the other parts of the equipment, we can pay for upgrades and things like that. So what we're looking for is to work with your PSAP to get your budget estimates of what kind of new equipment you need. Now, like I said, 6-7 months ago, we spent close to $500,000 on your existing PSAP with the new servers, computers, things of that nature. And then once your 1-year warranty runs out of that current equipment, then we pick up your maintenance on that equipment. So it's very beneficial to each PSAP where we can spend that $14 million every year to support public safety. So that's, Mr. Mayor, that's it in a nutshell is what we're looking for. But again, we have to have the JPA, so we encourage you all to work forward on that. Of course, within the JPA, we sent you some examples. You know, San Juan County has a really good one, Doñana County has a good one. We're working right now with SMU and Riva to develop a new JPA. But all in all, the JPA spells out how are you going to manage the PSAP. And what we've seen across New Mexico is that you've got a board of trustees, and they're bipartisan, and they're not looking at just to sit there and protect the city's interests of the county, but what they're looking at, their ultimate charter is the public safety of the citizens. For instance, Otero, when you get a call from the city limits for an ambulance, the Alamogordo PSAP has to pick up the phone and call the county PSAP. Well, if that's my mom or dad or my kids laying there with shot, heart attack, sick, and I have to wait an extra 3 or 4 minutes for these 2 PSAP to transfer their calls, that's 3 or 4 minutes that somebody could die. And so the state's ultimate goal is to work through these issues, have us consolidate PSAP to increase the response time, public safety time, and whether it's fire, EMS, or police. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Welcome, and I guess keep those cell phones ringing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Well, we definitely welcome you to this discussion table here today, and this time I'll go ahead and turn it over to our managers.
Mr. Sell, I have a quick question, reference for clarification purposes. The Taos PSAP or the JPA for Taos is good.
2018, that has never been broken. There was an entity that actually gave notice to the JPA that said we're getting out and giving everybody notice. The consolidation stayed, and so then at a later date, 6 months later, the entity came back and said, okay, we're not getting out of the consolidated PSAP. So for clarification purposes, because we still have a JPA, we still have a consolidated PSAP in all of Taos County, how do we stand in that aspect? Because I think your understanding is that somebody had given notice and was leaving, so for that reason was no longer consolidated, but it's never deconsolidated is my question.
And Mr. Archuleta, if that is the case, then I stand corrected. The last set of letters that I have in our files said that one of the entities was serving notice to terminate the JPA. So we are under the impression that the second PSAP would be up and running by June 30th. That's some of the emails we got when we met with the county back, I think, in January. So if that's not the case, and if we can get the attorneys to nod yes that the JPA is still in effect, then we don't have an issue. I think, though, as you move forward, you might want, since the JPA is so old, it might need some fine tuning.
Oh, absolutely.
But let me ask the attorneys if this assumption is correct.
Mr. Malone.
The basic assumption that there's an existing JPA is correct. We still want to craft a new one that represents the current reality. The existing JPA was initiated in 1998. The town did send a letter indicating that it was terminating its participation. The JPA didn't provide that a single party could dissolve the entire JPA, simply that a single party could, on adequate notice, discontinue its participation, but then the town voted and took that back. So we have an existing JPA.
Okay, and Jake, you are in concurrence with that?
No, I have no reason to. I'm unfamiliar with the exact history of those letters and subsequent rescission, I suppose, of that letter, but that's my understanding.
With that, Mr. Romero, then we'll move forward to plan on distributing the funds as we get the invoices and bills for your consolidated PSAP. And again, I encourage you, as you have Amity as your new PSAP director, and she's aware that we have funds for training, and as you get new dispatchers in for certifying those dispatchers, takes a lot of money, a lot of time. We pay for that. And so we'll plan on then start reimbursing July 1st. Okay. And once you get the new JPA, I'd like to see it in draft form because Greg Schaefer, our lead attorney, and then of course Dr. Clifford, our secretary, will have to review and sign it. But that's good news, and I was in our files not up to date as far as all the letters flying back and forth, so I appreciate that.
Mr. Lowe?
Just a quick question for Mr. Saul that may.
I know Greg Schaefer, and can we send the draft directly to him?
Yes, sir.
Good.
That would be great.
And what sort of timeline are we talking about for that to get approval?
Well, if, Mr. Malone, the current JPA that was signed in 1998, is it due to expire within the next 12 months?
No, not till 2018.
Then I would ask that you not procrastinate, because you probably need to clean up the old language. Talk about, the Board of Trustees, the Board of Directors, whatever you want to refer to it. But I would just ask that maybe we, get it in the next, 8 to 12 months, possibly, or sooner.
We want to do it a lot more quickly than that.
Yeah. But and the meeting we had last week with the mayor, again, that wasn't clarified. But again, some of the emails that we have in transmission communications was said that it was terminated. But this is good news. So I'll go back. I'll let Dr. Clifford know and the Foreflow know that it's in effect, and so we can go ahead and continue to cut the checks without any kind of disruption.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My ears lit up when I hear that cutting check. Those cutting check. So I wondered, is there any estimate that we can use for annual amounts of reimbursement from the cell phone tax?
So far, sir, we've reimbursed to date through the end of March. We've reimbursed this. We've paid $435,000 on behalf of the PSAP. And so when you get your bills from whether it's CenturyLink or any of your other third-party providers, training, all that stuff, then those bills are paid directly out of my shop, and then we cut them to the different third parties. We actually don't sit there and reimburse. So when you go to training, we pick up the pay or the per diem, travel, stuff like that for the training for that. When you need new servers, you need new councils, screens, things of that nature, we pay for that. And it's spelled out quite specifically in the statutes. So, but again, I don't see any interruption at all paying for these approved charges starting January or July 1st.
But none of that can go towards the operational budget?
No, sir.
Just for invoices that we submit for training?
Per statute, yes, sir.
And does the state take any position on the approximate $500,000 worth of equipment that was installed in the Kit Carson building, assuming that we're going to actually have our dispatch here? In other words, is the state concerned with whether or not we move any of that equipment or utilize it under the new JPA?
Well, the JPA probably wouldn't address, transferring equipment from one building to another. And I just received, Rios is my E911 program manager, and he sent me an email last night, I think it was from either the city or the county's IT group.
talking about if they decided to buy all new equipment for the new PSAP, would the state pay for the maintenance of it once the 1-year warranty runs out on that equipment? And my first thought was, and we get hit with a lot of inquiry from citizens across the states, and I just came from my favorite place earlier this week. It's called Sunland Park, New Mexico. And we have supervisory control of the city because in 2012, before I got there, the state police, the Office of State Auditor rolled in at 5 o'clock and arrested about half the employees, and we charged them with fraud, abuse, and misuse of public funds. So we're going to have to go back and research that. If we spent nearly $500,000 6 to 7 months ago on state-of-the-art equipment, and then you do not want to use that, but you're going to go ahead and spend your own money for another $600,000 for new equipment, I think we need to ask both sets of attorneys under state statute, would that be considered misuse or abuse of public funds? We have to be very careful in this. Now, I'm not a technical kind of guy. Again, I'm not an IT geek, but you would think that there'd be a way to sit there and use that equipment. You have the ability to transfer all your calls if you wanted to do on a weekend where you can sit there and look at your call patterns. And if you sit there and look at the weather and everything else, make sure you're forecasting that your call patterns are going to be low for 72 hours. You can transfer those calls automatically to Red River or other PSAPs at the state of New Mexico, and they can take the calls for you. And then sit there and use that time to take the equipment and transfer it, physically move it out of one, put it into another building, and fire it up and test it. I think that would be feasible. But if you don't want to do it, then we probably should look at, if you're going to use the same vendor that you bought it from for the first PSAP, then we ought to ask that vendor if they can give us 75 cents on the dollar, 80 cents on the dollar as a credit. But I'd still ask your attorneys to look at that. The issue is that misuse and abuse of public funds, because seeing other entities and citizens across the state of New Mexico, every time one of the city council, county commissioners do something, I get a letter. Well, this is fraud and abuse. Well, then I automatically turn it over to the Office of the State Auditor. He's got a whole section that starts a whole investigation. So I just say, you do your homework, be cautious about it, and just always be concerned about the taxpayers' dollar. So I didn't answer your question totally, I'm sorry.
No, I think you did. So, thank you.
Councilor Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding was that the equipment that was purchased last year would be moved over as part of the program. Now, but my question to you is, in July 1st next fiscal year, is there funding in there for any additional equipment for this PSAP? In other words, to upgrade some of the other stuff?
It could offset some of the cost that the county was anticipating buying out of their funding sources?
I would have to look at the schedule, sir. We have, out of the 47 PSAPs, we have, it's called a refresh or repurchase. So when you buy the equipment and it's coming up on 4 years, 5 years, usually most servers, computers, things like that are good for about 4.5 to 5 years. So we have all the PSAPs on a 5-year cycle to purchase new equipment, new servers, computers, things of that nature. I'd have to go back and look, but from what I understand, and I didn't bring the file with me, and Art, he's your PSAP representative on my team. He's down in Alamogordo and Otero County today trying to finalize their JPA. I'll look at that, but my sense is that as much money as we spent last year, 2013, on your PSAP, I don't know if you'd be up for renewal of new equipment. Now, once we bought that equipment, whether it's there or you buy your own, we're not going to go back through and replace equipment that's less than 5 years old. But I can check into that. I can send communications back to the mayor and let you know what would be covered.
As part of that, is this limitation that you have to in capital expenditures to strictly hardware, or can you do software?
I didn't bring the statutes with me, sir. I don't know if we can upgrade software or not. I'd have to refer back to the statutes. I didn't bring them with me. Let me research. So you have two questions as far as what new equipment would you be available to you in starting July 1st, and do we pay for software? My sense is, well, I don't know if we pay for software or not. I'm not going to guess. I'll look at the statutes, I'll research it, and I can get back to you.
Mr. Chairman.
Just one second. Still have a couple other questions.
In that regard, the question is part of the upgrades that the county is doing in the new center is new what stations or councils, and there's only two, but there's a need for a third one, and wondering whether or not I believe the councils that we are using right now are pretty old, and they do need to be upgraded. So I was wondering if there would be a possibility to get funding to assist in the upgrades of those councils.
Well, I guess, sir, my first question would be is on the current equipment, and Amity, could you, and where did Amity go? Oh, on the system we have, the servers we have, it has the capacity for how many dispatchers, how many councils at one time? You have 5 available slots, but you're only using 2 right now? Okay. So we've already paid for 5 stations. So you have 5 stations, and you usually staff 3 of those 5 at a time.
I understand, but my question is that, my understanding is that they are old and need to be upgraded. And my question is, can those be looked at as being available for funding?
Let me take a look at that. If they're less than 5 years,
or they're broken, they don't work. We have some situations where we hope dispatchers don't do this, but we have some dispatchers, some counties that drink Coke and water at their computers, and they spill it on their computers and the terminals, and it shorts out, and so then say, oh, wait, we got to have new console. So let me check on that and see how old your consoles are. But if any of them are not functioning, that need maintenance, then we'll pay for that. And that comes not out of the capital, but out of the $10.4 million refreshing that. Same thing with your recorders. You have to have recorders, and the recorders run $30,000 to $45,000. That is part of the maintenance. It's not part of the O&M. It's not part of the capital. So we pay for recorders every time they decide to give up the ghost. And the recorders we found usually are good for 3 or 4 years, and then we have to replace them. Plus, technology keeps changing. So that's why we spend part of the $10 million on is those recorders, because that's statute and that's mandatory that you record all your calls.
One final question. Isn't there also a funding on landlines that you get besides the cell phones, or does a landline fund go somewhere else?
I am not aware. I know the $14 million that we get comes from cell phones. I would have to check with TRD, Tax and Rev, to see, because if you look at your landline bill, there's probably 4 or 5 taxes on there, and so I'd have to check with TRD, Tax and Rev.
Well, there is one on there for 911, but I'm not, like I say, my question is, where is that money going?
Well, I have to go back with Tax and Rev and see if it says 911. Now, I've dropped, like so many folks here in New Mexico have, and I'm following my kids' advice. I've dropped my landline, and I'm just strictly jetpack and internet. So let me check with TRD and see if there is a E911 or a 911 tax on your landline.
There is.
And that'll be going in, and I'll read it. We'll reference the statute. I don't know, Ms. Malone, have you?
That was.
A copy of the statutes here?
I don't have it handy.
Excuse me, but that was imposed before there were cell phones.
Okay. Let me check and see if the landline tax goes to this fund.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Malone.
Mr. Chairman, our IT department has been under the understanding, and if it's incorrect, it would create great opportunity financially that Councilman Peralta has raised, but our IT department has been under the understanding that the consoles are not something that can be paid for by the state. If that's wrong, we really need to know that. Because if the consoles can be paid for by the state, it impacts greatly what money we're going to spend on new equipment. So if we could get an answer to that question, it would be extremely, extremely helpful.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm bringing that up, because if under the statute, hardware can be purchased, that's hardware. And so the question then is whether or not it meets the 5-year timeline, I guess, that's been imposed by statute. So that's where I was coming from in my question.
And the distinction that our IT department has been given to understand, and I'm not saying that as a lawyer I buy this distinction, but that's their understanding, is that the incoming telephony and the hardware and software that transmits that telephony to the console, that first stage, the incoming telephony and the hardware and software, is what the state pays for, but not the consoles. It's not a question of whether it's hardware versus software, but the piece of the puzzle that it is. And so if we could get clarification on that, it would be wonderful if the consoles too can be paid for.
We'll get clarification on all these questions, and we'll get it back to you. Give me till Monday or Tuesday, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So.
Go ahead, Steve.
Steve has just whispered in my ear that we should talk about the outline of the key points for a joint powers agreement. We refer to it as a JPA. Obviously, the lawyers can't make up the substance of an agreement. Only the two government entities and our other partners, who we also want to invite, can make up the substance of the agreement, and then the lawyer's job is to accurately craft it. What Jake Caldwell and I have done is to put together a list of key points that we hope the two bodies can agree upon. Then that would give us the basis for moving forward to actually craft a joint powers agreement. And until we have that guidance from the two governing bodies, it would be very difficult for us to actually draft the joint powers agreement. These have been distributed. There's 17 key points, but these have been distributed to both bodies. I don't know if it's the inclination to have me go through all 17 or just be available, Mr. Caldwell and I, to be available to answer questions right now. It might be more efficient if we answered questions. I think that, just by way of background, we have met now, I think, 3 times over the last few weeks, not just Mr. Caldwell and I, but the town and county managers. On the county side, this has been distributed amongst the key county staffers who would be impacted, and I assume something similar has happened on the town side. And these key points are points that Mr. Caldwell and I are both very comfortable with. We think they would form the basis of a strong, stable, and ongoing JPA if the two government bodies can see their way clear to approve it. There is one point that was left for discussion and to be determined hopefully today. If you'll direct your attention to paragraph 9, says that the town and the county will agree on an operational budget for the first 2 years of the JPA with percentages to be determined. And so we did not feel comfortable, based on discussions with staff at both entities, with recommending a percentage.
Mr. Malone, Mr. Caldwell, and maybe it is a good idea to hit every single point one by one.
Okay.
That way we can address them as you go. And certainly welcome the input from all of the staffs at this time.
Well, the first point is fairly generic. It's just that the town and county will enter into a JPA based on the principles that follow, and that we will invite our other local entities, the Village of Cuesta, the Taos Ski Valley, and the Taos Pueblo, to join in the JPA. Later on in the listed items, it indicates that if the two government entities today approve this list or some modification of this list, that the two lawyers, the town lawyer and the county lawyer, would immediately involve the other smaller entities in the process of drafting the JPA. So they wouldn't be left out and just presented with it at the end of the process.
Okay, and along with that, I know that the county administration has also communicated with the Forest Service. At what point would the Forest Service and other entities come into play?
Well, I don't, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, and it would require some discussion. I don't know that we had envisioned the Forest Service as a member of the JPA.
Okay.
The JPA statute envisions various state entities. The Forest Service is obviously a federal entity. We would certainly have talked about them being a participant in the facility. They could be a participant in the facility as a paying participant of some sort without being a JPA member.
Okay, and I know this. I just want to make sure that Mr. Saul knows what the intentions are of this new agreement that we're trying to form. Go ahead and continue with number 2.
The second point is probably...
Mayor, and Mr. Malone, before we go any further, it wouldn't hurt to actually include Red River on there, even though they have their own PSAP, but the possibility that they want to consolidate and actually if we can prove that we can handle that might be something that we, and open up the possibilities.
Certainly no harm in opening up the lines of communication.
Folks, if we could also include...
State your name for the record.
Edward Behill, Acting Planning Director. If we could also include an invitation to people in East Pueblo, and that they make a determination as to whether they want to participate in part of the file, but we could include people in East Pueblo as well. Our GIS tech, Mr. Brian Crippen, is presently working with the East Pueblo to assist in updating some of the WAC as we speak.
Okay, thank you for that recommendation. Is there anyone here, I know that staff could probably speak with regards to the Red River 911 as to what the condition of it is, or Conrad, is Conrad there? Oh, there you go, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, right now, thing that I can say is Red River is staffed with a single console. They don't have multiple consoles, and they're a separate PSAP because they don't have the ability to connect back into the county's radio system. I believe that's probably what you're looking for.
Okay. Amity, any thought?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanchez.
Chairman, Commissioners, town staff, and town councilors, Red River went through a PSAP upgrade the same time that the town did last year. They were actually one of 5 PSAPs in the state that were getting the telephony.
So their telephony has come up. There is the issue with the radio communications. We'd have to put in quite a few point-to-point radios to kind of link their radio system with ours. So there is that issue. It is true that their call volume's quite low. As far as their consoles, they're pretty much up to date. They updated their consoles to the MC 7500 consoles with part of their upgrade as well. So they're in the same generation that we were looking at, or just one generation behind as far as their consoles are, but their telephony was upgraded just this past year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Anything else? Any other questions with regards to item 1?
Mr. Chairman. Contract with the
I see.
Anyone from Angel Fire? Okay. Item 2, Mr. Malone.
Mr. Chairman, item 2 is probably one of
important items, and I think it pretty much speaks for itself that a board of directors would be established, made up not of politicians or managers, but the technical people from the law enforcement, fire, and emergency communities, and that they would provide the overall operational policy guidance and advice to the E911 director and to the governing bodies. That's something that Mr. Soul talked about when he was making his comments,
Okay.
and that seems to be the pattern in the rest of the state.
Okay, so this would be a board of advisors or board of trustees?
We've used the term board of directors, but it...
Councilor Gonzalez?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Chair, I think with regards to number 2 on the Board of Directors makeup, which is something that I've fostered the idea for since the inception, since I got elected. Not only that, beyond just the policy and guidance, I think they should absolutely have ultimate budget control as well. And the reason I say that is because at the end of the day, you still have politicians pull in budget constraints or the ability to affect budget. So it's something that I've been extremely passionate about. If this is to be a true collaborational effort and joint E911 with an unbiased board for not only policy direction but also budget direction, I think it behooves us to add that language in as well, to allow them the flexibility to control that budget, so that in hopes one day, if there is a taxing entity that is imposed or in place, that they have control and see fit where those funds are distributed.
Mr. Malone?
And I'd welcome Mr. Caldwell's comments on this point because it's an important point. The document later on in one of the enumerated items provides that board of directors, along with the director, who currently is Amity, that they create the budget. But from a legal perspective, the two sovereign legal entities, the town and the county, can't delegate their fiscal responsibility. And I think Mr. Soul would probably reaffirm that.
Well, and I think with regards to that, I wasn't talking about handing over fiscal agency or full fiscal responsibility, but just to the point where we're just, I guess, we handle the procurement, we handle everything with regards to that, aside from the control of the actual budget itself.
And I just want to be very clear, and I invite Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Sal to weigh in. The appropriations process, the budgeting process, not just the fiscal agency of writing checks and keeping the books and making sure things are done correctly, but the actual budgeting process, appropriating the money, can't be delegated by the two local government entities.
Mr. Sell, I guess if I could just entertain one question, and that was if this regional board becomes its own governing entity, so to speak, at that point, I'm trying to remove the politics out of this equation.
I think Mr. Wright, unless you're a political subdivision organized and incorporated as a county or municipality, the states would not. You don't have the ability to set your own budgets, procure that nature. So what we're seeing the other PSAPs do is that they know what their budget has to be, and then 55 split, and it goes back to the respective county to city, but then the state has to ensure that that city and the county, by our constitution, has to have a balanced budget. So PSAP comes in and says they need an extra $3 million, and as we heard from our economic development consultants, if your revenue is flat, then the city and county cutting. And so to sit there and say that you're going to be independent and you're a public subdivision to yourself, and that would cause some real constitutional issues. So Mr. Malone is exactly right. You know, you prepare your budget, look at your trends, look at forecast, and then you give it over to the respective two entities. They're going to have to vote to approve those budgets.
Did you have Mr. Cardwell?
And just to add to that, in response to Councilor Gonzalez's comment, I think under strict constitutional and statutory authority cannot be bound by a third-party body. Now, of course, there's provision even in the summary document, and I think it's been widely discussed, that if there were ever an independent source of funding, i.e.
clarification. Even looking at the song on JPA, the provision in there is they have a 4% gross receipts tax that pays for their emergency dispatch operation. And it's a dedicated source, can't be used for anything else except for ambulance service. But it's designated by the tax imposition as to the percentage that goes either way. Even with that, in the JPA, because the money comes to the county, the board of directors of the operation make up the budget within the revenue stream that is provided by that tax. But in the end, they have to take that budget and send it to the county, and the county has to approve it because it is county funding and is not an independent funding such as you would have, let's say, in the landfill operation. The landfill operation and its board has its own funding source that is independent of other governmental entities. But in this case with the PSAP, in all those counties that have imposed that tax, the county imposes it, the county has to sign off on it by constitution. And so even though the board may have almost independence, it doesn't really have because it has to be approved by the county commission.
No, I agree with what Councilman Peralta just said. That should be it.
Okay, we can go on to number 3.
I think we already alluded to number 3, and that's simply describing the role of the board of directors.
I think I already read that item, and it was kind of folded into the discussion that we've just had.
Number 4?
Number 4 is describing that the actual operation of E911 will be run by a director who will be hired by the fiscal agent for the JPA. And initially, the town has already hired a director, and the anticipation is, and it's provided for later on in this document, that the employees will become employees of the county. But we anticipate that the existing director will be the director at the time of the transition. Thereafter, if for some reason a new director needs to be appointed, then the nominations for that new director would come from the board of directors. They would interview people, put out invitations, and then pass on to the fiscal agent their recommended nominees, and the fiscal agent would make the decision to hire among those recommended nominees. So again, Councilor Gonzalez, while it isn't quite as independent as you're hoping for, the board is actually choosing the people from among whom the director will be chosen.
Mr. Malone, I was wondering if, Mr. Caldwell, if we could list who the board of directors is going to be. In fact, you state the key law enforcement, fire, and emergency officials. If we can list those in this JPA.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the JPA, if we get the go-ahead to draft it, it's still going to have to come back to both bodies for ultimate approval. But if we get the go-ahead to draft it, then we will put together what we would recommend as the list. We didn't want to get to that fine micro detail at this point.
Okay. Councilor Peralta.
2 things in that regard. I would suggest that that there be a maximum number of directors, and secondly, that someplace in the JPA it talks about the hiring and of dispatchers as well as the director, if that is going to be handled and recommend. I realize that they're going to be county employees, but if that hiring is going to be the responsibility of the director, or is it going to be the responsibility of the board? In other words, approved by the board as recommended by the director for hiring, or whatever. I'm just trying to put some information in there to understand exactly how the operation is going to be handled on an administrative basis.
That's a good recommendation.
Okay. Next.
The 5th item is that the operation will be located in the county complex on Albright Street. I think everyone's familiar with the proposal in that regard for outfitting what is currently the Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
The sixth item relates to that same point, that the county will expend approximately $1.1 million to purchase equipment for the operation and approximately $300,000 for real property improvements to house the operation and to relocate existing county departments. I should make the obvious comment that if Mr. Sowell gets back to us with the very good news that consoles can and would be paid for by the state, those numbers would change.
Councilor Peralta?
Just going back to my previous question I asked earlier about the existing equipment and whether or not that is going to be moved and incorporated into this PSAP. And the reason I'm asking that because we need to have language to get that transfer over.
Councilman Peralta, the number that's in paragraph 6, the 1.1 million, does not anticipate moving the equipment. That number was derived if the equipment is purchased brand new. And it's my understanding that the technical people have a number of thoughts and observations about moving the equipment, and I shouldn't be commenting on those. I think it would be appropriate for them to comment on it. Obviously, from a fiscal standpoint, if it can be moved and money can be saved and there aren't technical problems, it makes all the sense in the world. But to be clear, in response to your question, this item 6 is based on buying new equipment.
Well, my feeling here is that we shouldn't throw away $450,000. And so that it would be in the best interest, because in our move, what we did temporarily in order to make the move of the equipment is we used Red River as a dispatcher for us during the move. So it wasn't an impossibility to make that equipment work, and it all is compatible. So it's because it's from the same vendor anyway. And I'm just saying is that it saves us money, but it also, and that allows us for doing some of the other things that we're going to be talking about a little later concerning this, and that is concerning some software. So I'm just saying is that it would be good if we could, in language, incorporate that there's no sense in taking a piece of some of that equipment. I agree is not up to date, but some of it is. It's brand new, and we should incorporate it in our program and save some money or use some money to do some other things that I think have been on the drawing board by staff as well.
Thank you, Councilor Peralta. Mr. Bellows.
That for all the technical details that would be involved, that at best there would be a $20,000 savings, but it creates a lot of technological nightmares. As regards the units other than the Cassidian, the wiring up to that unit has to be put in brand new, and the consoles on the other side of the Cassidian would not be able to interface with the new software and the new consoles that we intend to install.
Thank you. I know that some of the council members here were at our last meeting where this was a very hot topic. The concern basically is obviously proper use of citizens' money, state money, and part of the cost that wasn't initially considered was that Red River for 72 hours could possibly handle our call volume, but moving that equipment isn't always a 72-hour process. Sometimes it takes many days, especially if you're meshing technology that isn't wired together from the start, and so you have to make that happen. They've told me they can make it happen. They gave me a 5 to 10 day window. A 5 to 10 day window is not something that Red River can accommodate as far as taking calls. They don't have the technological ability. They have one phone, a couple of lines, and one dispatcher. We have 3 on every day. You can do the math. It's very simple. So we'd have to then look at asking somebody else, maybe Espanola or someone, to take on our traffic for that window, and assuming that we can get it worked out in 5 to 10 days. So that adds quite a bit to your cost to transfer the equipment. Technically, they stated it can be accomplished. How much money you're willing to throw at it is an entirely different affair, and they can't give me an exact figure on that. They can only guess.
And Amity, the change would happen sometime in June, July, at the height of the fire season?
No.
When would it happen?
I would strongly recommend not changing it at the height of fire season.
Any recommendation as to when?
From the figures that I've seen for your area, call volume is typically lowest in either October, November, or January, February. So given that, that would be the 2 options that I would move towards and certainly try to fit into.
As the move-in?
For a transition, to go
Okay.
from one place to the other and to switch your dispatchers from one system to another. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts from
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chileta?
Commissioners Council, the other thing that, again, I want to reiterate, both staffs have been working on this and looking at it diligently. The cost savings probably would be about $20,000 is what we were estimating. But the other thing that I think is highly important is that we want the operation at the current site to continue while the training starts on the new site. Part of the things that the director has also brought up to the staffs is a new location, new equipment, new councils, new CAD system, which all takes time to adjust to. And so what we would like to do in order to help protect the communities is to have the system running and have training going on with the new equipment, with the new site, with the employees, so that once we flip the switch, then they're very familiar with that. If we went this other route, what would happen basically is we would shut down within 72 hours, bring this system up. Hopefully there'd be no glitches, and hopefully the staff could get accustomed to it fairly quickly. We could do some prior training to that, but it wouldn't be really live training that, we would really want to spend a good month or month and a half actually training staff on the new system, new software, new CAD system that's out there.
Okay, Conrad, if you want to come to the table and speak.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, regarding the Red River picking up, that is a possible thing, but the problem is we would have to have dispatch here, the radio portions up running prior to that cutover and during the transition while things are down. At that point, Red River, all they can do is pick up the calls, the incoming part that people actually dial in on their telephone. So they would actually still have to forward those calls into dispatch here for somebody to pick up. In the meantime, there are several minutes that have elapsed, and going back to what Mr. Sal talked about, that's a period of time that you've delayed the whole dispatch and call process, which ultimately it exaggerates the whole problem why somebody is calling in, especially if it's a life and death situation. We can't be delaying those calls, and there's something that have to be, if it's a vital importance or if it's a real emergency, we have to answer those as promptly as possible, and that's our responsibility to the public, that we have to address their needs.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Mr. Chair, one more thing.
Mr. Bellis.
I would not underestimate the complexity of the new software and CAD system we're putting in place and the amount of time it'll take to get familiar with that. You do not want to have somebody learning on the job, so to speak, during a crisis situation. The other part of that is we have not yet approached DFA, but Homeland Security, FEMA, all require under NIMS and ICS that you have redundant communication systems if you're serving on a regional basis for multi-agencies. One of the advantages of going to the Sheriff's Department was the idea that we could accommodate as an emergency management center multiple state, federal, local agencies. If that system goes down and our backup is Red River, a year from now, we still have the same problem. The radios and the tower are still in place and functioning as part of the existing system. There's no reason that these older units, consoles, could not be returned back to that building in the existing 911 room, which is separated from the rest of the police station. And if DFA was amenable to that, also moving the Cassidian back over time, and we would have a completely redundant system. So if there's a fire in this building, someone had said at one point, what if there's a jailbreak? Whatever the situation is that happens, all we would need to do is open that door, keep it live, and move personnel from one building to the other. It wouldn't be the most up-to-date system, but it would still function at a level we've become acceptable with now, and we could get communication and minimal CAD direction out for emergency services.
Okay, great idea. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on this particular item? Mr. Sowell?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Romero, having, I think, again, I look at it from the perspective of we'll always have citizens trying to second guess the city and the county. So if we have this plan, and to me, to have a second redundance, because we see this in other PSAPs. I mean, if you look at Bernalillo County, Albuquerque, they have 2 redundant PSAPs. From the standpoint, if one is taken out by terrorists or a fire or whatever, then the second one, then the employee just move across to over where Bernalillo is, and it's up and running in less than probably 20 minutes. So if I would encourage both governmental entities to look at this transition plan, vote on it, talk about the efficiencies, the savings, and again, because I go back to, we always have 1 or 2 citizens that's going to sit there and take it to the AG's office and take it to the Office of State Auditor or us and say fraud, abuse, and misuse. By having this well thought out transition, having a redundant biggest house, and if you're covering Cuesta and Angel Fire and other entities and federal agencies, then having a second backup system is going to sit there and address all those issues. So I think if you have that well thought out plan, look at the economics of it, both entities vote on it, then there's very little anybody can bring up as far as, well, it was done in the middle of the night, or it was abuse and misuse of public funds. So I really encourage that. Looking at the training issue, we see, well, we're dealing like this, trying to work with Otero and Albright, thinking of, they got 2 PSAPs, they're going to run both of them in parallel until the new one is set up, because again, everybody gets new CAD, everybody gets new software, and the training is not going to take 1 or 2 days. And we're talking about how many, days and days and testing and get them certified. So I think this is a great plan. As long as both entities vote on it and approve it, then I think we can withstand any criticism from any private party or public party.
Peralta, I guess in that, if that is the thought of the staff, is to have a redundant PSAP, then I think it should be part of the JPA language and somewhere in there that the parties agree to fund and operate a redundant system, whatever that means. I'm not saying it's going to cost any money up front, but there's going to be some cost to it, and we need to have some reserves if we do have to move, and what that little amount of money is going to take to pick up the pieces and move them from one location to another for temporary or permanent. So I just think that should be probably part of the language if that is the recommendation of the staff.
I agree, and Mr. Malone, you can include that, Mr. Caldwell as well. Okay, Commissioner Blankenhorn? Okay, next item.
Next item is number 7, that the county will be the fiscal agent for the operation and employ the employees of the operation. I might comment that that would be a good place to deal with the language that Councilman Peralta suggested about the employees, and subject to Jake's input, as I already said, I think that's a good recommendation.
Okay. Next.
Item 8 is really just a transitional item. It says until a dedicated revenue source to fund the operation is adopted, the funding of the operation will be as follows. And then we go to paragraph 9. The town and the county will agree upon an operational budget for the first 2 years of the JPA with percentages to be determined. For the first 2 years, Cuesta, the Ski Valley, and the Pueblo, and then I would add the other entities that we've discussed if they choose to participate, would pay the amount they are currently paying. Obviously, the new entities aren't paying a current amount, so some number would have to be established to the existing E911 operation, and those payments would be placed in a reserve account. All budgets are subject to approval of the governing bodies of the parties to the JPA. The basic concept there is that the budgeting or the operation of the JPA would be shared between the town and the county. The funds that come in from the other participants would be placed in a reserve account for contingencies. Obviously, the parenthetical there about percentages to be determined is something that the two bodies need to discuss at this point.
Would like to hear from the town of Taos.
Sure. And one of the things that I would, I recommended is a possibility of 1 year. And the reason I say that is there a way to determine call volume presently? And Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, one of the rare moments of agreement in the failed efforts several months ago to craft a JPA was that once we had sufficient data, and that we did not then have sufficient data, but once we had sufficient data to calculate call volume based not on where the call came from, but where the incident was. And Mr. James and I and lawyers for the Ski Valley and for Cuesta all agreed that the location of the incident was the best way of determining what call volume should be measured for purposes of deciding the percentage cost that each party would contribute. Currently, we don't have that. We don't have incident location call volume. The current call volume data that we have is only based on landlines. We have, as I understand it, no call volume data based on cell phones. We all understand that the vast majority of calls are made on cell phones these days. Mr. South's example is a perfect example. He doesn't have a landline anymore. So the short answer, Mr. Mayor, is that as I understand it, the data doesn't currently exist. The reason for the 2-year period is that in order for a new budget to be set, a timeline of about 6 months is necessary for input from the director, the board of directors, going back to each of the bodies. If any of the bodies have problems, having time to work out those problems. If we only made it 1 year and we have to start the budget process 6 months into the year, we only have 6 months to collect data. I don't know technically with the new CAD and the new equipment that we're talking about, if we have to have that first to get incident-based call volume, or if the current technology over at the Kit Carson location would allow us to do that.
We can give you a ballpark figure of incidents according to their location. Some of the equipment hasn't been updated as it needs to be. So the technicians that I've been speaking with have said that that's why I can't get a duplicate figure every time I run a report. So I can get you in the ballpark of where I can take an average. I can't get you an exact number. I'll be able to get you an exact number after we've installed whatever program is your pleasure, and then we can get you good numbers.
And to segue from that, that's the reason for the 2 years, because to get up and running and have the hard data that everybody is comfortable with accurately reflects the incident-based call volume, it's not enough time if we just make it a year.
My question was, is ballpark 55, 45, or?
From what I've seen, you guys are within a couple hundred calls of each other, flip-flopping from the last, since 2011, 12. My numbers have been fiscal year based, but you guys are neck and neck.
Neck and neck being 50-50.
Relatively, yeah. You're within a couple hundred calls. It depends on if you have a big accident in the county or in the city. That one incident could be enough to tip it over.
Right, but maybe for the purposes of the first experimental period.
I think 50-50 would be absolutely accurate for the first experimental period.
Councilor Peralta. Mr. Chairman, going back to what Mr. Malone is saying, though, is that I think that within the language of the JPA, after the 2 years, there should be language determining how we're going to derive the budget going forward, whether that's going to be call volume based upon location, call volume based upon location of the phone, or whatever it might be. But I'm just saying that I think that language should be directly related to this paragraph.
Mr. Chairman, there already is paragraph, if you look at paragraph 11, it does exactly that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Malone. Village of Cuesta.
Mayor Chairman, Cuesta humbly requests that the amount to be paid for its portion of the operational budget be the discussions held between the town and the county to develop the JPA. So that's possible that, we stick with those numbers. That we're current amount is, probably like 60% higher. So we can kind of stick to those amounts. Kind of been discussing and been agreed upon over the last year. How many years that?
Okay, well, if you get hit by a great economic boom in Cuesta, we'll definitely triple it. But we'll definitely consider the 10,000. Thank you very much. And Jack, if you can state your last name for the record, and you're welcome to stay at the table for discussion.
Jack Mason.
Okay. Any other comments?
It's okay. I think that, when we're looking at proportionate share, and I get the first 2 years, but at some point I would anticipate that inside the JPA, a set amount would be described between the other entities as well. And I'm not talking the city and the county. I mean, that's pretty well established. But I think the outline areas like Cuesta, because of the fact that there may be an instance where even the 10,000 is too much, and how we will address that as a, as possibility, because it will affect the budget. So I look at it in terms of saying, does it become part of the county at that point in county distributional proportion? Or are we going to, inset that as to a set phase? And I look at this with regards to even the Ski Valley with the new undertaking, population may grow there as well. So I think it's unfair to the county and the city to bear an unproportionate cost based on just those set amounts when, call volume could obviously go up with regards to Mollycorp's expansion, the Ski Valley's expansion. I guess for me, I'm looking for something in there that makes it proportionate based on the other entities as well.
Okay, I agree as well. Mr. Malone, Mr. Caldwell, any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, if the point is that after the first 2 years, that's up for further discussion to be redetermined, I think that's what we anticipate, and that's what paragraph 11 provides for.
Okay.
And I guess with that, looking further down into paragraph, when we're looking at paragraph 10, you know, it shows that the amount of budget coming out of those three entities, I'm sorry, paragraph 9, would be placed into a reserve account. Is that the desire that it'll continue to move that way? Or would that language change and then at that point move into more of an operational standing where their budget becomes part of the operation as well? And I guess I'm looking at it from when should, if Red River come on board, that proportionate share also, I guess, being delegated towards the, not only the extra council that we're talking about, but the additional staff. I don't know how, but was it 3 people that Red River staffs right now? And how would those be implemented into that budget as well? And I look at this because the subsequent areas are starting to grow. You know, I think we see some growth trends in those areas, but at some point, I think there could be an overlap between Red River and Cuesta, Cedro, that entire area. So I'm looking at it purely from the standpoint of saying, I get the reserve portion, but at the same point, what about operational? Should we endure bringing on additional employees?
Mr. Bellis.
Mr. Chair.
Might be a mistake to try to fix all of those issues up front, and rather to defer them to the budgetary process that would start after 18 months. I understand your concern, Councilor Gonzalez, and the logic behind it makes sense, but I'm not sure we can anticipate everything and what it's going to look like 2 years from now.
And I guess for me, it's just saying, you know, to avoid, I mean, we're at the table right now. I mean, we're here, we're hammering out the issues, as opposed to 18 months later, an additional political fallout because of changing of the guard again. I guess, and I understand not being able to bind future bodies to the document, but at least if something's in place, at least it leaves room for modification as opposed to dissemination, just completely picking it apart.
I don't have any further.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, no actual thoughts. I think that that's something that also is going to be determined as we go on by the board, and something that's going to be determined by the director as possibilities in the future, bringing in new partners in the future, and also how those budgets should be spent. Initially, we definitely want to make sure that we build up a reserve. We have issues, again, with making sure that the repeaters are up, they're maintained, those kind of things. And so what we're really trying to do is get on the right track, get down the road on the first 2 years, and then, you know, amend those, as Mr. Caldwell says, in the future to make sure it fits for what we're doing on a daily basis.
Okay. Mr. Caldwell, Mr. Malone, next item.
Item 10 describes a budgetary mechanism after the first 2 years, and it actually starts 6 months prior to the conclusion of the first 2 years. So the director would craft a budget and submit that budget to the board of directors. The board of directors then would review that budget, either approve it or recommend a different budget. If there is disagreement between the director and the board of directors, that is, they can't agree on a single budget, then both of their recommendations would be presented to the governing bodies for action. That process, when you establish a timeline for it, it needs to start about 6 months prior to the end of the fiscal year, because you can't finalize the budget literally at the end of the fiscal year. As both the council and the commission well understand, you engage in your budgetary process several months before the fiscal year concludes. You send your budget to the state for approval, and then approval comes back. So that 6-month timeline is a budgetary process. But the important point here is that the initiation of that budget rests with the technical people. They come up initially with the budget.
Okay. Next item.
Item 11 is the paragraph that I've referred to several times in our discussion of a few minutes ago, and that is that the percentage contribution of the town and the county after the first 2 years shall be based on the volume of E911 calls for incidents within each jurisdiction. And then it also provides that the payments by the other parties shall be agreed to by the parties on an annual basis. And that second sentence is simply a recognition of the reality that it's not certain that just a call volume-based system would work for these smaller entities.
Okay. Any questions, comments on so far? Next.
12 goes back to a conversation we had in some detail earlier with Mr. Sowell and comments about budget and that sort of thing, but there is a state statute that allows for a dedicated GRT for funding, and it's not just E911, but I think it also covers emergency services like ambulance. And if that is adopted, then the JPA is committed to setting up a separate legal entity, because then it will have a funding source, and understanding that that funding still ultimately will have to be approved by the government bodies. It does have an independent funding source so that it can make long-term budgetary decisions and further remove this entire operation from the political process.
Now, that would require a referendum by the voters?
I think that that is correct. It's not something that the bodies, it's not a GRT the bodies could adopt without going to referendum.
Councilor Peralta? Mr. Chairman, the taxing authority is that of the county. Right. It's not of the other entities, so that's correct. It's a county-wide tax that would be imposed by the county. So the referendum is from the county, and so everybody else would have to be supportive of it in order for it to pass, but it would be the ultimate responsibility. And that's where I came back and said earlier that when that is in place, even though you create a governing body for this thing that would, in a sense, spend the money, it's still the ultimate responsibility of the county to approve that budget in the end.
Item 13 is simply indicating that the PSEP designation shall be in the name of the fiscal agent and be transferred to the separate legal entity if and when it's created. 14 is that the real property utilized in the E911 operation shall remain the property of the county. That's the portion of the complex that's anticipated for the operation. 15, the personal property, and that's the lawyer talking, we're talking about the equipment. The personal property contributed to the E911 operation entirely by any party shall remain the property of the contributing, actually that should read contributing party. However, as personal property is acquired by the E911 operation with combined funds, and obviously as it moves forward, the initial contribution of the county will become obsolete, and that will be replaced by new equipment that is funded by the joint funding of all of the participating parties. That equipment will be jointly owned by the parties to the JPA, in the proportionate share of their contributions.
If I could ask just one question, and this is, I guess, maybe more towards Amity and Mr. Bellis. With regards to the discussions with Red River and the possibility of them consolidating to one single unified PSAP, which would obviously increase funding because of the, now it's one truly consolidated effort, and that they themselves taking an upgrade on the equipment, and I know somewhere in the language we were looking at that requires an additional console to be purchased. What's the likelihood, how far along are we in actual discussions with Red River at some possibility and point to make that happen, as opposed to expensing another $100,000 towards another console? I'm looking at this as just cost savings and also the increased proportionate share back to the JPA because of the consolidated PSAPs.
And Councilor Gonzalez, I've had some conversation with Mayor Calhoun, and at the time we were proposing this, she didn't want to commit either way because there was too much controversy going on, and she said as soon as we can get a JPA together to come and visit her. So if we can get this JPA together, I will go visit her and see what her feeling is at that time.
And I think at the same point, I know that in our earlier discussions too with Mayor Calhoun, there was, I guess, a feeling that at the same point that dispatch center provided as kind of like a 24-hour emergency health facility at the same point, which in talking with Mr. Sowell at the state, there could be funds availability for them to continue operations of that, or at least even within our own right to create subsidy for that facility to remain open, to ease those concerns of Mayor Calhoun as well. But at the same point, I think the overall benefit that seems to exist by consolidation of the two PSAPs would be beneficial to the entire region. So I think maybe the sooner we get those discussions, maybe Mayor and Chairman, you could maybe make a collaborative effort to ease the concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Bellis?
I believe that
It's that it has to be a consolidated area in the county, so Red River would have to be part of the operation in order for that referendum to go before the voters.
Ellen? Yeah.
One point that I'd like to make is, where I don't have any argument one way or another whether Red River's a standalone system or where they decided to join, and I can see where the cost savings would come in from the council portion, but just realize that if they are to join and be part of the same system, then we're going to have to put money into the radio side on the repeater because we don't have a direct link with them on the repeater side. So yeah, we may get the console and save $100,000 there, but I don't really know how much money we would have to put in to link all the repeaters to get back to Red River and then to do the services that they already provide for the Moreno Valley and for Angel Fire. And so we'd have to research that portion.
Here, I think, and Mayor, I think at the same point, it would behoove us to at least look at making that investment anyway, to make it all one consolidated effort, especially going to a CAD system that would prove beneficial for this entire community with regards to locations and GPS mapping. So, I mean, I think the $100,000 cost savings at the same point would offset costs of whatever, you know, the repeater sites would need to be upgraded to.
Okay.
Paragraph 16 is just a paragraph setting out the term of the JPA, which we've indicated would be indefinite, that it can be terminated as a JPA or amended by unanimous vote of the parties, but it also provides that any individual party can cease its participation on 180 days notice.
Real quick, with regards to that, on a legal standpoint, what does that do, that language do for the whole consolidation effort? Let's just say a new political entity at the city is voted in 6 years, past the 4-year term that the newly electeds just got, and they disagree with the JPA. Does this leave us back in the same standpoint of again, a deconsolidated effort? This community is back at this table in 6 years again. I guess, you know, I'm not looking for an assurance, but I'm looking for something within this language that I guess doesn't leave as much flexibility to take my ball and I'm going home.
And let me just answer that this way, that by saying, first of all, that language, the ability of each JPA member to terminate their individual participation it appears in almost all of the other JPAs on 911s that you'll find, and that's why it was included. It appears to be something that is generally required. I haven't looked at it from a legal standpoint as to whether you could have a JPA or somebody just can't get out. That strikes me as not doable, but Jake?
Provision for terminating somebody's participation for non-payment by the other remaining members of the group?
That's a good question. And again, public safety issue, but it's also not fair to not be paid. So while I could certainly work on a mechanism to deal with that issue, one that I probably can't articulate right now.
I think there's a provision in the current JP for that.
Thing to do, but I'm just saying, I'm just asking the question, what's the other side of the coin? Somebody wants to get out because they want to get out for budgetary reasons maybe, and on the other side of it, is there a possibility of creating some sort of pressure on people to remain in, pay their bill?
I agree with Jake's comments. It's something that we can work on. You have the obvious public safety concern. You can't just stop delivering those services.
No.
I can't imagine neither government body would suggest that we stop delivering services if somebody doesn't pay.
Okay. Next item.
And this is sort of, paragraph 17 is kind of marching orders for your lawyers. If the two bodies vote today to approve this outline with some of the modifications that have been mentioned, then you would be authorizing the town and county attorneys and other appropriate staff to draft a formal JPA incorporating these key principles and involving Cuesta, the Ski Valley, the Pueblo, and presumably the other entities that have been mentioned today in that process, and then coming back to the respective bodies for approval.
Mayor, Chair, I know we mentioned Picoris, does that pose the same hurdles with regards to repeaters?
Councilman and Commission Chairman and councilors, it probably would. Right now, currently, Picoris comes off the BIA repeater, and they get dispatched through BIA. So we do have a link up to Picoris, actually 2 repeater sites up there for the South repeater and for the Picoris repeater. It would have to be looked at to seeing how much reprogramming might need to be taking place as far as reprogramming of the radios to get that information to them.
Okay, go ahead and continue, Mr. Malone.
Well, that's the finish for the presentation on the document. Hopefully, we're at a point where the two bodies may be willing to take action on it. We could very quickly, just so everybody has it in front of them, repeat the modifications that have been requested. That would be the inclusion of Red River, Picoris, Red River and Picoris, the provision of hiring and firing provision with regard to the employees, clarifying that. With regard to the budgetary, paragraph 9, the budgetary, provisions, it seemed that the only viable information that we currently have on call location is in the 50-50 range. So I would think that that'd be what the two entities would be voting on. Questa requested that rather than what they're currently being billed for, that it be $10,000. I don't know if you need to include that in your decision or not, but that's what my notes indicate. And then a possibility of a termination mechanism.
Okay.
And Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Brown.
And thank you. If we could go back to item 9, and in that language, if we could include, I know that we have Cuesta, the Ski Valley, and I think the Pueblo is currently paying, is that correct?
Correct.
And what my recommendation would be right there is to include the amounts that they are currently paying as a basis, and use that as a minimum, and then base it after the 2 years on the call volume. So if their call volume exceeds that $10,000 or whatever they're currently paying, then it would be increased, but that would be a minimum amount that they would be paying, because, you know, we got to sustain this service, and this service, you know, they got to put something into the game. So I think this would be a, you know, that would kind of include some language that would be the minimum amount if their call volume doesn't exceed that amount. And the other thing is, I do believe in all the meetings that I've been to, that I still would suggest that we could go with that 45-55. So, I'm in the middle here. So, again,
who are you trying to save money for? Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, it's just you and I in the county at this point. You know, I'm fine with the 55-45. It used to be the county was going to pick up 100% of the tab. So,
Mr. Chairman,
in the spirit of working together, if our staffs feel that we can handle that, that would be fine for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Tom.
You know, we've done 50-50 for 15, 17 years now, and so, and given the fact that near as we can figure it's in that range, I would say maybe even I could throw in the fact that the county is making all of these initial upfront. So that's my current feeling on that one. But if I may go back to number 6 really briefly, which does actually say that the county's going to spend $1.4 million. I know that that $1.4 million comes from these 2 excess gross receipts tax funds, and that's also how we maintain our structures and I just wanted to make sure that staff was comfortable that those funds would be able to handle both 1.4 and the maintenance going forward. It's something that we've discussed in the past a little bit, but I just wanted to reconfirm that.
Mr. Cordova, both Mr. Cordovas.
Mr. Chairman. One thing I'd like to introduce for you guys to consider regarding the inclusion of Red River into the PSAP is right now the PSAP over at Red River is funded or partially funded the equipment, the incoming part by DFA. What if you approach Red River and you ask them to fund the additional repeaters needed to connect them back into Red River and hit those repeaters, that way DFA doesn't have to fund any additional equipment out there for secondary PSAP, and that would be, long run, it would cost DFA less money.
Yeah.
And so really, going back to number 6, I'm not, of course, I didn't get the answer on that one, but I'm still not setting that 1.4 million, especially since we don't know whether or not there's any potential help from the state on purchasing the consoles. And it also includes this notion of redundancy. And does the redundancy idea mean that Civic Plaza Drive would have to remain in operation over time? That building would have to still be used for what it's currently being used for?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I think that what you're asking is that the equipment would be set up there. There's already equipment there anyway. The tower's there. There's already a backup generator there. And I'm not sure, Rick, you could probably answer this if the electricity's running out there, but I think it is running. So it's the reality of what the cost would be to move the equipment, get it set up, and have it there ready. We would have to do some maintenance on that equipment from time to time just to make sure it's up and running, and when we queue it up that it would be good to go. But it's not the full building. It's a portion of the building or a small portion of the building that would only be used, and it would be a redundancy at best.
My concern is if that's part of the formula for justifying leaving all the equipment in place, that may not work well with the town's future plans for that building.
If I can, and I'm going to turn to Jake for this, and I think what we're trying to do is make DFA feel that that money that they spent on them is still going to be used up to 5 years, because I believe that's when, you have to keep it in use for 5 years. And if we can commit to that up to 5 years, I think that would, it would suffice the, Mr. Bellis?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, I guess this question more towards the management. With regards to the proposed 55-45 split, this is operational budget. And at the same point, in talking to Amity, in saying that moving forward, the whole purpose in this is to create a safer community. And with that, having the ability to have a fully trained E911 staff in both emergency medical response, what are we talking about budget-wise? I know we had originally looked at a 371 split, but what do we know what an actual operation budget is by the time everything's factored into this new center?
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, Councilor Gonzalez, I think you brought up a lot of good questions, and bringing up the redundant is going to cost something. It's just going to be an ongoing expense that we probably haven't factored in at this point. Also, the original budget that we put out there for the two bodies to really look at and our other partners was based on what we could afford. With our new director, she's much better served to prepare that budget. As we mentioned in the JPA, she's My only concern is that she was able to prepare the budget within the parameters that we can afford. Both public bodies, as Mr. Sullivan mentioned, are suffering, and we have flat growth prospects. We got to make it work with what we have until we can go forward with the idea of a GRT or whatever permanent funding source that we do put in place. So I mean, that's how I to answer your question. And if I could quickly get back to Commissioner Blankenhorn, the funds that we have are 1.1. GRTs have been up for Taos County approximately 11% on the year. We've refunded that a little bit quicker than we anticipated. However, we do have the needs, and to not have the reserves, we can't spend more. In other words, I'm not going to allow another dime out of those if we can help it, because we do need it. We have our own needs, and we have to meet those needs as well. So
That's the 1.1, but what about the 300?
300, that comes from the excess. That is also within the budget at this current time. That one doesn't get replenished. That's a fund that will deplete as we spend it out. And so we have other needs within that budget that have been encumbered, set aside. Things that we may even talk about with the town later on are within that budget. If we can make some compromises, we may free up some funds, but that one doesn't get replenished. So yeah, I wouldn't want to spend any more than that out of there either.
I guess with regards to that, my concern is, and this is speaking with Amity, is that this facility does not become just a training facility for dispatchers to go somewhere else. I mean, for me, it's keeping them here, giving them a wage in which they can live by. So with this, I mean, I'm looking at operational cost in the sense that we need an elevation, and this is coming directly from Amity and saying how far off par we are with surrounding communities around us. And obviously we can't compete with the Los Alamos, but at least we can give them the incentive to be within this region. Again, I don't want this focus to be solely just about the building and its capabilities. It doesn't help if, on the other side, we don't have the talent to work it.
I want to give Amity and they are moving the plan for training and certification to be done prior to moving into the new unit. So the staff is going to be upgraded no matter what. Part is that the town HR department is already working with Amity to look at a comp study of what we should put in place for a reasonable salary scale, and we're going to have that for you very shortly, both for the town and county and the other partners for the current budget, so we can plan for that and not take the hit all at once. But it's something we need to look at doing now. I know these are things that everybody would like to have the answers to right now, and staff on both sides, town and county, have some potential solutions for you on how we can do this. The chief, for example, has been up there talking to Angel Fire, which we found out actually somebody does use Spillman in the state. It's right next door to us, which is ironic because it's the hometown of the guy that invented the Sleuth system. So I don't know how that works out. But we've got a lot of talented people here, what can I say? But we can have a dialogue with Angel Fire. We can have a dialogue with Rio Arriba. We can talk to Eagle's Nest and other folks we're inviting in here. But they're not going to talk to us until you give the okay to the attorneys to have this JPA, and they know where it's going to be, and that the two big boys on the block are in agreement that we're going to make the commitment to really do this.
Real quick, Dave, I'm sorry if I could ask just one question. Talking about bringing these employees in trained, what does that do once they're certified? I guess they're at a certain aspect right now being uncertified. Once they move into that certified aspect, what does that leave us for implication to have to match so that they don't move?
Well, once they're certified,
Because they become prospects.
They become highly desirable by other agencies because the identification costs quite a bit more than your upkeep. So, and the certification is paid for through DFA. We can have it at any time. We haven't up to date, but we can at any time. We just need to have the software to work with, to use to do that. But once they're certified, people will knock on their door. Los Alamos, Rio Arriba, Espanola, Red River, anybody that pays more than we do, which is anybody within commuting distance, pays more than we do, will say, hey, you've got, the newest dispatcher I have has 2 years, which gives them all the basic certifications and some experience on the radio. So they're going to be able to lateral over and do the job and be somewhat familiar with the area. They're an asset, and I can't in good conscience say, I mean, to serve the citizens in the county, I can say, please don't go. But to serve their own personal welfare and to take care of their family, I mean, I can't, there's nothing I can do right now to offer them anything extra.
Could potentially walk into a
Why didn't you, at least 50% are willing to take the next offer that they get as soon as they're certified and they become a
I guess I just look at it as all factors to be considered.
Right, but I also just want to state, Councilman Gonzalez, is that's what we can do to put that budget a little bit higher up on the scale is something that we would need to consider in the future. I want to go back a little bit to the mayor's 55 split. Part of the thing that Taos County has done also in this budget, Mayor, as you remember as a commissioner, is that you've also voted that we are not going to charge for our finance department the $22,000 that was initially in the budget. So in reality, on that 5% split, we're talking of about $30,000, but we're already taking a $22,000 hit by not hiring somebody else to do that. We're actually just absorbing that within within our finance department. And so, again, I would rather put that, if we could, instead of lowering that budget, put that back into salaries in the future, and continue to move in that. Our hope also is that once we have CAD, once we have the equipment, once we have the training, that we're going to find some efficiencies in the future that we can bring back, that the director can find within the actual operations of that. And our hope is that with those efficiencies, with the two actually governing bodies coming back in and putting a little bit of extra, maybe once we build up a reserve, we can bring in some of the extra money from the entities from the outside that are paying in there, because I totally agree that we need to try to maintain and keep our people here within Taos County and keep our dispatchers there. So, absolutely.
The playing field, the 50-50 would be fine. If it means keeping our people here in our training center.
Councilor Peralta?
I'm going to ask the simple question. What is right now, because we've got, on the 24th, we've got our preliminary budget to adopt. And so I need to know what the numbers are going into that preliminary budget. So what is the anticipated budget going into 2015?
Well, what we had prepared prior to coming together, I believe each entity was going to be paying about $328,000. The town had prepared a budget of with each entity paying $371,000. We have a new director who can help craft the kind of budget she would want to see. What Councilor Gonzalez has explained is the same problem I have in our assessor's office and planning department. We're constantly training and letting them go, sending them off for someone else to take advantage of, and that's costly for everyone. So I agree. I completely agree with the director. I agree with Councilor Gonzalez that it's something that we have to address. In the year 1 and 2, we got to also address the budget parameters that each entity has. So I suppose we start with the director at the 350 from each entity and see what she can put together out of that, and then come back to you if we need more. But this is just year 1. Year 2, hopefully we can find the efficiencies that the manager talked about, put that up into personnel from operating, and then by year 3 we have a JPA with hopefully moving toward enacting the tax. And then once we have that tax enacted, I do believe we'll give her the ability to do what she is trying to accomplish. But it's just, we got to start somewhere and we got to move forward. So by your preliminary budget, yes, I hope that we have sat down with Ms. Fambro from the town, the director, myself, and we can really iron out something that you guys can all agree on, both sides.
The budget that I saw that was proposed by the county a couple of months ago, it was about 310,000, 317,000 apiece, something like that. About a reduction of about 75 to 80,000 in the budget that the town was proposing.
And
I'm not asking for an answer. Please let me finish. My suggestion is, in order to maintain the concern that Councilmember Gonzalez has about retention after we certify these people, is that we go back to looking at the savings the county is looking at, but go back to that original budget of 720,000, I think what it was, and use that extra money as a pocket for upgrading the pay of the individuals when they become certified for retention purposes. So, I mean, that's already been in the town's preliminary budget going forward, so it's not going to be an increase. I can't comment on what the county has, but I'm just saying is that that may be something that we do. We may not use all that money because certification of these employees is going to be about halfway into the fiscal year. So you're not going to be looking at a full fiscal year the first year to fund that, but it would give us an opportunity then to try to get our people, you know, retention up. And I understand about other departments, because we have the same issue within the town about upgrading and making sure that all of our employees are adequately paid, and we're going to have to look at that going forward. It's, you know, it's part of economic development. And so, but I just think in this regard here, you know, when we're talking about the public welfare, I think it's important for us to consider that we put something in there that isn't going to, you know, put us in a situation in 6 months where we have to close the doors. That's going to be terrible.
Councilman Peralta and Mayor, Chairman, we will sit with the director. We'll take that $700,000 budget, and then we'll break that down for both entities to look at that and see what would look like and see if that would help in this process. Absolutely. I'm not sure. I guess my thing is I'm not sure what it's going to look like adding the additional, you know, 50, 60,000 when we spread it out over 13 employees. Well, you have 9, but I think we're going to go to 13 or 12 was the total.
I have 9 currently, and
You need at least 2 more for sure, 3. So you're going to have 12 employees. So when we take that amount, we can break those down and see what that would do as far as pay for current pay that they have, and then what that amount would help us raise them up to, so that we can get that back to both of the governing bodies.
And Thank you. And I think we have 12 budgeted, I think is what is correct. But Mr. Cordova, I just want to touch base with you real quick. Is this does include the Spillman software, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I think that's a good plan going forward. Maybe, you know, we can do this somewhere within the $720,000 a year range for operations, but you guys have to give us sufficient feedback as both entities are now going into our budget process, whether or not that's actually going to work. But back to number 6, that 1.4, you know, that's another one that we're not really sure. I mean, the 1.4 is based on 2 consoles, not 3, and now we're getting feedback from the experts that we need 3 consoles. So I'm not completely comfortable that that 1.4 is going to be sufficient for capital expenditures. And we've already heard today and in previous meetings that that's about as far as the county is going to be able to go. So if it's going to require something more than that, that's something that we need to know too as we go into our budgetary process. I cannot get it through my head still, and I know I'm not winning any popularity contests on this with staff, but that $20,000 savings on $500,000 worth of equipment, that is always a hard one for me to get my head around. So if we can have something, you know, detailed on that, and, you know, I understand about the training and I understand about the redundancies, but other communities do it. Other communities get new equipment and they train with the new equipment and they make it work. And, you know, maybe for that 14 days that would be necessary, it wouldn't cost that much to have a backup system if Art Rios or somebody was there to help us. I don't know, but I just would like to be satisfied that we're doing all we can on that front also.
Okay, Mr. Malone, going back to the outline, what do you need to have a decision from both the commission and the town today?
I think that would be exactly what Mr. Caldwell and I would like, is a decision from both the county and the town. We have the complication that there have been a number of suggested changes. If some person can read suggested changes and then we can have a vote on the document with the suggested changes, that might be helpful, but that would be my hope, and I assume Mr. Caldwell's hope.
Okay, if I can rely on our managers to do that. But before that, Jack, go ahead.
I just wanted some clarification about the suggested changes to item 7 and items actually 9 and 12, or 9 and 11, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think there's a point of what's happened is that under the current JPA, if the parties do not agree, then it could be raised up by a certain percentage, and I believe it was 7% is what that percentage is. So if you look at it from that aspect, yes. If you looked at it from what the town was proposing as a budget and saying this is what the entities have to pay, then no. So I think that's where there's some complications there. And yeah, that would be for the town because we don't see that at the county.
So we're just trying to, and, you know, I just became administrator there like 6 months ago. So this arrears is going back to 07, 08. So we're just trying to get some clarification on that. And I think we about have that ready so we can make that payment. But we did try and come current to date with all the other payments.
Okay. I know Mr. Reyes, Kit Carson Electric is present here, as well as Steve Fuhlendorf. Mr. Malone and Mr. Caldwell, did you want to iron out the rest of this and make sure we've got all the suggestions before we listen to them, or what is the suggestion?
I would be comfortable just verbally repeating the notes that I have rather than having to leave the meeting and rewrite the document.
Okay.
Because this is really just authority to the attorneys to go forward and draft. It's not a final approval by the two bodies. And, you know, if we do something you don't like, you're not going to approve it anyway.
Right. Okay. So you do need a vote from both the town and the county. Okay.
Commissioner, Councilman Peralta.
I just thought about something now, and just for clarification. And that has to do on number 7, and the county becoming the fiscal agent. Is that immediate, or would that be at the time that the operation switches over? I'm just asking the question.
I would assume at the time that it switches over, and that could certainly be incorporated as another note. Is that your understanding, Jake?
That's my understanding, and I should follow that with the prepare everyone for the fact that there are a number of complicated issues that Bob and I are going to have to deal with in that regard for purposes of mapping out the transition. Employee standpoint. Bob and I have talked about it a lot, and we haven't gotten to the point where we have it fully figured out, that's for sure. So, potential prelude to further discussion on those items. I mean, we hope very much that we're able to present something that makes a lot of sense and everyone agrees to.
But I think if we set a date in the JPA to say that this transition that you're talking about that's complicated takes place at a certain period of time, then that gives you all that time to work out those complications.
I agree, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. I agree. You know, one thing that was very refreshing to hear in the earlier conversation was that it seems everyone agrees that we can stand by the current JPA for the time being for purposes of applying for DFA funding. And that was one concern we had, was that we were under a real time crunch, i.e. May 15th to get this done. I want to hope that we will actually strive to achieve that anyway, but it's true, there are going to be some things that we have to iron out, and we will factor that in.
Notes that I have reflect the following changes. Paragraph 1 would add inviting Red River and Pico de Pueblo. Paragraph 4 would add provision for the hiring and firing of employees to make clear how that happens. Paragraph 7 would provide for fiscal agency when the operation switches over. Paragraph 9, the percentage would be, and I'm going to say 50-50. I'm obviously have a perspective, but that's what I'm saying. That Cuesta has asked that rather than what their current billing is, they be limited for the first 2 years to $10,000. And that after the 2-year period, when we start calculating on call volume, that the current amounts for the other entities are minimums and that they may go up based on call volume. And paragraph 16, that there be consideration for a mechanism to deal with people that don't pay.
Okay. At this time, I will entertain a motion from Taos County.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that Taos County directs staff to pursue the development of the JPA along with the principles outlined here today and the comments just elicited by Mr. Malone.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that motion. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 What's the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to. Mr. Caldwell? That's all I said for 3 hours. Let me repeat. I'd like to propose that the council approve draft outline of the key joint powers agreement as spoken about today with modifications that Attorney Malone and Caldwell have.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and we have a second. Would you call for the vote?
Councilmember Cantu. Yes. Councilmember Khan.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yes.
Mayor Barone.
I don't vote.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. None of this one.
Oh, okay, at this time, I'd like to, we have Mr. Reyes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor, council members, and commissioners. Just want to make a few comments, and more to clear the record than anything else. I guess first, it's nice to see that this 13-year journey that we took upon in 2002 is almost closed. It gives us time to do other things for our community. But I'd like to allay some of the misperceptions or misrepresentations made during this transition on something that was well intended. And really, except for probably Mr. Fambro and Mr. Weaver, no one was talking about in 2001 or 2, which is public safety. So we're happy that this has finally become an issue that is important to the community and that you've taken the time to really vet the issues and try to come to some solution that benefits the entire constituency of Taos County and the surrounding communities. It's also refreshing that this is basically the same plan that Kit Carson outlined in 2003 with very little modifications, everything from the JPA. In fact, Commissioner, you were on the first resolution in which it was the intent of the county to get more input into the public dispatch process. And that's really how it started, is there was a feeling that the town of Taos at that time had too much control and the county had very little control. Related to some of the issues, and I think in anything, the co-op will continue to play a role in any public safety aspect, whether it's because of our electric service, whether it's because of our new fiber network, in which I believe that 911 is going to migrate to. And the new generation 911 will be broadband based. And today I believe that nobody in the state, much less this region, will have a fiber network that will compare to the one that we're building today. So we also hope that we can continue, even though at times we may have disagreements, to work collectively with each other, to again put our personal views aside and to do what's best for our constituency that we serve. Related to some of the issues, and again, Mr. Chairman, Mayor, we do have copies of this. I didn't want to cut down a lot of trees, but we will share it at least with the leaders of the respective entities. And I'd go over maybe 2 or 3 major points because they become contentious issues and reasons why we had to move into a facility that was basically all agreed upon to build. At different levels maybe, but it was agreed upon. Whether it was a handshake or an MOU or a resolution, there was still an agreement that this needed to be done. And we just feel at some point those agreements were breached. But that's the past and we need to move forward. I think the first is, you know, there was an MOU, and again, I'm not an attorney and not claim to be, but there was an MOU drafted and approved by both the county and the town of Taos. Executed, and don't say they had the effect of law, but I think in the good faith bargaining, the co-op move forward with its plans. I will, at that time, I believe Commissioner Blankenhorn was the attorney, and they reviewed that, and it was signed. So at some point, I would like it to become part of the record that those documents were also given to both yourself, Mr. Chairman, and the Town of Taos mayor and the managers. So this idea that this was just a handshake deal, or this was just a deal that Kit Carson decided to do without concurrence of the community is completely false. I think if there's any project that's been well publicized over the last 12 years, it's been this project. And so for that, I want to allay that this was a cooperative effort that I think in the end will bear the same fruit. We just decided to go on different paths of how to accomplish that goal. I think the second issue, again, that was kind of thrown into the mix of why not to stay there or move there was this floodplain issue that somebody brought up. I'm not sure who brought it up. In 2006, as part of our requirement with the USDA, we had to do an environmental assessment on that property to receive the funding. And we had to get some independence on that study. USDA was the form, in fact, USDA RD, the one that I believe Bruce Ross and Matt Spriggs indicated that we should go forward with getting seed money, is the organization that did the study. I do have copies, a letter to the governor of Taos Pueblo, since they were the most affected, about any environmental or archaeological concerns that may be found relative to that site. In their study, they indicated when it came to wetlands and floodplains, especially A and B of the document, that there was no impact, no problems with those issues. This is not something that came from my office or came from the co-op. This came from an engineer, and again, the study will be available to the group and to the public, signed by an engineer, Walter Aldens. And he submitted it before we could get the funding, even purchase the property. So again, we want to allay that there was, it seemed on one tour that was taken, that people were expecting wading boots there because there was so much water in the bottom portion of that building. That was just false. And I think this type of misinformation that goes between entities is just harmful for the community. It doesn't help the process, it impedes the process. And it also causes entities not to trust each other. I think the other thing we were concerned about this is we were really never notified about this. We had to read this in the Taos News. Nobody from either the town or the county staff contacted us to see what the issue was. And I think, Mr. Chair, going forward, the call phone has always been open. Especially when there's problems, people call us. And I would encourage both the mayor and the commission to utilize that communication if there's an issue or if you want to validate something. We'll be forthcoming and let everyone know what's going on. And if, of course, the co-op has erred, we certainly will fix it. But I think to be put on the defensive to do something that was positive was, again, just wrong. Finally, there was some discussion that the county and the city employees were not involved in this process and the design. It was strictly the county and town employees that were involved. The involvement level of those employees were really a function of who manages them. It really wasn't my call to say, you get involved or not, and it really doesn't take into account Mr. Bellis or Mr. Archuleta. These are past administrations. But we have a volume of emails of times where at point the town employees did not want to participate. There's not anything I could have done about that, but there was an open invitation for the town to address some of the issues, or the county to address some of those issues that have been brought to the table. In fact, it was their design that we were trying to accommodate. Kit Carson itself has 24/7 dispatch, and we put our input just for our space, but we understand the importance of the 911, and that the experts should have designed the facility that they were going to occupy and utilize. And that was afforded to those experts. If in fact they did not take that opportunity, then that should fall on them and not on the co-op as not being responsive to the needs of those first responders and the experts. And again, Mr. Chairman, Mayor, we have a lot of documentation in which even the managers of both respective entities discussed these issues and had those problems with even their own employee force. Next, goes to, we heard at one point, we have to move because the electric bill is too high. And the reality is the electricity there averages about $900 a month. The overall facility is about $5,000. The overall facility, the difference is covered by the cooperative. In our contract, it's a calculated usage. Whatever the bill is, it's 29%. If the current dispatch today uses 50%, they pay 29%. And the way it's structured is the lease accommodates whatever that is, 2,700 square feet. But the current arrangement is the dispatch has basically free run of the entire bottom, which is about 4,800 square feet. The difference is not charged to the current JPA users. So, and in fact, the common areas, the restrooms, the first room that you come in that you could use that we offered as training, if there's any utilization in there, that's been at no cost to the community. In fact, any utilities tied to that have been assumed by the co-op and its members, which presumably are all the same. So I want to also put that to rest that, and since this is a 24/7 operation, and I guess my expertise would be in the electric field, you probably do use more than 29% of that bill. But we haven't, because of public safety, because this was not a profit center for the co-op, it was just a place to regionalize everything, that the bill itself is not a driver. In fact, it's lower than it was at the Civic Plaza Drive facility. The other thing I'd like to tie to that, if any cost savings are budgeted into that, this, because you're putting it on the meter that uses the most electricity here, there won't be a cost savings. Because you're putting it on a 24/7 operation, this energy and demand will lay right on top of that. We've looked at the profiles. I can share with Mr. Archuleta the load profiles on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, and it's going to lay right on top of that. So the 29% you're paying today will be actual the day you put that up. And I think it's important, as I hear the questions from the commission and from the council related to the finance guys, that if you're thinking that you're going to save money on the electric bill because it was either too high or you're going to fill in some gaps, that's not correct. Electricity is electricity, and the way it flows and the way it's measured is going to be the same regardless of what location it is. You know, there are a lot of minor things. However, I wanted to close with this group that you still have the full commitment from the co-op to support any decision that the town and county make relative to this. We are a member of this community. We appreciate the time that you've afforded us to to agree or disagree to debate this issue, and rest assured that Kit Carson will not be an impediment in moving forward. But I do think there's some opportunities when it comes to cost. You're currently in that facility. Outside of the rhetoric or the noise in the background, there's nothing wrong with the facility. It's been operating for 9 months for E911, and it's been operating for 2 years for Kit Carson. We too are 24/7 with linemen on the field that we're very, very concerned about when it comes to their safety and us knowing where they're at, and if there was an injury, that our first responders could get to them. If in the final result there is a desire by the community to move, the co-op will support that. We do feel, as you've talked about redundancy, that facility was built for redundancy. I still maintain today, even with the location that you're talking about today, does not have the redundancy of any location in Taos County other than the command center on Gustorf. And that may in the end be the proper place to have a redundant system, given that there will be cost to move it. There will be cost to reestablish the circuits that are required. Those costs I don't know, but you're going to build a twin center. To do it twice just seems to be a not proper purpose of public funds when you have one that's already working. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the time. I want to leave the communication door wide open for anyone, the new counselors who may not have had the benefit of the history that we've had. We'd be happy to sit down with you and go over those issues, the pros and cons that we came across, so that you have a better picture when you make decisions on behalf of the members of the community of Taos. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, and we do look forward on behalf of Taos County in working with you on future endeavors, and hopefully there will be an opportunity, as we discussed earlier this morning, the idea of economic development in our community and the county. Certainly welcome that opportunity to work with Kit Carson Electric Co-op.
Mr. Reyes, thank you for being here, and thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for bringing the broadband forward. I think it's going to be a win-win for our whole community. As you alluded to, you know, it's one of the first, and I think it'll open our doors for a lot more, I see, revenues coming into our community, plus it actually offers better service for the 911 connectivity. So thank you. Appreciate it, and hope to look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Any comments from anyone else? Okay. At this time, would entertain a motion, two motions to break for lunch.
Moved.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Council, you wish to break for lunch? Motions? No. Motion to a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
So, Madam Clerk, around 2 o'clock, is that fine, Mr. Mayor? Yeah. Okay.
Are we going to bring that over, or are we actually going to move in the direction of having a secondary backup E911 system? So those are two items that still need to be discussed a little bit more. We do have staff here present. The director might want to chime in a little bit on this, and then maybe we could get a little clear guidance on that. We don't have the numbers for you as of today. Commissioner Blankenhorn, Conrad's been working on that. We just don't have them right now, but I don't know if we could get some guidance on that. That would really help.
The RFP that went out and the report, or basically the RFP that we awarded was for the Spillman. But we have exit clauses. Oh, hold on.
Just very quickly to jump in here, just so there's not misinformation that stays on the table. We have indicated that we had two responses to the RFP. One, Motorola for the equipment not including the CAD, a separate one from Advanced Communications for the CAD.
The one to Motorola has been awarded. It's good for 90 days, and we've got to get a contract concluded within the 90 days. The one for CAD has not yet been awarded.
But I guess to answer the question, though, it's the response that we got was from Spillman. Did we get one from?
We did not get one from Sleuth. We got
Right.
one. The only response on CAD we got was from Spillman.
$1.1 million.
It is.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, a little later on, we have, as the last piece of business, a discussion of the county complex water rights payment. And if it would please the chair, if when you're ready, if we could skip to that item. I think staff has a recommendation that might tie these two issues together and provide two solutions.
So we need a motion then to amend the agenda to move up?
I believe Mr. Archuleta is indicating first, before we do that, he'd like some direction in regards to the Casidian so that they can move ahead with the bid. And also, there's an addressing issue in regards to 911 to be taken care of.
So the recommendation of staff again is?
Well, I guess the recommendation from the county to staff, and I guess, is that we just move forward with the new Casidian, and that we purchase that, being that we've already budgeted for it, and move forward with that. The preliminary numbers, again, that we've passed out today and that we've talked about has basically told us that there's not going to be the savings that we thought there was going to be. We are going to go back to Motorola to see if there's additional savings to that, or if there's any other way that we could figure out some savings. Keeping in mind also that we are taking the comments that have been brought together by the technical group about training and a new facility, new equipment, all the things that were outlined earlier. And so, I think that maybe the town staff could also respond to this, but I would say from the county staff that we just move forward, being that that's been budgeted in that aspect.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, town staff would recommend the same. If we have the money to do it, there's just too much risk and unknowns involved. If we want a smooth training period, and then if DFA has already given us the answer that they're satisfied by using the existing Casidian or redundant system, that would seem the best of all worlds. And I believe that's what they're recommending is, in fact, that's a smart idea to have redundant systems.
Okay. We need a motion from the county then, from the county commission.
I think it would be helpful to have a motion, yes.
Good, Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Oh, okay, I get it. To go ahead with the RFP, is that what you're?
For contract, correct.
For a contract with Motorola for $1.1 million. Not that specific.
Well, the 1.1 includes a contract with Spillman, which hasn't even been approved yet. I mean, we haven't accepted Spillman as the bidder. So I think that it would be sufficient to say the purchase of the new Casidian from Motorola.
Basically eliminates this question about whether or not, or decides the question about whether or not we're going to try to utilize any of the equipment that's already been installed.
Except for redundant purposes.
Except.
Commissioner, I think the other thing is that if you'd like, we could ask Motorola for an extension on the 90-day agreement and see if they would be willing to do that while we get some more figures to the commission and the council.
I mean, obviously, that would be my preference. One of the concerns, in addition to the ones that I've always talked about, is the redundancy is going to increase our operational costs too. I want to see how that plays in. You know, we're still kind of struggling over whether or not we're going to be able to meet the $720,000 cap, which more or less goes with the budgets that the town and the county anticipate for operating costs going forward. You know, although I certainly respect the advice that we're getting from staff, and I understand that the training and a possible period of 2 weeks when you have to find other alternatives, those things are figuring in, I would still like the hard numbers.
But you spoke to them and they told you you'd only save 20 grand, right?
Try to make sure that we can stretch both the capital and the operational budgets that we're looking at.
Mr. Chairman, I think the idea of asking Motorola for a extension makes sense. If they deny it, hopefully they'll do so before, in time to put it on the agenda for Tuesday, because the contract with Motorola is with the county, and so that's a decision we have to make. Obviously, we want input from our partners, but we're going to be the ones entering into the contract, and so if we have to do anything quickly, we can know about it, but asking for an extension makes sense, particularly in light of Mr. Sowell's indication that the new JPA deadline was not real, that they're going to continue to fund.
So I will make that motion to ask for an extension from the Motorola contract so that we can find out more about all of our operational and capital expenditure costs, including the possibility of DFA chipping in for council. That motion.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. From the town.
We don't need one. 'Cause
Don't
it
need
wasn't
motion
always-
from the town, correct. Okay. Okay, then the next item that we're going to cover.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like Mr. Edward B. Hill and staff to come up, reference rule addressing for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, members of the Council, welcome. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. Mayor, Council, just a brief history. Taos County began rule addressing, with the exception of the incorporated areas, I would suspect probably in the late 1980s. The addressing at that time was based on a mile marker system. So for example, we'll take State Road 518 into consideration. A physical address rendering the numbers of 7150, for example, on State Road 518 represent that you're at mile marker 71, and you're approximately 5/10 of a mile past mile marker 71 for a physical address of 7150. So that's how we used to do that addressing. Early in my tenure here in Taos County, I assisted with some of the physical addressing, and at that time, we used to have a pickup truck where we used to drive around the county with a calibrator. We actually used to stop at a mile marker, and we would set the calibrator to 0, and we would proceed to the person's driveway, and once we stopped at that person's driveway, whatever number that appeared, that would pretty much be your physical address. We've come a long way in doing the addressing, and I'm pleased to say that the GIS improvements done not only by Taos County and the town of Taos are basically far and above, have saved a lot of lives. I also want to say that the addressing for Taos County is basically done, again, on a mile marker system, and that almost 90% of the county is addressed this way. There is a huge discrepancy in the Taos County right now under this addressing. From State Road 522 at the old blinking light area heading north, almost from the San Cristobal area all the way to the Costilla, is totally incorrect. All the physical addresses along that stretch on 522 are incorrect. When the addressing was done back for that stretch of roadway, the person or persons who did the addressing began their calibration here at Taos County, rather than commencing their calibration at the commencement of State Road 522 heading north. So for example, the mile markers right in the city or the village of Cuesta are at number 20. The physical addresses began at 23 and 24 in that respective area. So that stretch is completely incorrect. As far as I'm aware, I believe Taos Ski Valley is doing or attempting to do their own addressing. Red River has always done their own addressing. Town of Taos has done their own addressing. and we, Taos County, under a gentleman's agreement, do addressing in the village of Cuesta. This is something that obviously we need to explore with the county commission and to see how we come into some kind of joint powers agreement with the village of Cuesta. In addition, Taos County is also responsible for doing all the addressing in the unincorporated areas of Taos County. As you're all aware, Taos County encompasses approximately 2,200 square miles. Mr. Brian Cribben, who is the Taos County GIS Tech 2, is the person responsible for doing the addressing in the county right now. And Mr. Cribben has informed me earlier this week that the town of Taos is looking to have Taos County perform addressing within the town limits and to also perform floodplain review within the town limits. I have a couple of concerns with that. I don't know to what extent everyone here is familiar with doing addressing, but it's not just a matter of issuing a number to an assigned location. There's an awful lot of maintenance that is involved with GIS addressing, and I will yield to Mr. Cribben here in just a few minutes to talk to that effect. In addition, I guess, and I hope that I'm not premature in stating this, but this is the information that, again, that I've been conveyed over to by Mr. Cribben. I guess I would like an explanation, I guess probably on behalf of the county commission and the county manager, maybe a little bit of an explanation as to why, if in fact it is the case, does the town want the county to take over addressing the town limits in the town of Taos? And who is presently issuing the addresses in the town of Taos? Mr. Cribben has also indicated to us that the town of Taos has not served or maintained their maintenance on the 911 addressing for nearly 3 years. So again, I indicated, or I prefaced earlier, that I have concerns. Obviously, if Taos County is gonna look at taking over the addressing within the town of Taos, it would appear that Taos County will require an additional person, either a technician or another person who's capable of, when I say technician, it would probably require a sole person to do implementation to bring all the maintenance errors that the town of Taos presently has and the maintenance errors that Taos County presently has. I don't want to exempt Taos County. We also have our own maintenance errors. But it would appear that almost a subsequent or a second person is required to bring those systems up to date. I have concerns in that if this person is hired, is this person solely going to be at the service to the town of Taos, or is this person going to be at the service to both entities? I don't know. I have concerns that is this a position that will be funded solely by the county, or will the town of Taos assist in funding this position? I'll yield again to Mr. Cribben, and from what I understand, DFA only gives a certain allotment of money almost every 3 years. At this point, from what I understand, there is only approximately $5,600 worth, or $5,600 of money available to not assist. This money cannot be used for hiring help. This money can only be used for, I believe, equipment and other information that Mr. Cribben will address. It is my estimation, and I haven't conferred with the finance director, Mr. Cordova, for Taos County, but if we created a new position that at minimum, this person would at minimum need to have somewhere in the salary area of anywhere from $10 to $12 an hour. If they're going to be solely doing implementation, if they're going to be doing additional roles similar to what Mr. Cribben is doing in terms of addressing, that this position at minimum should be comparable to Mr. Cribben's salary and maybe somewhere in the area, but I believe, and this is similar to what Councilman Gonzalez indicated earlier. We have individuals who get certified and they get their training similar to what we have over at the Taos Central Dispatch. And Mr. Cribben's position is one of many positions in the county where he is underpaid. I believe Mr. Cribben's, as a GIS Tech 2 who has extensive training in GIS, is only at about the $15 level, somewhere in that area, not more than $16, and that's really sad. Having said that, I stand for any questions, But once again, I also yield to both the county commission and to the town council for any direction. And once again, I hope I'm not premature, but I was led to believe that the town of Taos again is going to ask for the county to do addressing and floodplain review for them in the town of Taos. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor.
Slightly premature. I think that a number of people involved in the 911 task force, and again, I want to thank Amity that she got together with Brian and met with DFA's representatives that deal specifically with the addressing and the database issues. Addressing has been a problem for the 4 years I've been here, and it looks like 10 years before that. Century Bank right across the street is addressed by the county database. The MSAG goes right up here to the county complex. The database was never changed because as property was annexed into the town, it required an agreement mutually signed by the town and the county each time to shift that responsibility, or DFA would not do it. In addition, the Ski Valley, Cuesta, and sometimes Red River wind up, definitely the Ski Valley, wind up being the bailiwick if there are errors reported back of the county, because typically the Ski Valley doesn't have the money for a GIS person to be correcting all of that information. So it is an unfair burden on the county. The one thing I think that the group agreed on is that it's a mess. No matter who's doing it, no matter where it's doing it, people are overlapping in their addressing. So now that the town thinks that definitely it is annexed, are they issuing addresses in there, and are they matching up somewhere? If you're going to invest over $1 million in a 911 service, and you don't have an addressing database that makes any sense, or you're showing multiple addresses, you've just wasted your money until in the next 5 years the CAD is fully implemented and you're getting GIS-based responses off of the people that are calling in. So that was, I think, the extent of the discussion, and probably that staff were just looking for some direction to pursue that issue. The money is annual, and it's not specifically allocated to the addressing. The money comes in as part of the training money and support money that's available to the PSAP. And again, if the county was going to be the PSAP, and it really is the only one that has the capability to extend any kind of service through all the jurisdictions like that, it would make sense that they assume some level of that. Well, they're going to have control of that money, and I know that the planning department badly needs an upgrade of the ArcGIS, and there's probably not enough money in that $5,600 left for this year till July 1 to upgrade everybody in the county, but at least the county can be upgraded with that $5,600, and then see where it goes next year.
Gonzalez, and then
Hasn't Kit Carson done a good portion of that with regards to their smart meters, and has there been some sharing of that knowledge done? And the ability to shut that off. So I mean, Mr. Reyes gave the ultimate discretion in saying, look, we're here to help. Why not lean on Kit Carson's new implementation of the smart meter, which basically virtually maps every single address as they have it, because of the fact that they don't use a system such as next to the blue fire hydrant on State Highway blah, blah, blah. They have an address in place somehow, some way. So I would ask that maybe staffs entertain at least approaching Kit Carson to see what their GIS looks like, because it seems to be pretty detailed.
Back in February, I actually, my name is, by the way, I am GIS for Taos County Planning. Back in February, I did reach out to Kit Carson Electric. I actually spoke with Mr. Reyes, and at that time, he wanted to wait and see how things go between the two governments in terms of settling the actual location of the dispatch center. I haven't revisited with him yet. The technical issue, though, of why don't we just use their addresses? They have no legal authority to create addresses. That's why we don't. The town does, the county does. Municipalities, in general terms, have political authority within their own boundaries, whereas Kit Carson has none. Would also introduce a number of new questions, new errors created. Because right now, what happens when somebody is going to, say, build a house is they have to get a permit, and they have to, in order to get electric service from Kit Carson, they have to, as part of the permit process, get an address. If there are instances in the past where that process broke down slightly, and so some people have addresses in Kit Carson's system that are not in ours, or they're different numbers or different roads in ours. So if we just wholesale adopt someone else's data, we wholesale adopt all of their discrepancies and a new set of errors to troubleshoot. And at this point, having not seen their data, I'm not exactly sure whether that's actually a larger undertaking or not.
Yes, staff met and we had a brief discussion. And the town is assigning addresses currently. We are actually going through the data that's falling out as far as 911 response, and we're trying to clean up a lot of those errors. What I was asking when we met with the county was, it seemed like that both the county and the town are short-staffed. We have limited resources. So I wanted to find out whether or not the county had any interest in sharing the work of addressing and trying to figure out how the process could work between the two entities if we come together. Because we need to get our 911 addressing matching our GIS data, and then matching the utility data. What we have right now is we have a bunch of databases and they're not all in sync. And so we need to be providing our constituents, better service. In the town, I know that there's a lot of people that go to utility billing and they may have an address, or they may need an address and then we need to assign one. And so I was looking at more of the process for the town, but then when we started talking about having a consolidated 911 system, then I started thinking about the possibility, and it seemed like the county was interested as well as far as combining resources for this. As Brian has stated, and as other people have stated, the GIS, getting GIS knowledge and being very good at GIS actually takes some time, and it takes a lot of education. And I think both entities could use another GIS person. So that's more what the discussion was about, was somehow building this expertise given our limited resources.
And Martha, what is your full name for the record? And
I'm Martha Perkins.
Perkins, and you
and
are
I'm the planning director for the town of Taos.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Cordova.
Where I live. The gas company has our address as Virginia Street, which is for Kit Carson Electric. We were part of the extraterritorial zoning, so the town gave us an address during that particular time. That's 1217 Paseo de Pueblo Norte. And our neighbors are 1299. The next building is 1219. And it's totally confusing. The town handed us these things. We did have a dog catcher who was code enforcement for the town at one time. He went to check an addition out in UNM-Taos, and then tried to argue with me that I didn't live where I lived because they had given me 1217, and that wasn't really 1217. It's still 1217 as far as I'm concerned. Two little roadside roads have 1217 Motel Lane and 1217 Lake Road. So it's a disaster when I order a pizza. My neighbor ends up bringing the pizza to my door or something and collecting from me. But it is a big problem. It's a huge problem, and because of the extraterritorial zoning that no longer exists, we were given those addresses by the town, and all there's no address, as Virginia Street, there's no address. To give them a whole bunch of addresses, and they don't know where to come, and in case of emergencies, we're at risk, because of the number in our area. And the problem, there was no provision made for additions to people building next to us. So, you have 21 here, and the next one is 23, then 25, and now all of a sudden somebody builds in between them, and so then, so it is a huge problem, and it's just for the health and safety with the growth of Taos and things like that. It's really, ever since the new councilman got elected, I'm in danger of having to call 911 by the opponents.
Thank you, Mr. Cordova. Emily, did you have something to follow up with?
I was actually just
going to point out that typically in a 911 organization, there is a person that's solely devoted to this task. I called the guy that I used to work with, and I explained the situation, gave him some of the parameters that we're working with, and he said 40 hours a week, maybe 18 months to 2 years. It requires a lot of man hours, data handling, splitting the street, addressing the backlog. Once we get that addressed, I can faithfully promise to respond to his issue, whether it be a missing pizza or, missing heartbeat, whatever. We can only rely on the data that we're given, and if it's not very good, then you're completely wasting every bit of dollar that you spend on equipment. This is really a critical component.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is like the emergency pizza issue. It's the old garbage in, garbage out thing, and so we absolutely have to have our GI. Otherwise, we're not going to get the most out of this equipment. I wonder if there's a way of including this in the JPA and finding the resources to create a position and split the cost between the town. Make this an initial priority as we go forward to start doing that work that has to be done.
Council. Chair, if I could. To me, as we get further in depth in these conversations, it seems as if the cart's before the horse, in the sense that the is fully on its way. It seems that that train has already left the tracks, but at the same point, we have Mr. Cordova's issues where we don't have a proper GIS and hearing planning telling us the same scenario. In that, I think it's absolutely crucial. Both are extremely crucial, but number one, to have one without the other doesn't make any sense at all. So, I guess I'm conflicted now between the money that's going to be put forth and spent on this new command center, and still hearing the pleas of the GIS mapping that's completely insufficient and unmapped. So, I guess as an elected, I look forward to the point to say, okay, we have this state-of-the-art command facility, but we don't know where the hell we're going. So, I guess there's, we need to follow in sequence before it all breaks down on us and somebody else loses a life for it.
Mr. Bellis.
I got a third of here. What I would like to do is I'd like to see the two staffs get together and bring back some recommendations and for us individually to vote on, and then we can combine that. I think that'd be the way to proceed from here. Sounds like there's a need, sounds like there's a possibility to work with it, again, collaboratively together, and I hope that, we can, Edward, I hope that you and Martha could sit together and you guys could work out something and then bring it back to the respective bodies for input or not.
And this could possibly take into consideration also a merger of the two different departments to some extent, correct? correct, Steve?
Something, Commissioner, that the staff could talk about it and again bring back to the council and the commission.
Okay.
Councilman Peralta? I don't know.
One question is the software that's being used by the town and the county, is it identical or is it different?
I can speak to that. Yes, we are both using ArcGIS software. It is considered to be state-of-the-art. We are both using, I believe we're using 10.0. Ms. Perkins, are you using 10.1 right now?
We're using 10.1 and 10, depending on who has what version.
And both departments have been requested by the state to upgrade completely to 10.2.1, which is the latest and greatest.
Okay. In Red River and Ski Valley, are they using the same system?
Ski Valley is using 10.1, I believe, according to Mr. Miller, who is on staff there, John Miller. And I have not had any communications with Red River. I can only assume that they're using the industry standard.
Okay. And how does this relate to, let's say, Google Map? Do they get information from you or do they do their own?
Google Map collects mostly their own information and at times has proven to be less than accurate. At one point, when I first started this job a few months ago, I thought they were inaccurate about 1 out of every 10 times. At this point, I think they're probably 50-50 when it comes down to actually having the right name for a road in their maps.
Okay. I'm just curious as to how they gather their data, though, from...
For the most part, they purchase it or they go out and collect it themselves. Because we are not a very densely populated part of the world, they don't collect very much here very often. So a lot of what they have is either incorrect, out of date.
Thank you. Mr. Bellis?
It wouldn't cost an incredible amount of money to cure the problem. In fact, I've hired 3 people in a row to cure the problem, and then they leave. And I'm sure, given the season and how nice it's getting, Mr. Cribben will get an offer from a Beta Engineering or whether the other engineering companies who for the summer will be willing to pay him 3 times what he's making, because people that have those skills are in incredibly short supply. What happens is we bring in someone, they set up a system to cure the problem, and then we build a relationship with UNM to get interns who want to learn these skills. And there are plenty of them out there. But you need the one person to run that team and set up how it's going to be done. And then they leave. The interns don't have anything to do. We send them back, and we keep going through this. If we're both paying $31,000 to a GIS person, we're going to keep going through this cycle. Or we could pay $60,000, and I'm just throwing out numbers, to one good person who could stick with the system, make it a career here, and we'd solve this problem in 18 months to 2 years, permanently.
Okay.
I would also like to clarify something for the record. It was earlier stated, and I didn't catch who it was who said it, that the system is broken. It actually is, it's not broken. Our GIS, either at the town or the county, neither one is in bad shape. It's kind of like, actually, Mr. Morgan had earlier said that we were trying to put together pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. GIS is one leg of the table that the jigsaw puzzle is sitting on, and it wobbles a little. It's just that little bit we need to shim. This is a doable task. Thank you.
Okay, Edward, did you get your answer? Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I guess at this point, as Mr. Bellis had stated earlier, we could go to the county complex water rights payment, then we could look at that issue, reference the 2 to 3 councils, depending on the outcome of that.
We have a motion from the council to amend the agenda to move up F next in line. So moved. Have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Not. Okay.
The same from Taos County?
Yes, I'll move to amend the agenda.
I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Item F, County Complex Water Rights Payment Calculation Agreement of Amount. Mr. Sanchez, welcome.
I've been doing research with the assistance of Mr. Alex Abeta from Abeta Engineering, who was the town of Taos's water engineer a while back when he first started his engineering. He believes that, excuse me, that on the original 6 acres for the original courthouse that was just taken down a few years ago, there was somewhere between 3 and 6 acre feet of water rights that was adjudicated to the town when that complex was built. He is currently, I guess, Town of Taos is currently digitizing those records, and he's in contact with the people that are digitizing it to verify how much water rights are actually already in place for the town for the county complex. Since we've been here, new meters were installed at the construction, at the beginning of the construction. They've been verified. Utility billing has been reading them, and the readings are correct. But upon further investigation, the multiplier for the meters is a little bit out of the ordinary. Normally, the town meters have a 10-to-1 multiplier for the residential meters. Commercial meters are a little bit different. So the readings that they're taking are correct, but the calculations are incorrect because after further investigation, the meter that we have in place reads in cubic feet, not gallons. So the multiplier for the usage and the amount of water being used wouldn't be 10, would be 7.5. Mr. Abeta has contacted the meter supplier, and he's coming up to verify what we believe we've found. If you do the math based on a 7.5 to 1 multiplier, it appears that the complex is using between 5 and 8 acre feet a year. If you use the math using the 10 multiplier, we're over 11 acre feet a year. So the proper one probably is going to be 7.5. If that's the case, and we have between 3 and 5 acre feet of water rights already in place, then we would only need somewhere between 0 and 2 or 3 acres. Mr. Abeta's been working on it. I've been working on it. French and I have had discussions. It's something that the meter, I hadn't personally climbed down into the water vault till recently. We watched the readings, and the readings are correct. The town of Taos has not been reading them wrong, but the calculations, because of the type of meter that was put in there, has skewed the usages. But both French and I believe somewhere between 5 and 8 acre feet is what we're actually using. Mr. Abeta is researching, and we should know probably by the end of the week if we have 3 or 6 acre feet of water, and then you could determine how many additional acre feet we have to buy. Along with it, we have been slightly overbilled, about 20%. So if that holds true, we might have already purchased 1 extra acre foot of water in the 3 years that we've been here. But Mr. Abeta assured me that by certainly the end of next week, he will have a resolution from the supplier of the meter, recalculated usages, and the research onto whether it's 3 or 6 acres that's already in place at the town of Taos. Questions?
Dallas?
The county had made through a letter from the county manager an offer to the town to purchase 10 acre feet to resolve this matter on several occasions, and has $100,000 in the construction fund for this complex set aside for that. There are, and again, I'll need Mr. Caldwell's help, but there's actually a provision within the water ordinance under which we collect these water rights fees that allows for a percentage of the water rights to be set aside for public purposes, safety purposes, certainly of which the jail, the county complex, the courts could be considered for that. was without having this meter problem come up, we knew that at that point it was less than the 10 acre feet. So it was going to be staff's recommendation to the town council to say, accept the $100,000, and in exchange, if we know that the 911 system really needs the 3 consoles, rebate that money, or however the attorneys could find the language to do it, back to the county to enable them to use the money within that fund, which certainly, since dispatch was in the original plans for the building and the money that was borrowed and accumulated there would be an eligible cost, and that would kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. I still think it's a good idea. The question now becomes, does the county still feel it's a good idea?
Mr. Archuleta and Mr. Malone, if you can both weigh in on the legal aspect of whether or not we can do that. First.
Quite honestly, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what the legal question from the county's perspective would be. If the town were to waive the fee with the contingency that it's waived if we spend it on a console, I don't have any problem with crafting a document that says that, if that's the question. I'm not aware of any other problem from the county's perspective in that regard.
And in exchange, we would get the 10 acre feet of water usage, correct?
And I believe it would be prudent to advise the town that a proper accounting should still be made for the benefit of the county and the town of whether there were original water rights associated with the property, how much they were. That should be recorded going forward, and so that should the complex ever be built out to use more than the 10 acre feet, you'd be properly credited for that or charged accordingly.
Mr. Espinosa, do you want to also weigh in on it? Do you want to come forward to you're fine? Okay. Okay. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on Mr. Bellis's comment, and it's in line with that comment, I think that the letter that was sent so many months ago indicated that if we were purchasing 10 acre feet, we wanted to be able to bank it for future county use. We have other projects. For example, as I understand it, the Ag Center is on a well currently, and there's some consideration to connecting to the town water system, things like that, so that it would be available to us for future use above and beyond what the actual use is. Once the actual use is determined, obviously that gets subtracted from the amount that we purchase or already have on file.
Okay, Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Council, staff concurs with that, and we've been, again, meeting with the town staff on that part of our recommendation also to purchase that 3rd console with that additional money if possible.
And just one brief additional thing, earlier when Steve was talking about the cost of the 3rd console, the Motorola bid gave us an alternative for purchasing additional consoles, and it was $95,000.
Councilor Gonzalez?
I guess the question swap of the 10 acre feet for 100,000, will the meter issue be corrected? I guess at this point, is it correctable?
It is correctable.
Corrected 2 ways. Administratively, this particular meter would have to be, the bill would have to be factored by the actual correct factor of the reading, or they can change out the faces, and we're hoping to have the faces changed out so it's consistent with the rest of the meters throughout the town.
And I think that's
Yeah.
so that there's not a
Right. And we're bringing up the representative of the meter company that supplied the meters, and they can just change out the face, the actual metering part, not the whole physical assembly. Yeah.
And so when the initial plans were created for this building and the amount of water rights was guesstimated, it was set at 24 acre feet of water rights? Is that?
No, that's a really complicated issue, Chairman. Town of Taos has a water usage table that you use to calculate water usage for buildings. It's based on the occupancy of the building. every building, and this building has a mixed occupancy. The building code defines how many square feet per person based on the occupancy. This particular room, just for instance, let's say it's 3,000 square feet, tables and chairs, it's 7 square feet per person for an assembly area. So 3,000 divided by 7 is right, what is it? I don't know off the top of my head, 280 people. 280 people in a assembly area for the town is 3 gallons per person. So it'd be 280 times 3 times 365 divided by 1 acre foot, 325,851, I think, or something like that. And that's how you get your acreage. Our complex is so large that it's built out for 40 years. The actual occupancy for all the buildings, if every courtroom, every conference room, is right at 1,000 people. So when you multiply that all out, and those were the figures that I gave to the town, we're at 32 acre feet. We don't have 1,000 people in here every single day. The other thing is the water usage schedule hasn't been amended probably since the 70s, if I remember right. I've been doing construction here in Taos for 30 years. And so it's a little bit high because of the low flows. Even if you go to the hospital, which is a newer building, mid-'80s building, and you come over here and you look at the fixture, the automatic sinks, we use probably 25% of the water that's used at the hospital in their hand wash sinks. Our flush systems are a lot less. So it's a little skewed because we're such a big facility, and most of the time we're empty. District Court number 1 for Judge Backus's, it's 6,000 square feet. You start out breaking that all up, it's 300 people. That's what can occupy the space, but in reality, 90% of the time, there's 5 people. There's the judge, her bailiff, her clerk, the recorder, and her executive assistant. So by using just the square footages and following the letter of the law, that's where we came up with the 32 acre feet. Okay. We had slowly worked it down. Offices are only open 260 days out of the year. Jail's open 365 days out of the year. There is no real category for the jail. We used a hotel. But our guests are not using 150 gallons a day. So that's where this big discrepancy came from. We've been in the complex for 3 years. The meter readings have been consistent, and the readings are correct. It's a function of the meters were set for cubic feet. Normally, all the meters in town are read by the gallon, and so that's where a lot of this confusion has come in, and so that is in the process of being corrected.
Range, did you have something to add?
When the original put in with regards to the low flow,
There was not. I mean, the design was done, and it's just the occupancy, and there are flow leads type fixtures throughout the facility, but there wasn't, the design team did not do a consumptive report.
We could have used those in
I'm sorry.
Mr. Cardwell?
And Mr. Mayor, Chairman, and Commissioners and Councilors, I'm just going to take a minute to kind of walk you through the town ordinance that's applicable in these matters. There is an ordinance in place that was in place at the time the building was constructed, and some of its terms were met and some weren't. And in my opinion, that's why we're here today. The ordinance requires, in essence, that anytime there's going to be an addition to a commercial development or a new development, that the developer submit its estimate of water usage in compliance with the allotment schedule that Richard just described. The allotment schedule, frankly, is extremely rudimentary, and it is based, as Richard said, on occupancy. Now, the allotment schedule itself does have some footnotes, one of which allows for the developer to submit, instead of a grid in compliance with the occupancy-based calculation, a report by a licensed engineer that more accurately would predict the water usage based on conservation techniques and fixtures, etc. The ordinance also provides that until that developer pays for the requisite water rights, no building permit will be issued and no development will occur. And so that's where things kind of fell by the wayside here, because this thing has been pending, this issue has been pending throughout the course of construction and for the several years thereafter. Now, I believe there's substantial discretion in the council, despite the strict language of the ordinance, because there's no clear record, and French, I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, about how these communications were made at the time or leading up to construction. There's clearly provision to submit the report of a licensed engineer, and frankly, the intent of the ordinance, as is stated in the ordinance, is to ensure that the increased flow is compensated to the town in the form of purchase of additional water rights. And so I think the intent of the ordinance could easily be met by ensuring that the actual use is covered by the water rights held by the user. Now, it's important to me to know whether the town does have water rights well, the county does have water rights in the town's water rights inventory. My concern is we might not ever know that. The inventory is complicated and it's vast, and it's something that we are trying to catalog and inventory in a more accessible way. There's also, and I think it's important to point out to both the commission and the council, a provision in the town ordinance that states that the town will reserve 20 consumptive acre feet of water rights per year for projects that are clearly for the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the town. And I think along the lines of the discretion in the council, I think that provision could be looked to not necessarily for the entire allocation of water rights, but certainly for those that are clearly in the health, safety, and welfare interests of the town. I think, for example, the jail would fall into that category. I'm not certain, and in conversations with French, it's not clear to me that whether that provision has ever been applied, but it's there.
Councilor Peralta? If I could respond to that. It's a set aside to ensure that there's water available for the purposes of public safety. If those are going to be used permanently by somebody, I would think that they would be, our anticipation was that they would be paid for. Now, one of the things that could happen if we can't find in our inventory the water rights that the original county complex here had, I would assume at that particular point in time, they would have been transferred over to UNM-Taos, which the state engineer should have record. It wasn't banked, because they didn't do banking in those days. They would be transferred. So if we can't find them in our records, I would suggest that we go to the state engineer's office and see if we can find them there.
And Mr. Chairman, Mayor, Councilor Peralta, that's a conversation that has been started. I've actually suggested that somebody go and visit with the state engineer's office when they're here in this building once a month to see if that determination could be made. Now, of course, this conversation came up quickly, as many of these matters are coming up quickly, and I think it's worthy of the two bodies to discuss it in the case that there may be a way of resolving it while those matters are being researched.
So the question is, does this property that the complex is built on, and the previous properties that have been owned by the county, do they have surface water rights? That is the question. And is that something that Alex is going to be able to answer?
He's hoping to. Mr. Abeta believes that he remembers when he was working for the town, assembling the water rights schedules, that he did see somewhere between 3.5 and 6 acre feet of water rights that the original 6 acre complex had transferred to the town, whether they were officially, I guess because they were doing them in bulk, but they had pledged to the town Whether they were transferred or not, he's not sure. But he was pretty sure that he had seen him there, and that's what he was going to research on. And then from that, we would know how much additional water rights. We've been in the complex 3 years. Like I said, the meter readings have been very consistent and they've been accurate. It's just the happenstance that they send us a cubic foot readings instead of gallons and multipliers. So that's something that the meter company is sending a representative to inspect and change out, if need be, the faces and make sure that it's calibrated correctly.
So we're talking about surface water rights that come with the property.
There's a conversion factor. I don't remember exactly what it is, but there is a conversion factor. If you have 6 acres of water feed, I think it's 1.75 or 1.7. So that if we had 6 acres on the original 6 acres, it'd probably be about 4 acres, 4.25 acre feet. If the calculations work out anywhere between mine and French, if we compromise 6, he's at 8, we say 7, and we have 4 in, we would have to purchase 3 more.
Yeah. So, Mr. Malone, Mr. Caldwell, wouldn't have those numbers been in the original deed when the property was sold or gifted to the county from the Gusdorf and the Weimer family? As far as the actual acreage or water rights are concerned?
Chairman, it's not at all uncommon for deeds to be silent on whether water rights are transferred, and I welcome Jake's input on this, but my understanding, and I'm not a real estate lawyer, but my understanding is that, and definitely not a water rights lawyer, but it's my understanding that if a deed is silent on the transfer of water rights, if they exist, they are transferred.
And that's correct.
Right. Okay. Okay. So where do we go from here then?
Recommendation, Mr.
As well as mineral rights and other rights.
Worst case scenario, we have to purchase somewhere between 6 and 8 acre feet. There's 0 on record, 6 and 8. On what the calculations work out on 3 years of historical use.
To cover this building.
To cover this building.
Mr. Bellis?
Complicated issue, but I know that the county wants to move ahead with the purchase of the equipment. I think it's in the town's best interest to see that proceed too. In the last 911 meeting we had, I guess Monday, everyone's public safety people were there, and I can tell you that you're going to have a bunch of angry first responders if we tell them we're buying two consoles, not 3. We, as the town, have a letter from the county offering to purchase those 10 acre feet. With the $100,000, it would seem that probably going to create more work than the attorneys would need, but that an agreement could be crafted that says, as part of accepting that in the town's behalf, that a proper accounting of the original water rights for the property and a determination as to whether they were conveyed and agreement that they will be conveyed if they hadn't, and in accounting for any credit resulting from inaccuracies in the water meter will be met. Credit due to the county over and above the 10 acre feet that it's anticipated it'll purchase will be confirmed and entered into the record.
Okay. Because in fact, if, say for example, the other property that's across the street, we could use, if it did have water rights.
Oh, across the street, I don't believe so. I think that was severed even before.
Okay.
I know the new property didn't have water rights.
Someone
it's really
held
just
on
the
to
initial
those.
6 acres that the older complex was on.
Okay.
Councilman?
That property that was purchased by the county,
was originally set up as a convention center property by the town with a program with Weimer, and the Weimer gave us the land. And when the town hall was built, there was a transfer between the schools and Weimer and the town. The town gave back to Weimer the acreage across the street. The schools gave the property where the municipality is at, and Weimer gave the 27 acres out where the Echo Park is. And that was part of that transfer. And there were no water rights involved in any of that.
I didn't think so.
French, yeah. No? Anything to add? No?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
But I will take Rick's recommendation to allow staff to correct. Or is put on paper for final.
So we don't need a motion of any sort at this time?
For direction, if this is acceptable to the council, then we will proceed in this necessary research and drawing up whatever documentation would be necessary for you to take official action on it.
And I would just recommend as soon as we could possibly get something to us, because I know there'd be waiting on the approval of that. This all works out, the approval of that third council.
Mr. Chairman, since we're already asking Motorola for an extension, if they grant the extension, we do have a little bit of additional time. It sounds like in listening to all of the comments, it sounds like you're sending it back to staff to work this all out, but you're not approving anything today. I don't know if you're in a position to approve anything today without these numbers being worked out.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think the direction the town and county staff's going in is figuring out how many based on state engineers have and then so that'll come back to both entities. And the question is, should that money be whatever water rights the county has to purchase? Should that purchase price go into the capital budget for the JPA? I would prefer to keep it generalized capital budget, but maybe it's really crucial that we set forth that there's going to be 3 consoles. So something along those lines, but it seems to me that's the real question is, these funds are actually going to get allocated in the JPA for capital expenditures.
Correct.
And I don't know if you need a motion and each body to vote that would be the allocation, or you want to wait?
Mr. Chairman, you're getting this literally off the top of my head, and I don't know if it's going to come out right and make sense, but let me try. The only issue that seems to be have been bounced back to staff is what the number of acres of water rights that are going to have to be purchased, whether it's a full 10 or 3 or whatever the number might be. And the full amount that's been allocated for that, that's been budgeted for that by the county, could be spent on the third console if both bodies today voted that whatever the number is, it will be waived.
Councilman Peralta?
You could.
I could bring some clarification on this. Just one of the things, talked about this a little bit earlier, and that is that the county could buy the use of 10 acre feet in future use. Council. Okay. Regardless of how many acre feet the county may already have in inventory, that many more acre feet for future, whether it be such a part as water rights are there or whatever, or how that water is being used too. But I'm just giving you some ideas that for the county to have something in reserve or for future expansion to be in place. And that would be the best way to handle it and not worry about whether you need this or you need that, you need to have. Mr. Codwell?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Peralta, well, it's you that mentioned that because you're probably the one that has the most history in these transactions with the town. The fact that you raised that as an option is certainly confidence building. Now, my concern is that the intent of this ordinance and water rights acquisition program as codified by ordinance is that that money go and be used specifically for future water rights acquisitions. And in fact, I think we even have a standalone fund for those purposes. And I would want to ensure, and I can't give you that assurance today, but I can certainly work on it. I would want to ensure that we, as the town, could, in fact, use funds generated through the sale of water rights for another purpose.
Possibly make an exception by an ordinance with another public entity. In other words, since this is not general commercial use, but a public use, going back to the ideas, those 20 acre feet for public use is in that exception, craft something in language that would allow us to do what we're talking about.
And Mr. Chairman, Mayor, and Councilor Peralta, I'd certainly be more comfortable crafting it that way. And frankly, not using phrases like ignore the ordinance. But I don't think we'd be doing that in that case, as you just described it.
And Ms. Archuleta and Mr. Malone, I certainly like the idea of being given the opportunity to buy the 10 acre feet of water rights, even if we don't need all of it. I mean, I think it's always in our best interest of Taos County to have additional water rights that we could use elsewhere, especially when there may be a need at the agricultural center or even the property across the street.
Every additional project that we do, whether it's another additional office, the Ag Center is going to have eventually a kitchen. We need fire suppression there. Every commercial building requires water.
And so it is within our budget at this time to spend at least the $100,000.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, it is. That's budgeted and in the budget for this year.
Okay.
Mr. Codwell, and then we'll go to Mr. Councilman.
Those funds aren't directly attributed to this building, right?
Yes, they are.
Because if they are, aren't they bound to this building as opposed to being transferred?
They would be purchased for the purchase of water rights for this building. What you're raising is
Question about if they're just banked, would they be for this building?
The Ag Center mean that they were purchased with funds directly.
off the top of my head, I can't answer that question. That would be the reason I would favor simply vote that whatever the number turns out to be, whether it's 3 acre feet or 10 acre feet, that amount will be waived in exchange for us agreeing to spend it on an additional console.
Okay.
Councilman? What Mr. Malone is saying, though, is if the county only needs for this facility 3 acre feet, that's only $30,000.
Right, but you would waive the $30,000 and we would spend the additional amount. We would spend the $30,000 plus the additional amount to purchase the console, which we clearly can do because it's for equipment for this building. It's
Well,
the same
deal. That's a better deal for me. I was trying to give you a deal. I was trying to give you a better deal. I would think that, if for example, that there are 6 acre feet of water out there that the county owns and it's in the town, or owned and transferred to the town for water, that would be subject to be transferred and still leave 10 acre feet for this complex and this property. If that's not the case and you only buy what you need for this one because you say that's all you can buy,
I'm just trying to give some scenarios that may give an opportunity to you for us to be more accommodating to your future needs. Mr. Caldwell?
Thank you, Mayor. And so I have to admit I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of giving 10 acre-feet of water rights from the town to the county for a number of reasons. We would, of course, need to make sure we can. I think it's clear that the transfer and allocation of water rights is a very complicated matter. And frankly, I'm not sure I'd be totally comfortable interpreting that reservation of 20 acre-feet of water per year for public health, safety, and welfare projects to suggest that that would constitute an actual transfer of those water rights to the using entity rather than a pool of water rights held in trust by the town for the use of those projects in perpetuity. I mean, I think we could certainly agree along those lines. So I think I'm tending to agree with Councilors Gonzalez and Bob's approach, which is that we waive, as the town, the needed additional amount of water rights on the basis of the public health, safety, and welfare provision of our ordinance in exchange for an agreement to utilize that $100,000 that's being held to purchase the additional console. And I know that the idea of acquiring water rights for future purposes is extremely attractive. I'm just not totally sure the town's in the position to make that offer right now. Well, let's put it this way. In order for us to, the town, in order to allocate 10 acre-feet of water rights, we would actually have to place them in the name of the county and accomplish an actual approved transfer with the state engineer's office.
Ordinance, we required to provide water rights to the town in order to But what is happening here is that we're granting use of 10 acre-feet.
Consumable water
It's
rights.
consumable water rights, water to be used through the town system for the purpose. You pay for that. Never take ownership of those water.
And Mr. Chairman and Mayor, I agree completely with this exception, and this issue is going to come to the town again. So that's part of the reason I'm treating it this way. That would suggest then that everyone that had excess water rights in trust with the town could then apply those water rights to any development throughout the town that they want to. And we have not been able to take that position as a town in the past. And I think it's important, therefore, to rely on the sort of public health safety provision of the ordinance rather than treat this as any other water rights issue with a typical user.
So, except that we, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, have done that. Water rights were taken and used in another place where the transfer of those rights, ownership of those has been transferred to the town.
So, just for clarity, is it true that the town is acting as a water bank? You have X amount of water rights in place that you can lease or share or sell with other entities that need the water rights in order to be able to provide the water to customers, in this case, the county.
City water.
City water. There's the other issue which has to get approved by the state engineer, which is actual water rights that are possibly connected to the property
itself.
So, Mr. Chairman,
want to say that it's strictly that, it's a banking, it's not a, I mean.
You're a warehouse.
Yeah, and that's why I would say that it wouldn't be, I would more lean to council's direction is to use the public safety welfare aspect of it as opposed to just turning it over. I know we have within our discretion within our ordinance to provide for such circumstances as affordable housing, for example, as an offset, as city contribution. But at the same point, I think this brings a different scenario where that if there is water rights banked within the city's system, that it doesn't open up more just a free enterprise for anybody else to continue to say, well, I want to keep it there. I don't want to.
What we're talking about here, look at our ordinance, is that our ordinance requires any developer, public or private, to provide water rights to the town. If they don't have those water rights to transfer, the town in its bank can sell the use of those water rights to that developer for the same price as the transfer of water rights. So you have two ways of doing it. You can either buy from our surplus water rights, that use, or you can transfer your water rights to the town in lieu thereof. So the ordinance says that if you don't have those water rights to transfer to the town for use of our water, then you have to pay $10,000 an acre foot for what you use. But there is no transfer of ownership from that water to anyone else. It's just the right to use it in order for us to create a bank to purchase additional water rights as the needs arise. So that's how that ordinance was developed.
and Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with that at all. My point is that in the ordinance, it goes on to say that the developer may purchase an acre foot of water rights if those rights are available. And we're going to get to a point where those rights no longer become available. And I think because we have a provision in the ordinance that applies in this specific case quite handily, that I'd be reluctant to carve out a new way of dealing with that. Again, you know, I want to make clear that this is much more complicated than I think we can do justice to today, the issue of water rights and how those, because the town, in addition to having what we're calling a bank of water rights, also holds water rights in trust for individuals that haven't actually transferred them to the town. And we are going to have to confront that issue very soon as a town, and this is the kind of decision that I want to be careful with, that's all. I think there is wide discretion. I think we could get away with it either way. I would want to lean toward protecting the town's water rights, if at all possible.
This is where I'm saying is that language you're using to say that there isn't a purchase of water rights going on here. It's a use. It's a payment for use. And so for us to, in the town, by ordinance, to say that 20 acre feet that we have reserved annually for public use, we can, by an ordinance, say that, as I said earlier, not transferring that use, but allow that use to the county. And in addition to that, the price of that will be used in the command center to purchase another council.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think really what it comes down to is whether the town is going to make 10 acre feet of water available to the county trust, or whether the town is going to make less than that available to the county in trust in an amount that's necessary based on actual use of the complex. I think it can be simplified as far as that. And I think I defer to the council in making that decision in such a way that it satisfies the county's interests for purposes of purchasing a new console.
I guess the way I see it, Mr. Malone, Mr. Caldwell, is, the town of Taos holds X amount of water rights. It's sort of like a bank, a water bank. To agree for even $1, lease these or allow the county to use these water rights, however many we need. On the other hand, the county would agree to provide $95,000, $100,000 so that we can purchase.
And Mr. Malone, you will be asking Motorola for an extension.
I'm sorry, I can't hear because
You will be asking Motorola for an extension.
I will.
And when does that contract end, or when?
I think the 90 days runs from the bid opening, which was February the 26th, if anybody here knows that date exactly. March 1st. Sorry, March 1st. So it would be April, May, June 1st.
So way before, that's when the contract expires?
That's when the offer expires. And we obviously have to get the contract done in advance of that, but.
Right. So, I mean, if it's going to, I would like to give our legal staff enough time so that he can come back and write this up so that we can then vote on it and move forward with it. I think even with before the extension, I'm assuming we can come up with an answer, Jake? Maybe by our next meeting?
Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, I think if you're asking whether we can come up with an answer about how to structure this.
Yes.
And also, my hope would be that we can come up with an answer about existing county water rights held in trust with the town. I think both of those would be instructive.
And I think we can do that on our next meeting so that we can move forward before the contract even gets near the end for an extension.
Chairman, I think that's correct as long as this issue can be resolved in the next week or two. I'm going to have to eat crow and tell the lawyer for Motorola that I'm going to have to put him off for a while longer, but that's fine.
Is that fair, Council? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm in a little bit different place here, and that is, I want to make sure that we purchase the number of water rights that we need to run this complex under the town's ordinance. And whatever that comes out to is what it comes out to. It does get more complicated when you have to try to tie it into a precise purchase on a somewhat unrelated issue. So, we're going to get an extension on the Motorola contract, and we have a number of questions that we're trying to figure out about exactly what we're going to purchase under that Motorola contract, which was the purpose of the extension. One of those is it 3 consoles? Is there anything else we can use? Can Motorola give us a discount because they just put that money into Kit Carson? Will DFA contribute anything towards consoles? There's all of these questions that are a little bit separate, and it seems to me extra difficult to tie them up. But, I'm glad that the town and county are working together so that we can determine how many water rights we need to purchase under the town's ordinance, and get that one off the table, because that's money that we've owed the town for quite some time, and it would be good to get a fair assessment of what we need to purchase and purchase it.
Can we go back to the rest of the agenda then? Okay. Anything else under 911 staff?
No, that's
Okay, we'll move on to item 6C then, the Taos Regional Airport. Item 1, GRT collection. Item 2, capital and operational funding. Item 3, airport zoning. Item 4, the appeal, and number 5, the annexation. Managers?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we passed out a memorandum for settlement term agreement that I think the council and the commission has had an opportunity to look at, but I was wondering if maybe the town could give a brief overview on the regional airport for the public's sake and because it is on camera, and then we could get into the memorandum for settlement term agreements and anything that we have to go from there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Is that on? It's on? Okay, I can't hear.
A little bit closer. Sorry.
Good afternoon, commissioners and council members, mayor. What exactly would you like to, as an update on the airport? Current projects or what? Okay. At this present time, we, as you probably know, we have applied for a grant from the State Aviation Division, New Mexico Department of Transportation Aviation Division, for phase 1 of the construction of the new runway. That is their 5% match. We've also identified our 5% match. We are currently waiting until the FAA is ready with their funding cycle for them to tell us they're ready for us to go out to bid on this first phase of construction. And once we advertise that and open bids, then we will have an amount that, based on the bids, that we can go to the FAA with a grant application. We're hoping to begin construction on the new runway mid-July is what it's looking like. After about 28 years of working on this, so this is a pretty big deal for us all, I believe, for the whole community. Phase 2 of the construction process, I believe, will start next year about this same time. It'll be about the same funding cycle for the FAA, and originally, the FAA had said they could do this in 3 years. Now they have told us that they believe they can do this runway project in 2 years with their funding. So that kind of moves the timeline forward quite a bit for everything, including the funding, the town match and the state match. I believe phase 1 of the construction will include what they're going to call a haul road, which will eventually be the new entrance to the airport. It'll be completing a chain link fence around the new development and shortening runway 422 by about 420 feet to make room for the new runway. The new runway and the existing runway will not intersect. There's some very strict FAA rules on intersecting runways, so that's the reason for shortening the existing runway. And then the last part of this first phase of construction would be the dirt work, the grubbing and everything that has to be done, leveling. And my understanding is there's about 960,000 cubic yards of dirt that are going to be moved to get the area ready for the runway. The new runway will be 8,600 feet long, 100 feet wide, a 50-foot wide taxiway with run-up areas on each end. The existing runway right now is 5,800 feet by 75 feet. I believe the capacity of the existing runways is 20,000 pounds. The new runway will have a capacity of a 60,000-pound aircraft. Based on about a 30-passenger regional jet is what they're basing this on. A Global Express is the type of aircraft I believe they based this on. And that is the first phase of construction. Does anybody have any questions?
Opposed?
Most of it will be used to level the runway. It will be moved from the eastern side down to the western side, because that whole area, even though there are some rolling hills there, it does slant downhill toward the west side.
So I noticed on the agenda, it's being called the Taos Regional Airport, and it's in fact the Taos Municipal Airport?
Well, I don't know when it was changed from municipal to regional, but years ago, before I became the airport manager, was it 1998? It was redesignated as Taos Regional Airport.
Okay.
Even though a sign on the highway still says municipal.
Municipal, yeah. Okay, so if we want to, thank you very much for that report. And that is just the first phase?
That is the first phase.
What is how many other phases are there?
If the FAA is able to fund this in 2 phases, it would be a 2-year project.
Okay, so the initial phase is how much?
Well, it's a competitive bidding process, so
okay.
It's kind of hard to say. An estimate.
How much is budgeted?
We have, for our 5%, $486,112 is what we have budgeted for this first phase. Now, based on bids, we can't say that that's going to be exactly 5%, because you know how bidding goes. It may come in high, it may come in low.
And so when will that bidding process start?
We're hoping the FAA says to go to bid. We're hoping May 1st. We're expecting May 1st. 30 days to advertise, hopefully opening bids early June, and then grant application with the FAA. That should take 2 or 3 weeks to process for them in Fort Worth, and an optimistic start date for construction, groundbreaking, mid-July.
Okay. So thank you very much. Managers, do you want to talk about the rest of the items under the regional airport? Mr. Archuleta? I know that there is actually a memorandum of settlement terms that has been given to us, and so I don't know if you want to approach that first.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mayor, Council, I think the memorandum of settlement takes into account the majority of the items in there that would be discussed and
so
looked
we can
at
just go down
on an item-by-item basis.
The 8 items then. Okay.
Pledging the 1.5% DRT, but again, going back to the issue of binding future governments, I mean, how does the county anticipate being able to continually give that amount? I guess should we enter into a joint operational agreement? We're where does the county see, I guess, the road going down from here on out, like I said, without binding future elected bodies?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Councilman Gonzalez, Council. Construction of
airport. Now, if we're going to get into the discussion of the actual operations of the airport and the ongoing partnership on the operation, that's a different discussion that we would need to sit down and talk about, because then we would have to have some type of dedicated GRT in order to do that. But initially, what we're prepared to talk about today is the actual construction of that and how the county would actually be funding or partnering in helping come up with that amount of money. And that's I think that's laid out in item 6 of the memorandum of settlement terms of agreement. So it really depends as to the commission and to the council as to how we want to move on that. Staff could sit with the town staff to see what the actual numbers are. Those that was a discussion that took place probably 6-7 months ago. Reference the $140,000 operating costs, those kind of things. But again, those were just in discussions. Numbers, true numbers, and spreadsheets and stuff were not shared at that point. So we'd like to sit down and talk about that in the future if that's the direction from the council and the commission.
And I have no opposition to creating a GRT unit out at the airport, even maybe aside from needing a referendum to do it under the city's current tax and what leeway we have within the state statute. So I guess I'm looking at it from all aspects, just saying I would like the engagement at least to begin with regards to regionalization.
And I thank you for bringing that subject up. I too like the idea of creating a truly regional airport that's owned by the two entities, just kind of like the landfill is currently being operated. And our attorneys would know more about this, I'm sure our managers do as well, but the idea of possibly even creating an airport district to where X amount of taxes could be attributed to the operation and maintenance of the airport, if there's such a thing.
And I guess with regards to that, I'm gonna put the city selfish side on, just with the pretenses of much like the way the joint E911 operations will take place, where county property remains county property and then city property remains city property. I have no objection to a board that oversees everything, but at the same point, just a separation of the assets would probably still be us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I'm persuaded by staff that the notions of a regional airport are something that we can address in the future. And that what's on the table before us now is this memorandum of settlement, which would enable the county to contribute towards phase 2. And it's certainly good news that there's a possibility that this could be done in 2 phases and actually completed in the end of 2015. I won't hold my breath, but it's good news that it's a possibility. And I read over the memorandum of settlement terms, and I approve of it. I think it's a good, fair settlement, and hopefully we can take a vote today, both entities, to approve it.
Mr. Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, I think for the benefit of everybody in this room, I think it would be good to go over the memorandum line by line, just like we did with the previous agreement. I know it takes a little bit of time, but at least we are able to all get firsthand knowledge as to how it could potentially all work.
Would you like me to proceed with that, Mr.
Please.
Chairman? The background, of course, is that the town passed the annexation ordinance. The county challenged it in district court and prevailed in district court, and the town appealed that. So there's a pending appeal of the district court decision. The purpose of these 8 items is to have the terms of a settlement agreement that would allow the appeal to be dismissed so that neither the town nor the county pays $200 an hour to our respective appellate lawyers. And in addition, that the county would make available to, by the dismissal of the appeal, the annexation would then be void. And when Tax and Revenue finally catches up and we can explain that in more detail. I know that's a very pithy phrase, but Tax and Revenue apparently operates on its own schedule and has told us that they may not be able to actually change who collects the gross receipts tax until some lag time after the annexation is voided, if that's what happens. But in any event, the intention of this document is that once the county is again collecting the gross receipts tax in connection with the airport, that it will pay to the town for the specific purpose of contributing to the matching requirement an amount equal to what the town would have achieved additional by virtue of the annexation. So that's the overall summary of what this does. To go point by point, the first point is self-explanatory. I can't imagine that there's much question on that, but the town would dismiss the appeal as to all parties. As the town council knows, the El Prado Water District and the Acequia Madre del Prado de Rio Cerro are also parties to this matter, and they would have to be dismissed as well. All parties would bear their own attorney's fees, costs, and expenses. And then 3 is the crux of what the county would do. The county agrees to contribute to the matching requirement for the federal grant for the construction of the Crosswinds runway in an amount not to exceed $375,000 based on the following principles and formula. And let me explain the not to exceed language and where the $375,000 figure came from. Mr. Caldwell and I, in talking about that, Mr. Caldwell applied the 1.5625% GRT to an assumed amount of $24 million. And that's where the $375,000 came from. Paragraph 4 basically repeats what I've already said, but let me read it. The parties believe that the town would collect a 1.5625% additional GRT from gross receipts allocable to the airport if the airport were within the town limits. The town has actually been collecting the additional 1.5625% GRT since the annexation. If the appeal is dismissed, the annexation will be void, and the town will no longer collect the additional 1.5625% once the Tax and Revenue Department changes the GRT rate for the airport. So is there any question on item 4? Is that reasonably clear? Item 5, it is the intention of the parties that once the town is no longer collecting the additional 1.5625% GRT, the county will pay to the town an amount equal to a 1.5625% GRT on any planning or construction expenses for the Crosswinds runway on which the town would otherwise have collected a 1.5625% GRT. And then this next sentence is to take into account the possibility that Mr. Caldwell and I have not accurately identified the 1.5625. I've relied primarily on Mr. Caldwell, but I've looked into it a certain amount myself. And that is to the extent that either a lower GRT or no GRT would have been collected by the town for a particular amount of the construction. If the annexation were in effect, any payment would be based on that GRT. So if it turns out that the actual additional amount would have been less, then the payment would be based on that actual additional amount. 6, to implement the payments from the county to the town. And this is the mechanism. Let me explain what the point is of number 6. It's the mechanism by which all this would happen. To implement the payments from the county to the town, once the town ceases collecting the 1.5625% GRT or such lower rate as may apply, at the end of the fiscal quarter in which collection ceases and each fiscal quarter thereafter until the Crosswinds runway project is completed, the town will provide all invoices and payments for a quarter showing all goods and or services paid for during that quarter on which GRTs were paid. So the point of that sentence is that the town will be making the payments to the vendors, to the contractors, and therefore we'll actually have the records. We won't have to wait to figure out what Tax and Revenue does. We'll actually have the invoices from the contractors, the payments by the town to the contractors, and those invoices and payments will reflect a GRT amount. And then within 30 days of those invoices and payments being submitted to the county on each quarter, the county will remit the required payment to the town. Number 7, payments from the county to the town will cease when the Crosswinds runway project is completed or when $375,000 is paid to the town, whichever comes first. And then finally, the 8th paragraph is an authorization paragraph that the town council and the county commission take a vote today and approve these terms and authorize Mr. Caldwell and I to reduce them to a formal settlement agreement and give the chairman of the Board of County Commission and the mayor the authority to sign that agreement on behalf of the two bodies.
Councilman Peralta?
Mayor, Mr. Chairman, Bob, I think from my recollection is that before the Tax and Revenue will take a tax rate off the rolls or put one on, they need to have 90 days prior to the end of the fiscal year or the beginning of the calendar year.
It's twice a year.
Right.
Jay.
So because of today's date, we would miss July 1st. And so the tax rate one that's in place right now on the airport would probably go till the end of the year. So part of the construction, if we get started in June or July, part of the construction in which the rate is calculated in this settlement would be in place this fiscal year. So, I mean, so the deduction from the 375 would be based upon collection of tax on construction work or other things going on at the airport this fiscal year. Or not, I'm this coming first half fiscal year.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Couldn't we
Do you understand that?
Would it cost us more if we just agreed to allowing the 375? About the tax deadlines or as far as the GRT is concerned, we just collect that automatically and then the county just allow the $375,000 if it's already said that it's not going to exceed that amount. Do we know for a fact that it's going to cost, what is it, $24 million? Oh, okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, okay, go ahead. That's an estimate. It could be more than that, or it could be less than that. We don't know until June.
Until the bids are open.
Right. Now, has the bid package gone out yet?
No, it has not. We haven't received approval from the FAA to move forward with bidding yet.
Mr. Cardinal? Oh, sorry.
Based on engineering estimates, is there a guesstimate as to what, I mean, usually they throw in an arbitrary number out there, even if it's high.
24 million was one.
There is an engineer's estimate, and I was advised by the engineers, I can share that with you privately, but because it is a competitive bidding process, they advise against those numbers, those engineers' estimates being made public.
It's public information.
Once it's out, it's public.
Let's not talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to indicate is that the way this thing is structured, we could be collecting GRT on the construction this coming first half fiscal year before the GRT is reduced.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Peralta, that's been accounted for in this memorandum. I should add to that the finance director for the town of Taos, Marietta Fambro, and I had a fairly lengthy conversation with taxation and revenue
to make sure that we were viewing these matters correctly, but also to ask about where they stood on the status of the tax rate given the appeal of a district court ruling, which in essence held that the annexation wasn't properly obtained. And Taxation and Revenue Department openly admitted that they're not sure how to treat this, and they're kind of seeing this issue for the first time, and they're hopeful, of course, that it gets resolved as soon as possible. They further indicated that they would prefer to hear from us if the rate was going to revert by the third week of April, which is just about where we are. But that they had a mechanism in place, should there be an adjustment beyond that point, to deal with it. And they have done that before, and the way they've dealt with that is they've sent letters out to all business owners in the affected taxation area, which in this case, there would be very few. So taxation revenue is, I don't think it's clear that the tax is going to be in place until the end of the calendar year. Neither is it clear that it won't be. And there's almost nothing we can do as part of this decision making to be clear about that at this point. We just have to build in that safety, which I believe is contained in the memo as presented.
Anything in addition to this? The concern that Councilor Gonzalez brought up with regards to future operations.
It would be preferable to keep this clean because this is the settlement of litigation.
I think we're ready from the council. Set a motion. Is it appropriate at this time? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to authorize county staff to work with the town and draft a formal agreement incorporating the terms of the memorandum of settlement that we've been handed, and authorize the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners to sign the agreement without further action by the county commission.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Booth.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay, Townhouse.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and move to approve the settlement terms, authorizing our town attorney to draft a formal agreement incorporating these terms, authorizing the mayor to sign the agreement without further action by the town council.
Jake,
Mr. Mayor, it's certainly appropriate to make a motion.
It's not clear to me whether there needed to be additional discussion on the town side before that happened. I mean, I guess you should see if there's a second.
Do we have a second to that motion? I don't hear a second, so the motion dies for a second. Do we have?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we instruct staff and the mayor to work with the county on the terms of the memorandum of settlement and bring it back to the council for final approval based upon the specific language that is drafted into the agreement.
Good. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would like to flush that out a little bit, Mr. Mayor. What's your thinking, Councilman?
Just that in order for us to approve an agreement, we have to see the language of the actual settlement.
What we're seeing here, you don't feel is flushed
No,
out enough?
I'm assuming that it's not going to change.
Mhm.
All I'm saying is that in order for us to do our proper diligence, we need to see the agreement going to be actually signed. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. Did that differ appreciably?
What they approved is they approved the chairman to sign off on it without further approval from the,
And therein lies.
right, yeah, there is a difference. And this way it'll come back to the council for approval after they'll bring it back in I guess, a proper form, I guess.
Next meeting? That, I would assume it should take them that long.
Yeah, the language is identical.
Mr. Cutler?
I don't have anything else to do, so. No, in all seriousness, Chairman, Mayor, and Council, I think it's certainly feasible to get that done before the 22nd.
So we do have a motion, and we do have a second on the floor. Well, under discussion, hold on. Mr. Cordova?
I'm a resident of El Prado. I want to make something very, very clear. The people of El Prado are not against the airport. You know, and I want to make that very, very clear right now. We are exactly what Fred Peralta is talking about now, and has been talked about by the ex-council and ex-mayor about a land grab into our area in order to satisfy what they think is going to bring them a huge economic development driver into this community.
What is your physical address?
I might live in town for all I know. Going to come down to Virginia Street or Mote Lane or whatever. But anyway, it's just that's one example of what the town has done with our El Prado. We were extraterritorial anyway. You know, nobody can tell us where we live. But you know, we fought this. We got really involved. The people of El Prado really got involved in the town council election this last time. And two candidates for mayor lost, and I think they lost in a great part because of the fact that they wanted to land grab El Prado at the expense of other people. Ex-mayor Darren Cordova got up and said, you know, we don't have to listen to the people. We have to make the decisions based on what we think is best for them. You know, well, we showed him and his partner what we thought about those particular things. The county before had offered a solution to it, and Mr. Chairman Barrone and Mr. Bellis, you know, you were part of that at that particular time, went before the city council and offered them a deal as to how we could handle the airport without anything of that, without any problems coming to as far as annexation was concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
And you know, the thing about it went to court. It was decided in court, and you know, Darren thought that going to the Supreme Court immediately that they were going to get a decision. Well, the Supreme Court says we got to follow suit like anybody else. We are willing to take it there if we have to, you know, in that appeal, because you know, we feel very, very strongly that it is a land grab for our agricultural land, for our businesses around the Prado, and a land grab from the county. And I would just like to say that what you are doing again today, Mr. Peralta, by that motion is just holding the people of El Prado at bay again, and just to show us exactly that you have the power to do it. And you know, if the rest of the council wants to vote with you, that's fine. But you know, you just can't take no for an answer. You will eventually take it to the Supreme Court if that's the case. So that's you know, let's know that you should have learned a hard lesson by your loss for mayor, and you also should take note that the people do count when they speak.
Sure. So, go ahead.
If I could just make a brief comment under that circumstance is that I don't have any reservations to removing the annexation, Mr. Cordova, at all. I don't. And again, when I voted for the annexation, it was for the full implementation of that airport, even to the point of going on record publicly and saying I would de-annex. Because property to the point of saying that if any property owner came to the city, I would vote no against allowing them to come in. So the only thing I'm asking for with my second in this motion is to ensure that the language within this content doesn't change, and that the council as a whole approves it, as opposed to allowing just the mayor to sign off on it. So, not that I don't trust the mayor, but at the same point, I'm just looking for exactly the content that's in here remains in here. And I would hope that, you know, under, again, our legislative authority, that we do have that right to not transfer ultimate executive authority to the mayor. It's nothing to say that I'm looking to disseminate, take anything out of this agreed upon settlement. So just rest assured for me, it's just, and either way I look at it with regards to terms, two council members that ran exclusively on a non-annexation or appeal of an annexation, sit next to me with regards to the fact that I've heard their sentiments, I've also heard the mayor's sentiments, not only that, but the people's sentiments as well. Again, my biggest concern is that the language that's contained within this document remain just that. And that would be my direction, my approval, my pledge to you and the direct open public, that's my biggest concern. It's not to stall it out or hold you hostage or hold it out any further. And I mean, to the point where we're asking for it to come directly in front of us at the very next meeting in this same form for approval.
Mr. Sanchez?
Vice Chair. Pardon me, I want to ask a question from the town council here. Didn't you approve some $400 and some thousand to be spent on this particular situation? Yes. It was approved, right? So you can't approve any money that you don't have. So I assume that money is already there. Am I correct on that too? Okay. It seems to me, I agree with Mr. Cordova, this is a big runaround over here. Why would you think that anybody would change the language in what they presented to you today? That's just more stalling stuff. Let's get something done. I know that a lot of people are tired of this particular situation, just like they were with E911. The money's been approved by the town. That means that it's there. Let's move forward. Let's get this thing approved. I think it's sort of an insult to say that the county will change the wording on this thing. You've got it right in front of you. 8 particular topics that speak for themselves. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me put my 2 bits in.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Call for the vote, would you please? Thank you.
Could we review?
Mayor, on behalf of the council, will be brought to the council to review and say yes. That's all. It's not changing anything. It's saying we agree with this language. We just want to see it in the contract. That's all. Just like any other contract that would be brought before the council vote at our next regular meeting. Correct? Whenever it's ready. That's right. Tomorrow we can have a special meeting.
No.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Yes. We'll see it as soon as possible, Jake.
You got it.
Thank you.
Any other items under the regional airport? Okay. Item D, jail placements and per diem costs.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
There was one remaining item that, at the request of the town, we would ask the county to consider is the airport. So I'll circulate these 2 maps.
Oh, okay.
Which were
Sorry.
Developed by Armstrong Engineering. The folks that are designing the airport, the FAA requires that certain flight clearances and safety areas determined by the FAA for safe zones around the airport. This is a plan that was presented to the county planning department when I was there. We had met with Rudy Perea, and the county planning department had no objection to it. There was nothing that was inconsistent. Nathan has a map of the neighborhood zoning, which I believe indicates that there's one small residential area adjacent to it, but basically would fit within the height requirements, use densities, and however it might have some additional requirements such as, you know, you don't want them having searchlights and 22-foot towers and glass reflective surfaces like solar farms or something like that. And we would just ask that the county be permitted to work with the town staff to develop appropriate zoning around the airport for public safety purposes.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Councilman, Mayor, we look forward to this collaboration. Yes, we would be more than happy to look at it and meet with the town staff. The planning department has had some preliminary discussions with the town on this, and look forward to doing that in the future.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, Council. One thing, I think this has been put on the agenda solely for purposes of discussion. I don't think it warrants any action necessarily. One thing that Councilor Penalta alerted me to earlier was the existence of a statute.
Municipal airport zoning law, which is one of two statutes dealing with municipal airport zoning. And it, in fact, basically gives municipalities, under certain parameters, almost unilateral authority to impose zoning. And I'm not necessarily mentioning that to leverage this conversation in any way, but so that the respective planning departments are aware of it and may want to cross-reference its provisions with how the county views its land use regulations going forward. Thank you. It's really quite fascinating, and one of those is the a statute allowing for the creation of joint county municipal airports, and it has provisions that are almost identical to the provisions that provide for the creation of municipal airports and for the creation of county airports. So it's certainly something we could pursue along the lines of this sort of collaborative effort that seems to be emanating from this meeting. I don't see necessarily that there are clear advantages to doing that, other than the ones we've discussed, sort of taking the political and budgetary power out of one singular entity and having it shared, which I personally believe will bring more consistency and predictability to the town and county. I would characterize that as a long-term goal rather than what we're trying to accomplish today. But again, at your direction and the direction of the council, I'll be happy to provide more information about that.
Don't think we need it.
As far as the tribal, the Taos Pueblo, do they have a say-so on any of this? or because it's totally in the county jurisdiction areas? Is that the only reason why you're applying this to the county?
Since this is consistent with what the county was previously putting on the ground as neighborhood zoning over there, and since it's in fact more restrictive, not less restrictive, than the normal residential, certainly any element added to the comp plan or any of the major documents has to be published as an ordinance, and you have to notify those governmental jurisdictions that may be impacted, and typically we would notify them, but I don't see that this would be an issue for them in any way.
Okay. Because they've agreed to the use of the area already. They have agreed.
The more intensive use of the airport already covers the majority of this. The flight paths and flight ways were negotiated out by the FAA in advance, which allowed the settlement for the town to proceed.
Very good. Okay.
Also, Taos Pueblo does have a representative on the Airport Advisory Board, Clyde Romero Jr. So they do have some say in recommendations to the town council regarding the airport.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez, so the way it works is the statute I just
which for anyone that wants to look it up is in section 339.16 to 339.26 of New Mexico statutes. It allows by the use of this zoning authority to supersede any zoning regulations imposed by the jurisdictional authority. Again, I think it's pretty clear to me that that's not going to be necessary in this case. Having said that, it's my understanding that the first phase of the land use regulations that are going to be considered are unlikely to actually establish a zone, but rather to allow for the later establishment of overlay zones.
Mr. Sanchez, do you want to say anything? You're fine.
Create zoning in this area at this time.
Okay. Okay. So this is just for informational purposes at this time, correct?
Just asking for agreement from parties. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else under the? If not, Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, item D is jail placement and per diem cost. I know it's getting kind of late in the day, and I'll be a little short. I do have Chief Weaver here, and the town staff and myself, Chief Weaver, have had several conversations reference the proposal that Taos County has sent to the town of Taos, reference the inmates at the adult detention center. I want to come back to the commission today and ask for consideration from the commission to lower the rate or continue with the rate of the $75 per day. That would include the day that the individual hits the detention center throughout the weekends, every day that he's in there until the day that he leaves. In our previous contract that we had sent to the town of Taos, we had said that prior to the individual going or being sentenced, that we would charge $100 a day plus a $10 booking fee, and then $75 after for long-term inmates that are going to be staying within our detention center. After some discussion with Chief Weaver, with the staff, we've decided that it would better serve the town of Taos, it would better serve our community, our inmates, and our constituents at $75 a day, just a flat rate across the board. And so I would ask the commission to consider that from the staff's perspective. Part of the things that we're looking at when we consider the jail is that although our fee is about $100 to $120 a day, it really doesn't change unless I can go below 65. Taos County, in the time that I have been here, has never gone under 65 inmates, and the only possibility of going under 65 would give me the ability to save some money in order to close pods, not have as many officers on duty. So with the additional 5-6 inmates that the town of Taos would be giving to us, it would actually be in our better interest to go ahead and keep that money here locally instead of it going down to Las Vegas for us to charge $75 a day, and then hopefully we won't have to do as many cash transfers over from general fund into our detention center. I know the chief also has some other areas that he wants to touch on, and we also want to talk about a little bit more cooperation with some of the national things that the chief's wanting to do within Taos County.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for letting me come in front of you today. When we opened up the contract negotiations about the jail, I was very impressed with your staff. There's a lot of give and take on both sides. Currently, we have capability of moving our prisoners to San Miguel County, and that has turned out to be kind of a more cost-efficient methodology of us housing our inmates. However, there's additional costs associated with having that prisoner go outside Taos that it isn't really, we don't calculate in dollars and cents. My goal really is to keep the prisoners inside Taos County. If I can have the prisoners here, they have an ability to have visitation with their family, which has been shown to have impact upon residual criminal activity after that point, and also for the family, for the children. And also I wanted the inmates to stay here so that if there's a need for social services, we have the family right here. We can engage the services immediately. Don't have to worry about dealing with Las Vegas. We can keep all of our inmates underneath one judge in the municipal court. That Judge Chavez, has been on the bench long enough that he has a pretty good history of many of these people and their family and who they are. Then my additional hope is down the line to create a part-time probation position inside the court. So truly my goal is to keep all of our inmates inside Taos County, to allow whatever amount of money that we expend to stay inside Taos, and for us to work on lessening our criminal activity down the line, the repeat offenders. Kind of intuitively, I believe that we will start spending a little bit more money on incarceration. I am going to be encouraging the judge that if there's a time where he really isn't sure whether someone should be incarcerated or isn't incarcerated, and if he believes there are any type of substance abuse issues or anything of that nature, I may encourage the judge to incarcerate the person so we can have the person right here and we can engage services onto him, with the idea that in the future that person isn't going to be in jail. So that is my goal. Currently, for this fiscal year, we will probably expend in the area of $95,000 to $100,000 in incarceration money between adult detention center and also in San Miguel. We budgeted $135,000. That also includes ankle monitoring, etc. So that is one aspect of what the police department is trying to do in regards to recidivism. When we talk about the national effort that we're doing, the Bureau of Justice, their National Training Technology Assistance Center is going to be here in May. I've requested that they come to Taos to evaluate our intel gathering capabilities, how well we communicate with each other, where our gaps are as far as being able to determine our crime rates, and how we're best able to start using data to make manpower allocations. And this is specifically involving Taos Police Department, Taos County, the state police, and every law enforcement agency inside the Taos County. We know that detention center populations are a phenomenal source of intelligence for us, and that's also another aspect of why I want the people to remain here. So I guess that's the Reader's Digest of what we're trying to accomplish. And if you know me, I can give you a 5-second answer in 20 minutes. So I'll just stop right there and answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we stand for questions.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Mr. Chairman, I really don't have any questions. We've heard this issue a number of times. I'm impressed by both county manager and the Chief of Police's presentation, and I'd like to just go ahead and make a motion to accept the county manager's recommendation for amending the contract with the town.
I'll go ahead and second.
Councilor Peralta?
Mr. Chairman, Steve, the draft contract that you proposed to the town is basically intact with the provision for the changing from $100 a day and half days and that sort of thing down to a straight $75 a day, correct? There's no other changes within the...
There's no other changes to the contract. The only other change, excuse me, Councilman Peralta, the only other change to that was that we had also put a $10 booking fee that we normally would charge the inmate for in there. We're going to take that off for municipal inmates, and we won't have that in there. So what we'll do is we'll actually draft up another contract with the agreement today, and we'll send that over for to the town as the proposal for the $75, if that's what the commission chooses to move forward with. And that is staff's recommendation.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And Chief, I just want to take the opportunity, it was brought before us in our last meeting that we had a couple of officers that kind of went above and beyond their call of duty, and I just want you to kind of highlight that situation, if you would, for our constituents that are here and, the commissioners.
Absolutely, and a matter of fact, next month is National Mental Health Day. As a sideline note, I actually have, historically, one of my degrees is in psychology. I've actually worked in residential treatment. This is kind of a point that's near to my heart, which is people have mental health issues. A jail that's not where they need to go. And last month, 2 of our officers dealt with a individual that was going through a crisis in a condominium here. And unfortunately, if you were to read the Department of Justice report on the Albuquerque Police Department today, you'll see that they're heavily criticized for the way that they've dealt with mentally ill subjects. And thankfully, my officers, or our officers in this event, actually had an ability to deal with this situation through a use of force. Instead, they used their verbal skills. They ended up talking to the gentleman, stayed with him quite a while, actually found other families to come and get him, helped connect him into social services, and from what I'm told, the gentleman is now receiving treatment. And that's kind of that's the model that we want our officers to do. And so that's what happened last month. And luckily, throughout the year, we can actually point to a couple times where that's happened with us. And that's an additional goal for having them inside the jail. I know Tri-County, a couple other people have arranged for a meeting to come up in 2 weeks, I believe, where we're going to start discussing mental health issues, and I would really like to see us be able to figure out a jail diversion program and start dealing with the people who need our services.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
So we'll move on to the next item, the Taos Main Street, Taos Arts and Cultural District.
Need a motion on our side?
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were going to bring the contract to us for approval unless there's a motion that you need to.
We accept our draft contract with the 2 amendments that your county manager has indicated, since the council has looked at that contract, and final approval of that contract will be when it's provided. But I approve the draft as a change. We have a motion and a second to approve the draft with a change. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu. Yes. Councilmember Han.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartz.
Yes.
Okay, next item. Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mayor. Very quick background. Last year, about this time, the town and the county entered into a discussion on how to work together in that the 4-year-old Taos Arts and Cultural District operated entirely by the town with contract employee, and a nonprofit advisory board, had the opportunity to expand and become also a Taos Main Street program, which has substantial benefits to it, particularly along the lines of what was discussed this morning in supporting and retaining businesses. The Main Street program is almost exclusively about that, assisting businesses on how to be more competitive, how to keep up with trends in the market, how to get financing to expand, and we thought that was a great idea. There was a sample JPA developed between the town and the county, and somewhere along the line, I guess, due to politics and some questions about the structure of the organization, it sort of fell apart. The county continued with $40,000 contribution, and there was an opening within the planning department. So we picked up that staff position, and I think it had great positive benefits in that it was instrumental in opening up the old county courthouse and getting some programming in there, including putting 10 upstairs and some events to bring more attention to the downtown. And that program continues to get better with the facility booked most nights of the week through the rest of the year. Everybody sort of had the kumbaya moment lately, and the state is now coming around asking for the county and town to go back to the original multi-party agreement, which would be a JPA between the town, the county, the Arts and Cultural District, Nonprofit Board, and New Mexico Economic Development. There's also a letter of agreement that would be signed by all those parties. There are some concerns, I know when I was at the county, that Mr. Malone had in regards to contracting with a nonprofit and not violating the anti-donation clause and some of the other procurement provisions. There's some language in the state legislation referring to the arts and cultural districts, but none to the Main Street district. The town council during this period also asked for a community investigation and analysis as to the effectiveness of the Arts and Cultural District, to that board to continue as the TACD and the Main Street program. And in fact, John Ablin's here today, who chaired that as sort of the poor guy that had to be in the middle of it all. And the recommendation came back to the town council that rather than reinventing the wheel, that the existing history, 4-year history, be carried out, and that Arts and Cultural District and Main Street program move forward. There was a $75,000 grant to do a downtown master plan study allocated. Unfortunately, that has, we found out last week, been moved to another community, and we were hoping to get that back. But if we move ahead, when the legislature meets next time, there may be a chance. Unfortunately, the legislature also appropriated $0 for this fiscal year to be able to do those planning studies. The importance of that was it would have made Taos eligible as the next step for up to $2 million in capital money that was being held by the Economic Development Department that could have been used for example, a parking ramp or some solutions that were identified within the plan. We would like to recommend, as town staff and county staff, I'm guessing, that the attorneys be allowed to resolve any of the difference that the 2 prior attorneys had in how that contracting could occur. And I believe that, at least on the county side, in my discussions with Mr. Malone before I departed for this side of the table, that we're all in agreement that a Local Economic Development Act, or LEDA provision, which is a specific ordinance allowed under state statute that identifies, much like with TCEDC, a scope of services that is going to be provided in exchange for the public benefits that are provided through cash or indirect in-kind services. That's not going to be a short process. in that it's got to be specific to this organization, its purposes, and all the parties need to agree on it. But it's a process that we would like you to address today because, again, money and services begin July 1, and much like we thought we had in our conversation about 911 with DFA, the longer we wait, the more money goes by and the less we're in the queue to pick up those services. I think particularly in spite of because of the presentation this morning too, it would be a good gesture to the public that the town and the county are working together, that they recognize economic development. I do want to say, because I know one of the commissioners that is not present today said, why would the county put money into a program for the town? It's not just the town. Understand that the downtown is part of the county, but also that in having this joint program, the state was very excited about it. It would allow us to do satellite programs. The one I'm excited about, and I know you are, Mr. Chairman, is to bring the Main Street program in the Arts District to the Ranchos Plaza, which additionally benefits the town. If we can build up SACO and build up the outlying communities, that makes a stronger center for tourism for us, that people are going to stay here longer and spend their dollars locally. And that's about the gist of it.
Okay. Councilor Gonzalez?
Outside entity as far as nonprofit organization in regards to the LEDA development or Taos County Arts and Cultural District. At the same point, in the spirit of what we were briefed on this morning with regards to abuse and misuse of public funds, I as one counselor would love nothing more to see a list of deliverables set forth by both entities, to the point that with the granting of this money, what are we to receive in return? I mean, I don't want to see a good portion of it, and this was part of the issue that we had in previous days with regards to not going after the $75,000, was that there was a pretty good outcry on both sides. One, that there was a need to pay an ED. So, you know, from this standpoint, we're looking at it, and a lot of people telling us, well, what are the deliverables? What are we getting for the use of this public's money? And that's what I would ask moving forward. I do believe that there needs to be collaboration in that effort, but at the same point, so that yearly we're briefed with what the initiatives are, if that's the Ranchos Plaza area, the Arroyo Seco area, and what's the game plan to bring those deliverables here. Not just saying we're going to do what we can to get them here, but a game plan that stipulates what those measures are.
Councilor Peralta?
Rick, just some clarifications. Are you looking at providing in that the expansion from the plaza to these other areas as part of the Main Street program? And under the Main Street program, Councilman Gonzalez's edification is that letter of agreement from Main Street, from the State Economic Development Department, outlines deliverables, if I remember correctly. So that's there, which is, it's a much better outline of deliverables I've seen than the Arts and Culture. So I think that's covered there, but the question then is that in whatever program we work together on, if we're going to expand it, then that should be included in what we're doing here, because that's going to relate then to the budget. It's going to relate to how these different communities deal together with us on whoever we set up as a contractor to integrate all of these things we're talking about. The last question I have, though, is one of what is the status on the 501c3 with the ACD? Have you heard any more on it, or has anything happened on that? I mean, because that's really critical to I think, getting this whole thing going, is to get that contractual organization available.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, Councilman Peralta, start with the last question. As you're aware from our earlier discussions,
Dahl had indicated through his office that he was somewhat frustrated with the IRS, that this wasn't individual to this application, and asked us to provide a letter that would say that there was funding at risk, which would, under the federal procedures, allow him to move it up in the queue. We subsequently had that meeting with Economic Development to obtain that letter, using the $75,000 as the impetus for that, and that's when we found out that the money had been pulled back in by the governor and moved to another community. So I don't really have the ability to draft a letter at this point to the senator to ask him to move that up. We've moved up 2 months in that queue from where we were before for the review.
That was just to say that we can't spend the money, we can't continue the program without having somebody to carry our flag.
The state economic development staff is coming here the 21st, 22nd, I believe. And as I
Time that if we had agreement on a joint JPA, and I know we won't have the agreement executed, but that we could in fact say that now that all the partners are at the table and the program isn't being held up, that the condition to joint funding by the town and the county would be the 501c3 status. That would allow me to write that letter to the senator. He could go in there and push it right to the front of the line, and hopefully we could take care of that by July 1 in time for the new contracting.
We've called before, four or 5 times before, we've tried to send it to all, but you don't get as much information from the IRS.
Can we use the mics, please? You know, we're not hearing anything, and
Sorry.
we might miss something.
I'm saying if IRS is still calling you.
No, they are, we're in the queue, same with everybody else, but they're taking longer than they used to because of, they're just taking longer than they used to. But we are in the queue, they've got our application, they cashed our check, and sent us a letter saying, we've got your application, we're working on it.
Mr. Chairman, the delay in the IRS processing of nonprofit applications
In a dispute between the president and the Congress, when Congress, the Republican-controlled Congress, made the allegation that nonprofit Republican lobbyists or right-leaning groups were being discriminated against, and they cut certain money. So the IRS had to reduce staff. So applications are backlogged up to 2 years now. We're currently backlogged for processing for this organization about 4 months. We're about 4 months out, but of that 2 years. So it has moved, and it's not being unduly impeded over anyone else's application, but it's just the reality of the federal government these days.
Could you not use someone else's 501c3?
Well, you know, I'm going to rely on the lawyers, but I was in the business of creating nonprofits. It was always our understanding in any of the states I worked with that the IRS sends you a letter that your application has been accepted, and there's a presumption of eligibility. You're immediately required to process the 990s and all the necessary forms. You just haven't received your permanent status.
Mr. Chairman, there is an alternative to using a 501c3, which is exactly what we did before, what Rick was referring to about the JPA that ended up not happening. But that JPA envisioned a model whereby the two government entities directly carried on the program rather than operating through a 501c3. So to the extent that that's a roadblock, and it does, if we use a 501c3, then we're going to have to do a Local Economic Development Act ordinance, project agreement, get it approved by the state. And Councilman Gonzalez, when you made reference to deliverables under the lead of the Local Economic Development Act, the deliverable requirement is not only strict, it requires that security be put up. I don't even know if this 501c3 would have security. The state won't approve a LEDA on, and it's for the purposes of clawback. If the deliverables are not put up, then the government entities that enter into the local economic development agreement with a non-government entity have the obligation to go after the security. So there are a lot of reasons for not going through a 501(c) and having the two government entities do it directly.
And Mr. Chairman, I would say that Mr. Malone and I are not in disagreement on this. I have recommended repeatedly that I feel that the governmental model works the best because it allows the nonprofit, which you create it has almost no resources up front. You know, you can't come over here and borrow my stapler or use the copier at the county or the town. Whereas if you're in one government or both, you have those joint resources. If you're having an event, you can rely on the buildings and grounds crew to do something. You can get copies made. You can ask the planning department to do maps for you. And in its infancy, the municipal model works best. I think if you look around the state at Farmington, Albuquerque, which has two of them, one at Nob Hill and one in the downtown, the municipal model is more dependable long term. If your organization has one paid staff member and they're doing all of the economic development, plus they're out trying to raise money all the time, those programs tend to not be all that effective. So I would have no problem going back to the state representative who at this time has a bias for the nonprofit model because of his past history. There's nothing in the statutes that prohibits the municipal model. And in fact, we've obviously functioned under it for the past year.
Okay.
Councilor Gonzalez.
For me, Mr. Maloney, I think it is the deliverables that gives me the most peace of mind, I guess, in the amount of money and the way it's being handled and the way it's being spent. So Rick, I mean, if that's something that's exercisable, I mean, I would ask that maybe staff look in that direction and what the implications are. I would assume it would cost us considerably less money that route with more bang for our buck, so to speak, than to go the opposite route and not, you know, pay into a 501(c)(3) without the deliverables.
Mr. Chair, it's certainly more efficient.
Public resources, because if the nonprofit then has to purchase general liability insurance and event insurance and all of that, that $40,000, $50,000 that each partner is putting in gets eaten up pretty quick.
What do you need from us, Mr. Bowles?
If both parties are agreeable, then I would ask that we take Councilman Gonzalez's direction and that Mr. Archuleta and myself can get together and talk about how this is best handled and budgeted for and come back to both parties with the recommendation.
To house this individual at the same time, with the utilization of city resources.
Excuse me, yes, it clearly gives you more direct daily control.
Is what's being produced and day-to-day oversight.
So directors like yourself right
now? The program still requires that there be at least an advisory board of directors made up of community members, which, as you heard earlier, that you and I talk about the 3 Ps, public-private partnership, certainly brings more resources to the table than just municipal and county governments thrown into.
Councilman, just to kind of expand on that, the Main Street program requires a number of community
Committees that look at different ways of making the agreement that you have under the Main Street program is that you have community organizations out there that are reflective and look at different aspects of the community in order to make the program work. And their responsibility is to provide advice to the organization itself. So if it's within the public entity or it's a private entity, that's what the responsibility is. But ultimately, it all gets reflected back to the governing bodies that are in here. So the real deal that needs to be done at this point in time is two things. One is the creation of the JPA under which the organization will be governed. And then secondly is the budget for that. And the responsibilities of the members of the JPA. Well, that's what the JPA does, determines that, but that's what it has to, and that's what staff would be looking at and then bringing back to the bodies for approval.
So Jake, Mr. Malone already left. Sounds like we're piling you guys up the work. Oh, I apologize. We probably, but it's all good.
Okay, so no other decisions? That's it? That's it?
There's direction to staff is all to move forward.
Thank you, Chairman, Mayor.
Before we adjourn, if we could set up a next meeting, joint meeting? Do we have any proposed dates?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I don't have some at this point, but I can work with Mr. Bellis to get some dates in front of the council and the commission. We'll get other agenda items that may have come up during this meeting also. Plus, we have an additional, I think, 7 other items that we've already identified for future meetings. And so we'll get that set up here shortly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Truletta. And with that, I'd like to thank our staff, our attorneys, administration from both sides. It's great to see everybody being able to work together, and especially thank the town council and the county commission, what's left of us today, just for the great amount of work that was put into being able to get today's meeting done, I would say pretty much very successfully. Also our elected officials and the few residents from the county that are still here with us. Thank you very much for being able to participate in the process.
You don't know if he's from the county or the county there, Commissioner. So thank you, guys. We appreciate it. And we have a motion to adjourn? We have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Done.